कैसे हो दलोज? What is up? 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 A very, 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 very good morning to everybody. कैसे हो chat? कैसे? अरे आते ही गाली भाई, आते ही गाली. हेलो बांग्स, हेलो एवरीबॉडी. थोड़ा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ भाई, इससे ज्यादा क्या बढ़ाओ? हर बार वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ, वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ, वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ, मोबाइल का वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ. कितना सोए वीकेल? गेम देखते ना यार, कितना मस्त गेम है देखो. साउंड नहीं आ रही है. अरे इसका तो मैं बढ़ाया नहीं है. लिखी के एनालिस्ट देखूं या आपकी कॉमेडी? मैं कॉमेडी नहीं करता भाई, सीरियस स्टफ. सीरियस स्टफ. अक्षर भाई हाथ किधर रखा है? एक्सक्यूज मी.
going to be the kind of team that
देखा कैसे एनालाइज किया उसका हाथ.
but these two teams are in a very, very different stage of their life cycle as a team at this point. So
दो टिके है दे.
To right their ship now. You go to 1-on-1. You've just beaten another historic team. Now is the chance for you to kind of get back on course a little bit, which is something
The streamer is back. Excuse me.
with both hands.
भाई ये महीना मैं अभी 2 दिन कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा भाई. हो गया भाई, ये महीने का कोटा हो गया. सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, ये महीने का पूरा कोटा हो गया. एकदम हेवी कोटा हो गया. हेवी गिफ्टेड हुआ है भाई ये महीना. हेवी गिफ्टेड मतलब हेवी गिफ्टेड हो गया. मेरा कोटा खत्म. दोनों टीम का डाउनफॉल चल रहा है. शर्म करो भाई, एक मैच हाराने की डाउनफॉल चल रहा है. आज जिंक्स मत करना, ठीक है?
Innovation from them. They've swapped out Killjoy for Vice. Whoa. They're going to be playing the meta comp again. And actually, this is the first change they've made in 30 games of Lotus. They have literally only swapped the Sentinel in 30 games of Lotus, guys. So that's about the biggest change you're going to get out of GENG.
Mark your calendars. We got change.
Good afternoon, Banks. Good afternoon.
What we need. We're seeing
You are
change
glowing, but when नींद पूरी हुई लगता है. मैं नहा के आया भाई गरम गरम पानी से एकदम.
You know when GENG and PRX face off, it's never quiet.
Quality बढ़ाओ.
It's never simple and it's never ever boring. We're sending it to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. That's exactly right. Well, you've got Komodo and Quack here, but yeah, it's a really big match, and you know, coming up from.
Hello.
Victoria calls it. This is also one of those things to think about. I know it's quite early on, you know, week 2, day 2.
4 क्या है? 4 क्या है?
You've got this matchup in Group Alpha. It's quite scary to think that one of these
teams
might not make playoffs, just given how every other team in this group has.
गरम पानी इतने गर्मी में भाई नींद भगाने का सबसे बेस्ट है गरम पानी से नहाना.
And it's only the top 4 that are going to make it into
PRX PRX को जीतना है, जिंक्स मत करना. PRX 2-0 जीतने वाला है.
really would have thought that week 2 is
2-0.
where some, you know, the time that we would think is this actually going to like destroy a team? Are we going to like essentially say goodbye to a team? Butterfly effect. I don't know. Week 4 we see something like, oh my god, this is when if only paper
YouTube पे 180 है.
Something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I love YouTube यार.
I think Bilski highlighted it nicely. It's something that I wanted to pull out as well. Yeah, 30 reps in a row for GENG. Even changing a couple of their players, they still wanted to, you know, bring about a Lotus identity with the Killjoy instead of the Vice. So changing it up right now, actually going over onto the Sentinels comp. So I'd be interested to see how they're going to play that. And for Suggest as well. Suggest on Vice, you know, he disappeared for quite a while and now he's back.
I love YouTube. Like करो.
How could that impact your performance in the game? Well, I'm hoping for Suggest that he'll just step into something new, right?
Hey, babe, YouTube pe quality.
For him, you know, coming back onto this roster, back with some old friends. I'm just hoping that they're able to, you know, find something here and maybe he gets a win in this arena.
Possibly. Well, we are already off, and right off the bat, PRX already poking all around the map, a little bit into the B side as well, where Texture up around A has sustained quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, just floating around the side at the moment.
Bye, thank you for the 89 minute Jan ke toti.
We know how aggressive they can be, but a little bit of patience at the moment, exploring towards the A site as well before ultimately settling either on a C split here, or if they want to try and bully their way in towards B. Ash has been spotted out at the top of the upper site.
We also do have the Paranoia already sent out
Bhai,
from Jing straight into Link. So a bit of control for PRX on the B side. The spike getting planted down, but now they have to push out a little bit more with the time that they do have, and a double kill instantly being found with Forsaken and Jing pushing off to the other sides in towards C Link. GENG trying to hold back, trying to fight back as well, and Karen and Texture will be able to rock them off balance down to just Divide. He might have the salvos, but can he truly play this post plant all by himself? Starts off with a frag, tries to tap even further. Salvos in to deny the spike defuse, but Texture has a great angle against him. It's a headshot or nothing for Divide, and he's being smoked off by Karen as well, spinning all around. Karen sticks the defuse, sticks the landing, and the pistol round picked up by GENG.
Karen will get the last kill at the end of that one, but really, being able to get it defused halfway before the salvos came in is quite pivotal for him. You got to aggress, you know, 2 opening kills technically when the spike plant goes down. Some great C link control that they're trying to establish there, but then not expecting who else? Kara to just get in towards that one. You can see at the end there as well, Devire's a little bit paranoid that there's going to be a potential later flank to come on through. 5 versus 3 conversion rate going to the way of GENG for the pistol round.
Pretty early on, that's not something that feels too good, especially since PRX are starting out on their somewhat favored attacking side. Still, they're not backing down. We started the round, and they are already straight into the B side once again.
Hello.
A bit of a force buy from the team, and they're able to do some sort of damage against GENG. Instantly, mid-rounding it over onto the C site as well. Jing goes in for the Shrouded Step, where Suggest is now waiting for more teammates to flush through. Unfortunately, though, not quite able to find the shot. Jing will be able to open up the site.
Over PRX. Oh, Omega. हाँ कैसा लगा? कैसा लगा अभी ऐसा जो मारा? Over हाँ कैसा लगा रे Omega? Over PRX.
Is gonna really favor his hand.
मेरे favorite team के बारे में कुछ बोलना नहीं, ठीक है? अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
Freaky turn of events.
उकट का हाथी का लुल्ली को बुलाना पड़ेगा.
But now down to just light shields and the Bulldog, and you've got the threat of more Bulldogs being picked up by PRX on the other side. Clearly a save, but still, just a bit of a surprise coming out from PRX.
Yeah, getting the no idea really does help them go for a bit of a force buy up into this one as well, right? And then the fact that you're comboing some salvos and a little loose spray with the Stinger, able to find a double there, and yeah, just ultimately a good idea, right? As you mentioned, Jing Shrouded Step to get in front of the Vice Util, and then everyone goes in together. It's a really good mid-round adjustment to come through for PRX, and that'll set themselves up quite strongly going in towards the next round. They upgrade a couple of their lesser weapons into the Bulldogs here. You can't throw a little bit of a reset towards GENG, who are going to have to come up with some good ideas on this defensive side as well. Because if you consider the last installment that we saw on Lotus for PRX as well, right, against DRX, they're running in towards this double duelist. The next installment that they come into here is not looking like double duelist, right? GENG are going to be playing this quite differently to how I would expect a DRX to. So they're going to have a couple of different ideas and how they want to plan their assaults because of that.
Very much so. They're going to figure out a way to play with this form of PRX, which
GENG का मैप है घर जाएगा 2-1 clean flawless.
It's a bit of a play off confidence knowing that GENG will be on that eco, so straight into the C site. You know, they're doing their due diligence as well, having the refrag smokes all around.
Then what
just
about
a gamble
G?
stack from GENG.
Favorite.
Sometimes it does happen.
You can
kind of look for any damage here. You can have a bit of a discussion, use these ones as a free timeout. Maybe you're just trying to take the Bulldog into the next round, though. If you're getting all the Vandals and such, I don't think it's, you know, a gun that you want to take into the next round, right? So go for the hunt, see if you can farm up any ults. Just be, I guess, a little bit cautious if you're giving any more orbs over towards the likes of Forsaken or Divide. Having those sort of ults in towards the next round could be quite scary if you get one away here, for example.
Wow. Even though they are trying to set up for some of these exit positions, PRX are happy to go in for the chase and the hunt. Salvos, though, unfortunately, will take down a teammate.
That is a question.
And that is very much alt points being picked up by GENG. I think Texture had an alt or possibly picked up as well, so he's somewhat close to a showstopper now.
Yeah, and you know, a player like Texture, if he's able to get electrified in towards this,
Good morning,
it'll
Drag.
certainly propel this Gen G as well.
He's been
because
needed to like step up as well.
I think that's the biggest thing for Gen G, right? Somebody has to step up
I think
to
if
give
PRX
some
lose
confidence
this
for this
time,
roster at
they
the moment.
should
We've
change
got Ash
nothing
stepping
or
into
change.
Tier 1 for the first time,
वो
and we've
thinking
got
का part
Suggest coming back.
उनके
You know,
ऊपर रख दो.
you got to feel
अभी
like
game
every
देखते
time he
ना.
stepped into this arena, there might be a little bit of a curse, right? So hoping to see some good things from him.
Bit of a curse with the ace from last week as well. That's one of the
Hello,
points of
Mohit.
conversation. You know, the idea is just
Shimmer,
that
कैसे
if
आप
Texture
please?
is needing to
Thank
you
you
pull
for
off
the
pieces
100,
like that,
buddy.
then the rest of the team must be a little bit quiet. So we'll see how this all plays out with the full buy round now coming through. Gen G with a bit of a stack on the B site.
ये लोग करेंगे mid push.
Yeah, just leaving Karen over towards the C site, protected with a little bit of the Vice util. It's an opener, though, that I was kind of waiting to see which would go, whose way it would go, rather. And unfortunately for Texture going down, he was the only player towards this A side. So it's going to have to be this massive flank where you don't actually have a proper flank watch to come out from PRX, because they're not playing on the standard Sentinels whatsoever.
It is something that is similar to what we saw on that pistol round, the way that
अगर
PRX
clean
were
kill
able
मिला
to
तो
find
ठीक है,
Texture
वरना
on the A
save
side,
कर सकते हैं.
jiggling in the same position.
इससे.
That said, you know, even without a proper trap Sentinel, Mindfreak is now on the Sentinel watching the back.
See what Mindfreak can actually do here. Information would be huge for him. And he will get that, but it'll cost him his life.
See what the rest of the team does to react against this. Salvos instantly just to block off the choke point. Smoke as well, and now Jing hiding inside of it. Is this the aggressive controller that we're now expecting to see? Unfortunately, though, an aggressive controller on the other side in the farm of Karen will be able to pick him off. Karen continues forward, finds a second frag. And a bit of a trade coming through from Ash as well as Forsaken. Now something trying to hold out the drop, but no! Munchkin has already found it up from the top of the drop. That's going to be Gen G trying to strike back, but still time bought enough for PRX to fend off the defuse.
Well. Good work from PRX at the ends to be able to hold that one down, and that just goes by a little bit of that timing factor in the round, doesn't it? When you've only got Texture over towards the A site, you got everyone who has the idea, let's go pillars, let's go through a mound wrap, let's just all go for a bit of a flank, and maybe we'll leave, you know, one to come back from the normal side of heaven. You're just taking away way too much time off the clock to be able to allocate, you know, the round essentially. So you got to be a little bit more careful in this slow-paced affair for Gen G, who are a team that really does favor into playing defaults early on.
A bit of a Red Bull clutch, but yeah. So now this is Gen G, you know, needing to catch up to it, trying to find their own aggression outside of C. They've got the one-way smoke, but the convergent path sent through now, and that's where the teammates get to fill in that space. Forsaken might have lost his life, but Devi finds the trades. Now one away. Well, no, he actually has the Armageddon. A little bit of a tough spot for Gen G to be in.
Yeah, you want to still go in towards this seaside at the moment as well. You spotted out a couple of extra bodies before, but you do have strength in numbers. The off angle at the moment from Munchkin will be squandered. It's just the Sheriffs that remain here, Clark.
Oh, Ash. He was the duelist from the Academy team, but it's not quite going to be enough of an effort.
Back again, back. Thank for the $2.
Able to take him down. The only one
left,
nothing but a Sheriff looking to do some damage.
Very much
one kill
possible.
Would be able to put him up to a showstopper, and that could be a bit of a chance. Pulls it off, finds something. Does he find Mindfreak as well? A bit of a dig, but Mindfreak manages to hide behind cover to pick the round back up for PRX.
That is quite unfortunate that the Sheriff shots hit the wall on that one, isn't it? That would have been a huge clutch that Gen G needed to come on through. I got to say, one of the weaknesses that we saw from PRX in the earlier series, and you know, even stretching it back, was how they're playing out their post plays, right? I thought there needs to be some new identity that's coming in towards PRX. We need this team to start to figure out how the macros of these maps are starting to look, and I will say they had some really good ideas when it came to how they were playing out these maps against DRX last time. I was really getting more confident that they're having a good understanding of how their opponents are looking to play, and in a round such as this one here, you really do need to have a good understanding, because you've got more Gen G players around this A side. It's not just Texture.
Gen G beginning to find some reads and adjustments, stacking up closer to the A site, but still a trade found by Forsaken. Judge play coming out from Munchkin though, and he will be able to eliminate any potential lurks coming out towards the B site, but still PRX press forward past this toxic screen. Texture tries to hold the off angle, finds a couple of digs, and even a frag against Mindfreak. That slows down PRX's pace, where then the paint shells actually does a little bit more as well. Tries to go in with a blast pack for a further frag, but still, Devi finding the trade, Munchkin to clean things up for Gen G. Gen G able to put up a strong foothold against PRX.
Yeah, the difference between the Phantom and the Vandals sometimes, right, as well. Just getting that
Bhai,
headshot
wo
for the
banda stun ho
140.
gaya.
You call him Mr. 4K
Drone
for
ho
a
gaya.
reason. Technically, you know, he should have had that kill if it was
Oh,
the
hila bhi
Vandal
nahi.
at the end of the day. But hey, you give them the pass because he was really just providing a lot of assistance and assurance for GENG in that round. Not dissuaded by the amount of numbers that PRX are playing around Rubble as well. Just an all-out fight, which you generally consider that's the kind of style that PRX are going to want to play, right? They want to get down and dirty in towards a lot of those kills. And this time, you want to second-guess playing around Mound, because that's where GENG are looking to take space, take control. They're trying to force you either in through this lane, through B, or over towards A, where they've got their Sentinel set up.
PRX has been aggressing over onto the other parts of the map. So GENG in the previous round trying to get a read, trying to get an anticipated play ahead of PRX. Now with the aggressive play outside of C, maybe not finding too much, but still keeping a lot of pressure against PRX.
This is where it comes towards the mid-rounding, the importance of it as well. What ideas are you going to be able to find out? Sheer wall up to the front of A looks a little bit different. So you'll send in a drone to re-clear some space over at Mound. You'll just see Charon, but Forsaken wants to get in with it. I'm already seeing a lot of learning from PRX in bringing in this Waylay, right? Forsaken's not getting too far ahead of the team, as we've seen from a lot of Waylay pickers so far.
Especially compared to last week. But as we say that now, trying to go through the waterfall, Texture will be able to find him. Something though, looking for the trades. They push past into the site, but still a lot of it being marked by Karen. Smoked up now. PRX looks for a bit more space, a bit of a safe haven on the site itself, but still, it's not going to be quite enough. GENG has everything swarmed up. Something tries to go in ADS, but still Suggest finds his number. And there it is, GENG slowly but surely getting closer to tying up the score.
Yeah, great damage on the explosive entries that PRX are trying to do in towards the site, but not really provided the way to be able to do so. And then you're in a, what, 4 versus 2 where the plant starts to get established. It becomes a little bit difficult when you're not able to set things up for some individual heroics on the PRX side. So 4-3. You know, keep it a little bit backwards and forwards. Mind Freak on this lurk is not able to activate either as well. That's something that PRX want to really try and instill in towards this one, you know, getting some really good Viper lurks. A lot of ideas from, you know, players like Meteor, for example. About, you know, what you want to try and see out of a good Viper lurker. That's probably the player in the world to look towards at the moment.
And that's what it is, right? Needing to find those timings if you are playing that role. I do feel as though it is a bit of an adjustment for Mind Freak. It's not an agent that he's never played before, but with the slight swaps and roles, you know, Jing now being the main controller for the team, Mind Freak needs to find the adjustments, needs to find his timings.
What do we hear, Alex? Say freed up for a Yoru?
Yeah.
Where's the Yoru, mate? There's no Yoru here. There's Waylay though.
Not right here. Yeah. It's like you free up one role, you free up a lot more for, you know, everyone else to play something different. I think Forsaken on towards the Duelist, you know, is a bit of a different look as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind Jing on an Omen. There's definitely going to be that learning opportunity for him as well, and how he's going to bring his own nuances in towards the likes of an Omen, using it for second entry, using it to combo with Forsaken here to get in front of the Vice utility. You're going to see some really great counters, because a good Waylay can kind of counter every Sentinel in the game at the moment to get past a lot of that utility and stuff. So I definitely see a world in which Jing is going to be used as a second entry to get in front of this utility. But for me, some weaknesses that were exposed for him was timings on smokes and timings on paranoias, and that just comes with, you know, bringing it out for the first time last week, right? Certainly. So you're going to look to see a little bit of new life from him in this one.
More experience. But with that as well comes some adjustments from GENG.
Texture alone will cook PRX
this timeout. So 2-2-1 split. And a lot more anchor presence on the C side.
Clean
somewhat 2 Sentinels.
Yeah, and the shield wall wasn't actually baited out by Forsaken going for the jump spot just before, so he's already used Lightspeed, he's already used Refract. He's essentially just going to be a body at the moment to just do the shooting. High-low set up in the front of B if you want to try and sniff it out. You still do have your drone, but Forsaken 50-50 angle clear, and he chose the wrong one.
That's got to sting.
A little bit.
And at this point, you're running out of options into the C-side. It's another high-low.
This is being played really well from GENG at the moment. You got to consider as well that sheer wall is still not popped. You can't really try and bully your way in towards this C site.
You can't go into C, you can't quite go into B either, and you've already spent so much utility. There was a fault line being sent out by something as well, and it just isn't quite enough. GENG
Ball
continues to
trigger
delay
tak nahi
them
hua hai,
snake
bhai, nahi
bite
ja
as
sakte
well.
snake
bite.
What do you do at this point,
You
Komodo?
save. You save at this point in time, unfortunately. There's not really
4-4.
much PRX can do with 20 seconds to go. You can already see on the radar as well some repositions from Karon over to the A site because they don't actually know if PRX had already snuck up rubble, if they've gotten close towards the A site to potentially explode in. Now you'll kind of just get the idea that it is going to be a bit of a save.
वो लोग
And
सीधा भी
it's
सी जाएंगे
a bit of a
तो
rough one for
ओमेन
PRX as well
टीपी
when
और
you
बेले
consider that
अंदर
they did
जाएगा
go
एक
into
और
this
बंदा
one
क्रॉस
with
कर सकता है
something
ना
on Guardian, right? So it wasn't the
वो
full
लोग को
kit
सिर्फ
of
क्लोज
caboodle
नेट
that you
डालना
do
पड़ेगा
want to go
वाइस
into
का
it.
वो टूटता है
Fair
क्या
enough.
स्पाइक
But still, you
नेट
can
से
definitely see, you know, some of the main points of focus. You need players like Forsaken and GENG to be able to create a little bit more of that space for the squad. But right now, that's tough.
This composition for PRX at the moment, if you want to talk about early space gathering, you
Happy
need to
Gudi
just see
Padwa,
the
same to
drone,
मेरी
you
जान
need
के
to see
रोटे
salvos, because
वाइस
they
बेटर
refresh,
सर्वर
right?
से
You see the fault lines and
some
flashes
maps
set up,
101%.
yeah, to try and get Forsaken into it if they want to use the light speed early, or if they
Some
want to save it
maps
for later, you're going to have to
101%
double
vice
swing,
better.
things like this.
Well, I don't mind that. So previous round was a bit of a falter towards the C site, but that does leave GENG to free things up a little bit more. Now you've got to just deal with a lone Suggest, and that allows for, well, Forsaken to dive right in, but Suggest is able to deal with the pressure. A double kill instantly found. She won't, not tripped either.
Pretty sure we've seen that exact play before result in the exact same way as well. With Forsaken going into a dark cover, front side, getting taken down, and GENG as well. And now, well, you'll have a bit of an answer back, but into a showstopper that goes a little bit lopsided. You're still stalled from getting in towards this B side. It's another untenable situation for PRX when you consider that the spike is also at the entry of B.
You're a car guy, aren't you, Komodo?
Yep.
आज का शेड्यूल ये स्ट्रीम पे रात को नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम और मेंबर गंजे
Do you do any cars stalling or already stalled?
Already stalled.
Already stalled? Well, I push in the clutch and I try and restart it, but I don't think PRX are going to be able to restart something if you're out of gas.
Yeah, and that's the problem right now. You've got no gas, you've got no leeway into either site. You've tried in for the dive into C, you've tried for the mid-round, you know, somewhat of a rotation into the B side, but even that gets sussed out by GENG. Can happen right now. It's Mind Freak with this Viper's Pit.
Good volley.
Good to slow them down, but the Steel Garden, that gives GENG a bit more confidence into pushing straight in.
Gotta remember though, Viper's Pit, the decay
up
is
by
here.
the back. Spots up Munchkin. It's just not enough. That Steel Garden's effect is definitely stinging against PRX.
If there was an extra second that he was in the pit for extra decay to come down, yes, then the classic would have been good, but it just doesn't stretch and cover a lot of the site with the way that he did position the pit, unfortunately. So, hey, a good attempt. I got to give it to him. You know, you start to get a little bit excited that maybe he'll be able to come with it.
But plan
on the Viper. That one kind of played into itself. But the fundamentals from the very beginning for GENG, you didn't really need to see Suggest move too much around the C site, right? I feel like here, Pilsky said it best. I think it was Pilsky calling him a bit of a liability in the last series at the moment. Which I mean, you know, if you want to get harsh with it, look, it was kind of true, right? But he didn't need to be the movable object in that round to start things off.
Yeah, in fact, just that one little play, the step away from that saturate. And the next round comes up once again. GENG moving things across the board. A bit of a stack towards C.
And it's just
thank you for the membership.
Last time his head was removed cleanly from his shoulders on this jump peak, so you have to be a little bit more cautious as the drone goes in.
A bit of assistance from, I think, Karon as well. So the smoke to put up a bit of a roadblock. Munchkin holding the off angle. A good flash though coming out. Support Forsaken into finding that entryway. But still, Nightfall already sent through, allows for Texture to get that sneaky peek out. PRX looking for another route, possibly into the B side, especially with Mind Freak to block things off. But can you fend off Texture? Yes, you can, with that possibly the site. And now a retake from GENG.
Yeah, so they're going to play this one, play a deficit. You got a bit of this utility that you can throw in, Ash on the Haunt.
Would suggest as well. So just to buy the attention away, but the trade's already found. Ash continuing to refill that space though, and Forsaken looks to get his way out. You've got salvos pretty much soon for Devi.
Not
quite yet. 4 seconds. Ash is sticking it. Ash is sticking it. Oh no! No frags found. Karon, he's managed to save Ash's life, and with that, the defuse for GENG.
You got to remember as well, right? in this high-level Valorant, if somebody is actually keeping track of this refreshable utility, somebody knows how long it's going to be until the salvos is there. But you're getting the idea that, hang on a second, if they're going to use the salvos, we kind of already would have seen them if they come in the first couple of seconds. So you got that really quick adjustment to just stay on towards the defuse as well there. It doesn't matter that the convergent pass goes in because there's no salvos. The spike is not planted on a line that they're just going to be able to spam you down.
And a win like that is a boost of morale. Ash knows that his read was right. PRX still scrambling to look for a round. It's been 5 in a row for GENG now, back into 8.
Jing repositioned as well, not in the normal spot that you would expect an Omen ult to be. So the fact that he's at the stairs is a little bit confusing for Caron.
With that, he finds one, but still the trades up around Baby Door.
Good, big, good.
Towards B upper already, and that's something that GENG didn't expect. PRX able to build the site.
They've just crossed each other on the A side. They have no idea.
A little bit suggests though, ooh, a little bit of a peek over the smoke, and something will be able to punish just a lone Ash. And at this point, not a round likely for GENG. PRX were able to throw them off their scent.
Yeah, quick answer. Quick answer back. Something that we associate with PRX. W Gaming, straight in towards the A side, a pivot in towards the B side as well. But Ash, I mean, he's given this one a little bit of a crack.
Yeah, why not? Round 11. Could help in alt orbs, if anything.
Nah, now
spraying over with the Prowler, yeah.
Now it's a bit too hard when you've got a single joke that you're going to try and break and enter into 3 of them. Nah.
You got the creds, you just don't want to give the out points over to the enemy team.
Do you think
so
our Indian teams like VCT as well will have a close match with these teams
considering the
current
as well.
performance?
5-6. Yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, when you consider that that was just 5 rounds in a row from GENG, who are starting to really find their momentum on that defensive side as well, you want to throw a spanner in the works, right? You want to try and change things up, and you've got these little aggression points that GENG are trying to throw you away. I think the biggest, point of confusion in the round was actually, where did Jing reposition to? I called it a little bit unorthodox in towards A stairs because it pulled Ash away from the site. Caron died because of it, and there's a little bit of a shudder that goes over to GENG. But hey, I will say, look, last round and a half, you reset yourselves mentally to get in towards this new round, and you start things off by throwing down the pit towards Mount, immediately drawing out all these combos of utility to allow PRX into this C site.
That's right, Armageddon, Lightspeed, Refresh, all spent just to get into C.
And Rolling Thunder.
The pit's already been dealt with, and yeah, with the Rolling Thunder as well. It's a bit of space. But will it be enough for PRX to really get a strong hold over the site? Off angle found, Munchkin trying to refill space and instantly deleted. Suggest though, able to spam through as well. So it's not quite safe enough for PRX to get the spike down.
Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. Everybody's going to go for a duel.
Smokes and everything to try to distract them as well, but Forsaken still continuing to hold. The swing though, it's 3 players on the other end! Something for a bit of a double, but it's not enough. The spike's been dropped. Mind Freak was trying to set up a flank, but the pressure has already been dealt with. And Karen just marks his 6 as easy as walking in the park. So 5-7 at the end of the first half, GENG will pick things up.
Yeah, nobody giving Mind Freak any bite on towards that flank and a little later lurk as well. And even for the rest of the PRX members, they're in deep in this C site. So they're not going to fall the situations to try and get out of there as well. I will say, this core 3 of GENG are really putting in some hard work in this map so far on that defensive side to really get things started. We've got glimpses of Suggest getting in there as well on this Vice that, plays a little bit differently for him. We've got Ash trying to, do what he can as well. Some growing pains in that spot, but now, you'll switch things over. GENG to the attack.
Yeah, you're nodding your head. I see you, Komodo. What do you think?
I'm letting a little bit of the cogs kind of turn at the moment because I'm also considering, for the likes of PRX, right? What does this defensive half actually look like for them when you think that it was a 10-2 half they were down last time? 2 rounds is really not impressive on defense. Maybe, the best defense is an offense, right? So we'll go play attack on this defensive side. We'll get off in your face. I can certainly see a world in which PRX are going to throw a couple of those scenarios in.
You have to imagine, it's going to be that, it's got to be that pressure down Rubble, maybe even Mount. But hey, how about that? Batman as the somewhat of an assistant support.
GENG or PRX best.
Shadowing him, yeah. I gotta say, I'm kind of waiting to see Patman KO.
CC था अभी पता नहीं किधर.
If that at all comes, I think he will.
आज का शेड्यूल VCT वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, उसके बाद फिर नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम रात को और फिर मेंबर्स ओनली रात को. कैट 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, बोलना भूल गया था, जल्दी से स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, पार्ट से.
It's been a little bit rocky, not quite the most solid, especially when we're thinking about their defensive side on this map just last week, like you mentioned.
भाई इतना याद रखो, ब्रीच से हो मेटा है.
Jiggling towards stairs. With all that utility, it's already a bit of information.
Yeah, it's a lot of information that Forsaken can communicate over. Thorns, the cloud is now stationed over towards the safe side. That's not going to be movable. You start to see some big shifts from PRX around the map because a lot of their composition, you know, you're going to have to try and go for these duels. You don't have something's fault line ready to combo with salvos, for example. They do have both of them at the moment, though. So
happy Sunday, happy Sunday.
GENG are getting close in towards the C side or B side. They could pop them in to stop a plant.
Well, this is interesting. With the drone out from B, PRX are now stacking up towards pillars with 2. Through that, they might be able to play around the door. But it also depends on how close Devi is able to get into the C side. So far, just not a single peep.
Yeah, there's going to be a retake towards this C side as well, and there might be some early timing with the pillars approach that is starting to come through. But suggest on this lurk, finding first blood in the round, 20 seconds to go. Here's the plant that starts to happen. There's the salvos that I mentioned before. Not going to see that combo with the fault line because that's going to be for the flank.
Yeah, it's already quite painful for PRX, especially losing Forsaken as well. Now you got to worry about the back and up towards the front. That's when GENG starts to push out. They have no control. Now the only thing to worry about is Waterfall. PRX still has to turn their heads around. Where is Suggest? When's he going to show up? And as that happens, now GENG outside of the smoke gets spotted out by Munchkin. Suggest finally showing up at the back. GENG have got them completely surrounded.
Yeah, Suggest is getting involved in a lot more of these duels at the moment as well. You know, he's keeping up with the old guard, even himself. But coming back in towards this one, I gotta say his timing on that lurk was actually really nice. He kept PRX a little bit occupied as well with that flank that potentially is going to come on through. So credit is due. That's a good little structured pistol to come out from GENG that they do have to alter things towards that C site.
I wonder what he said.
Are they going to be able to double it, because they did find the first pistol, remember, and then dropped to the force buy.
Definitely something to think about. PRX aren't forcing up right now. I mean, it's a little bit too risky. A lot early. Rubble pressure already, and GENG are not letting up, pushing further in. Well, PRX getting punished for that risky gamble.
PRX नंबर GENG को भी पता है वो लोग पुश करने वाले बैठे थे वो लोग
peeling off PRX
आएंगे लोग
reeling from the loss. GENG will be happy to come back in and refill that space as a full healthy squad. Another one down. Just Mindfreak left.
Have you decided to leave
so far, so good on
ever,
the anti-eco, right? Not losing anybody. Bit of early damage from some utility. Munchkin actually, if he's not careful, he might lose his life here from a stray bullet of Mindfreak. But hey, look, if there's only one casualty at the end of the day, that's fine going in towards the bonus round.
One of these, you take what you can get moments, but not even one found. It's GENG with the flawless.
Really stringing some rounds together, if you consider the last one of the first half as well. GENG picking Lotus for a reason, seeing a lot of weaknesses on PRX's side.
Bro, हर्ष भाई के गाने पे montage बनाया है, reaction crazy.
So I'll be interested to see what this bonus round is really going to look like for PRX as well.
सात के लेकर round में, बाप रे.
I mean, look, it was the end, right? It's one of those.
It is one of those, but it also is a question that is echoing throughout everyone's minds.
Chat एक line में खड़ी रहती है.
But that's it. We do have the full buy now. Something able to spray through these smokes, finding texture. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, lasering him down. You'll try and upgrade your weapon as Munchkin right now, but you are a player deficit. You've got a lot of the PRX members trying to draw a containment field around this site, but that is quite awkward for Mindfreak. Not expecting Suggest on the lurk, but more importantly on the far forward angle that opens up the whole C side. And look how much space he is just commanding at the moment.
suggest by na मान रहे.
Throw out the rotations from PRX as
On
well,
point
especially with
लड़के
the
ना
utility
उसका.
already placed down. Cycling through his thorns as well, which makes things a little bit more difficult for something. Not just something,
भाई पहले
Jin as
साल से
well.
पहले super chat मेरे
At
God
least
love
though,
you,
PRX
love
will
you
be able to hold the
too.
angle from Waterfall. Forsaken with
ऐसे
good little
कुलकर्णी
tap.
bye, love you.
Two players left.
अरे sorry.
PRX now pushes in. They've got a little bit of time on the spike. Of course, GENG trying to play close plant as well. Like, take a look at Karen's position. That's the one you've got to watch out for. Ash trying to pull the attention away to the front while Karen slowly creeps forward. Something trying to stick the defuse. Someone has it halfway, but Karen, that's when he strikes. Forsaken now pushing further in. Karen low HP, but Shrouded steps away. Tries to get ahead of Forsaken.
निकाल सकते थे बे GENG.
And the defuse for
Bro,
PRX to
निकाल
pick
सकते
around
थे
back
बे
up.
2v4.
Enough time as well. Not worried whatsoever
Nah.
for PRX there, right? But I gotta say, for GENG, it wasn't like that
Land
was a
market
weak
कब
bonus
आएगा?
round for
Any
them either,
approx
right?
date
They
मैंने
had
कल
a
video
lot
call
of
किया
that
था.
strong
उसने बोला
weaponry in the very
कि
beginning. It was like 4
आ जाएगा
Phantoms
जल्दी
and
करके.
Vandals, if I'm remembering correctly. And right timing on Suggest again. You know,
Shout out
his
to
timing in
them.
this
Love
map
you,
has kind of been impeccable for a lot of this
Hey, bhai,
contribution
dono
effort
hai.
for the team. But just not able to hold it at the end. You know, the 3 versus 4 when you're trying to establish a lot of your utility. It's the numbers game for PRX that are getting their trades, that are having the right calls.
It's something that we'll have to keep our eyes on.
By the way,
Suggest
जिनको
versus
नहीं मालूम
Mindfreak right now,
Pacific
you have to admit
अभी
Suggest
highest
is
वेले
just a tad bit
pick
better.
region
But
है.
at the same time, PRX
Competitive
looking to get ahead. Get a bit of a smoke
Highest
in from
across all
Forsaken. Gets
regions.
deep inside, looks for the sprays, but refracts back into safety.
Now, how many other numbers do you know for PRX that they're playing around the mounds?
Really deliberate smoke. A little bit of rubble control as well, and PRX starts to reset into that 2-2-1 position.
Yeah, one of the big things on a map like Lotus as well is you're very coordinated. You can play with, you know, some snipers behind these toxic screens as well. So kind of waiting to see what Suggest might look to do with it around this A site where you've got Mindfreak out in the open. How is he able to get away with 2? Make it 3!
Further up front as well. Oh, but the Outlaw punches back. Suggest
मारा 3 बस है
bit
ना.
of a trade. Ash trying to get ahead as well, but something will be able to deny that.
किससे मारा?
Spike for Suggest to pick up possibly. PRX, they do have the numbers right now. Something beginning to push out of C as well.
I have the spike.
I'll tell you the story, Quack, about a guy named Suggest in a 1 versus 3 back in VCT Pacific. He still has sheer as well. And for a post-play scenario too, that could actually be positioned a little bit nicely. The Arcros, the Steel Garden.
जमीन भाई मेरी reaction नहीं करता यार मेरी जान
Gets the
के
spike
टुटे.
down. What's chapter 2?
I mean, the pessimist in me wants to say die, but
We'll see. He already has a little bit of information off of those utilities being thrown out. Ooh, but a bit of a dink that might have sealed the deal right there.
7-9 अभी एक और राउंड
Able to
जीतेंगे.
find a
पैसा
slight
नहीं
time
है.
to get into the
8-9.
site.
and then the prophet says,
Fruit
you've read the
swimmer, अरे
story.
मैं कितना प्यार से बोला मैं. Please one नहीं one तू दोनों नहीं.
Criminal that Mindfreak's able to just stand in the open and deliver 3 kills. Not gonna
मुझे
lie.
hello
But it is
नहीं
the doubling
बोला.
down on the
Hello
round count there
Robin.
on this defensive side for PRX, where they equal what they got last time.
काचर को मालूम है राउंड जीत
Certainly
गया.
feeling a little bit better off of that.
पूरा हिस्ट्री निकाल दे रहे. WGENG
Triple coming
goal
out from
giving
Mindfreak,
thank
and
for
that
the
puts PRX
55.
right back where they need to
WPRX
be
भी होने वाला है.
against
याद
GENG
रखना.
with 9
याद
right now.
रखना. सारे haters लोग का नाम
Yeah, we're
मेरे
going
को
to have
दिख
a
रहा है.
ground control fight for the very beginning.
वैसे दोनों
Again,
team
see
है
if
बे
Forsaken
अपनी
will get
team.
punished this time, who's getting you know, a little bit more of his own identity on this waylay, though
Story
a
behind
little bit
channel में
sticky when
मतलब
it
कुछ
comes
ना
into
कुछ
this dark
पूछते
cover
रहना ही
play.
है तेरे
Again, just forcing PRX back.
मतलब game
GENG,
देखने देगा नहीं.
do they choose to actually commit towards the mounds this time?
Not fully, not yet. Still that 2-2-1.
बड़ी.
The Forsaken and something to prevent this from happening. You've got the fault line sent through, but look at the flight path from Texture. A little bit dismayed, but still Karen able to go in deep enough.
मारा.
Divide holdout from Waterfall, but it's just a little bit of damage. The Steel Garden
दो कैसे
pushes
मारा?
them away. GENG should be able to get the spike down.
Yeah, buys time for the spike to get planted here at the moment, but you still got to think about the close proximity
point
because
if
these
मार के बाहर आया
Stingers,
था वो,
there's 3 of
बराबर?
them in play. Well, now 2.
With a little bit of a hold from GENG. Yeah, the Stingers, even Phantoms as well. It's really strong at this range, but still a bit of a swarm from PRX themselves.
There.
Will be able to find that bit of an
What
opener.
the heck,
However, the survival smoke on the side definitely cordons things off. Texture able to hold it all down. Spots out Jing as well. Munchkin denies PRX any joy in this round.
Yeah, big force buy from GENG. You know, they've already seen what PRX are liking to do around the mound control at the moment. We're trying to set up Forsaken a little bit forward on this waylay, take the space, because Lotus is, you know, one of these maps rather, that a lot of teams are generally taking either rubble control, especially in Teo Breach meta, or you're taking some mound control, and waylay just adds a little bit of a different flavor towards how you go about that. We already have seen PRX go for mound control with the waylay, and we've seen Forsaken, when he sees a little bit of util or a couple of bullets his way, he immediately refracts out. So I like that GENG have just figured this out within this game and wanted to challenge in towards the C site with that lesser buy.
Yeah, they've always been so strong on the trades, Komodo. And right now, being able to play alongside PRX's pacing, especially with that waylay in play. Viper's Pit will deter GENG currently from pushing into C again though, so trying to sneak their way over onto the A site. You've got Munchkin leading the pack. What are PRX doing?
I mean, there's nobody at the A site, and I don't think you're really going to expect that if you are GENG.
आज गिफ्टेड अगर सही प्रेडिक्ट करा तो दोनों गेम
Forsaken.
भाई ये गेम PRX जीतेगा
they're close to the ultimates, I want to say.
और दूसरा गेम
So
DRX
possibly a
जीतेगा
bit of a
PRX
retake
DRX
play from PRX, but GENG, they're making use of the
एक
space.
second
They're
रुक जा।
holding downstairs, and that could allow them to do a little bit more damage. Forsaken though,
यही आंसर
will look to get ahead.
Yeah.
that is the
Gone
answer
for the plant, converted pass on in, combo a lot of this utility.
Refract as well. Convergent paths allows him to find the third. Forsaken
भाई क्या
continuing to creep
एजेंट
up front.
बनाते
Looks for a bit of
भाई
support, and that's going to be another frag.
क्या
Defy
भाई
picks it up
कितना
instead.
बुरा लगा है पता
Karen now
उसके
trying to
लिए
hold it all by himself, but Forsaken has everything.
हाँ
Down pat, a quad kill in the round for Forsaken.
भाई
Yeah, it
कितना
feels too easy
बुरा
for him
लगा बे
sometimes, doesn't it? When he's just going around, shooting.
W
taking the
all
lead as
is
well.
to GE
Being
love
leading
you Golu
it
bye
open.
thank you for the
Yeah,
$2
I mean, it's one of those things
जान
where
के
if you want
टोटे
to, you know,
JJ thank
you've
you
got a
for the
Viper spit over at the C
29
site, you're
भाई
having a
मान
couple
जाओ
of
यार
bodies
मत करो
behind it,
जिस
because
मैं
you do
नहीं
have
करता
to
जी
remember the composition that GENG are playing. They've actually got a lot of drone ability that can
Vice
kind
is
of
best.
sniff out what's happening in the pit, right? If Ash's Prowlers are
in
thrown
this
on
meta,
in, or if you want to
few
get
maps
just the
Vice
boom
is
bot
best.
from texture, you know, these are the kind of approaches that you could get in towards the pit and look to get through it.
So being able to understand what GENG are looking to pull off, PRX are able to find some counters, and right now with the 3 stack into the A side as well. However, GENG slows down the pace. Forsaken looks for the trades, will be able to find Munchkin, and with the saturate as well, look at that, that's how you use the dash. He finds verticality with it, and takes down Karen. Mind Freak on towards the other side as an anchor as well, the top fragger for the team currently. 2 kills in this round, and it leaves Ash alone.
समथिंग के पास एल्ट भी है 10-10 हो सकता है ठीक है
See if he can get anything here, but it's not going to be the case. Another multi-frag round to come through for Forsaken. A couple of
Darshit bhai, thank you for the 5 gifted मेरी जान के
wasn't really needed, but when you feel like there might be some more members of GENG, it's okay. There's still some more depth in this map to go that you might even be able to get that one back, and you're always going to be incentivized to try and help Forsaken in this kind of moment, right? Because he's feeling it. He's on one. He's feeling sharp. He wants to go for these jewels, and you absolutely cannot blame him.
Huh?
Not only do you
10-10
not
chat.
blame him, not even admire him.
Darshit
this
thank you
is
for the 5
starting to
gifted
look
मेरी जान के
like
टोटे Big W from heart to Acetol. Thank you,
Well, the
Gulbai.
biggest thing
Thank
for
you
me
for the
right now
$2.
is coming in towards
You know
2025,
what?
right?
Thank you.
We've got PRX who are experimenting with a lot of these different role changes,
भाई
right?
मेरे
And
एक
we've got
दोस्त
a
ने
GENG
crazy reel
who
बना
are
रही है
bringing in
भाई
Suggest, coming back, making his return to Valorant. We're bringing in Ash from, you know, the tier 2
उसका आएगा
challenger scene, where he's stepping up, right? We're trying to figure out
old friend
what is the new 2025 identity for PRX? What is the new identity for GENG in 2025? Where so far we're looking at a GENG who are kind of trying to play their style that they were in 2024, and that's, you know, kind of the reason that I attribute their loss to Boom a little bit, right? Where Boom had a really solid idea on how they wanted to try and counter those plays, get up to those choke points and explode straight in towards the sites, especially on that Ascent, where you could look to kind of just abuse Suggest a lot. Right now, he's playing in a way that he's getting a lot more back up, and it's not really being afforded, right? And he's also getting really dirty in these duels on the attack side. So this is a really good little switch up for GENG, figuring out their own weaknesses, and on the side of PRX, they're stepping it up as well, trying to activate Forsaken. So we are seeing a lot of growth in 1 week of play between both of these teams, and it really comes down to that time out there. Who is it going to favor more right now? Because we are getting towards the tail end of this map.
very close to it. Forsaken pulls out
कौन था जरा बाहर आ जाओ हाई लिखो जरा जिंजी वाले
Refract not yet used, and He's going to be able to plant himself towards B.
Yeah, would you expect an operator though at this current point in time if you are
Gen G? I mean,
I highlighted a little bit earlier. One of the good strengths on this map when you are playing a competent Viper as well is being able to reposition anybody behind the wall, whether it be into the open like we saw from Mindfreak earlier, or on a standard line to situate an operator on the correct line. I'm assuming that that's exactly the right timing on the wall to reposition Forsaken, and then the rest of the team goes elsewhere. So they're playing, you know, strong side with rifles, operator on weak side, and now you know where it is. So does that give Gen G enough of an incentive to come and face the operator, seeing nothing from the Prowler towards A, or are they wanting to go to the C site where, well, there's a couple of bodies here?
Fake है भाई, something का rotation देखो, वो लोगों को पता है fake है भाई, वो लोग को पूरा पता है fake है, result का क्या करेंगे?
Towards the C site now. I just heard them counting down 1, 2, 3, and there's the execute. In with Texture, but still the aftershock of all things finds Karan. Smoke's gone. Showstopper might have been spent, but Texture in towards a deeper spot. In with the Rolling Thunder though, something along with the other teammates will be able to swarm the site. They've got everything covered down. 7 seconds left. The spike has already been dropped. This round is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gen G didn't do enough around the map to really bait out a lot of the utility from PRX, right? You've got in the end there, you still got something with a lot of his breach utility. You still got Divide with, like, you've got everybody on PRX still with a lot of that utility. That if you're looking to go into the C site sub 30 seconds and you're trying to set Texture up to showstopper in, you know, you're trying to get a flash in and everything. Well, you got to remember, this is Valorant. This is a game that is still a gun game, but abilities are quite destructive in this current meta, right? And you have to be baiting them out early enough.
And I think this answers your question as well. 2025 PRX plays with utility and an op and a bit of a slower pace, being able to control around.
क्या कर रही Gen G attacking map में BC? क्या language है भाई? Map किसका है? कौन है players? है knowledge है knowledge.
But this time, this time it's quicker from Gen G, right? Up towards the A site with an idea that they can get in and clear tree with Prowler, standard utility to get on up. You'll still have to start to clear the site with the rest of the utility, however, but you've got an early C flank that's already noted.
Yeah. So it's a great lead from Gen G to be able to throw PRX off.
Do they pit?
It's a good question.
They do.
The right time as well. Salvos will break the door. And the question is, does PRX have the retakes?
Oh, but Suggest is going way too deep. They might expect this, they might not. No, they probably won't expect this one right now.
Depends on Suggest's timing. And with that, yeah, Suggest was able to turn around at the right moment. 2 kills. Texture holds off on the top of heaven as well. Just Forsaken and Divine shouldn't quite have it. And no, they do not. Suggest even more dirt into the wound, and it stings. Divine now, the only one left, looks to hold on to his weapon, but not even that. Karan snuffs it away.
Yeah, that Viper's pit at the tail end there. You know, the entrance in towards A covers stairs, covers any baby door entry in towards the side as well. It's a pretty destructive one when you consider how much utility you'd actually need to throw in there to kind of get in. And then you also wonder, well, it's a single lane. Anybody that is spotted in that pit, well, you're assuming they're just going to get sprayed. So really well done from Gen G from the beginning of just getting rubble control in towards the A site, seeing nobody home, having the, you know, the contingency at the end there with the pit 2. New round though, 4 stack for PRX towards the A side, an early duel potentially here.
And what could be one of their very last few buys. Gen G picks this up, it's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top.
W stun by
Texture, but still the sprays from Karan over. He shrouded steps way past them, finds the quad.
W stun by W stun.
It's just Mindfreak left to pick up the pieces. 3 pieces. Slowly looking for some placing back into the game, but still.
Excel file delete kar dena.
So much that they can do.
At this point in time, it's just on Gen G to not make a mistake here and give this round over towards Mindfreak that you've got to consider as well.
2 round PRX का था, 2 round अगर जीतती तो ये मैप कौन जीतता?
Try.
फुकट ये लोग जान मेरे को लगता है ये लोग का साजिश है.
Your only efficiency is going to be on your duels here.
If you are
Mindfreak,
you just feel so alone.
हर बार ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? हर बार कि PRX को जीतनी चाहिए, लेकिन जीतनी नहीं.
Even a little peep punch will silence him. It's GENG
ये
up to
लोग जान
match point
कर
and they
गुस्सा
are
दिलाते
feeling
हैं
way more
entertainment
confident.
purposes के
Yeah,
लिए मेरे हिसाब
100%. I mean, this Gen G at the moment has an idea of how they're wanting to play this map, right? They've done their homework, they've done their preparation, they're having some really good mid to late round calls and even some great early calls. I mean, Karen, right? Once upon a time, a rookie in towards it. We're wondering what is he going to look like in his Valorant endeavors, and he's coming out with now, you know, we're calling him, you know, one of the pivotal core members of this award-winning roster in Gen G.
That's 1000 लोग देख रहे हैं, like कर दो stream को पट से.
Yeah, Shrouded Steps his way all over.
Knowledge है?
Calls
मत
out
करो यार, member भी नहीं हो तुम.
for PRX.
पैसा दे के सुनाओ ना.
I mean, those war cries, man, I'm telling you, they are something.
Oh yeah. No, 100%. And if you are PRX at the moment as well, you know, what are you trying to do, right? Like, we're seeing some great duels being fought by Forsaken for sure. We're trying to see all this utility to help set him up and everything. But when he's losing his life and your early round game plan isn't going your way as PRX,
thank you.
There's nothing to really reactivate back
international fans.
This is where I really do wonder what it feels like for the players on that stage right now. You are PRX. You started out incredibly well against DRX last week. Just to kind of throw that all away. Now you're very close towards pushing to an overtime right now as well. But do you have it? Everyone's eyes in this stadium, even right next to us. The analyst desk, their eyes are all glued to the screen right now.
Shantanu bhai, thank you for the membership.
I mean, you've got to consider the weight behind the names, right? PRX, Gen G, Staples. And right now, Jing, I was going to highlight him, who's having a bit of a shocker. So the fact that he's found an opening kill here.
Repositioning as well, something that Karen
11,
Karen has
12, by
this is how we see a little bit more of it from Suggest, but he's working.
और 4 second के
Jing
पास
is working
ult
alongside
भी है,
White
slow
for
motion
anchor
में
down the C
OT
site.
जाएंगे.
And this is a really stretched wide default as well from Gen G, right? So what can Texture find over towards this A site? What timing can he kind of coordinate with this Viper utility? Ask for Munchkin, wall up, wall down. Try and clear a lot of this space, which is just a double hold at the A side at the moment.
At least for PRX though, the opening kill has already thrown a wrench into their plans, but Texture, look at that. The sudden peek out, even with a high-low, you know, someone crouched down, he's able to find the frag. That just might open things up. Off of a little kill, PRX now peels back.
30 seconds left.
Divide. The salvos now as well. Can you combo them with anything to ensure a kill, or are you just using them for the time? It has to be a little bit of the latter.
Not unless you can allow for Forsaken to get it somewhat, but Forsaken's pinned down by Texture on the A site. It's just down to Divine and his teammates to try to hold it off. Convergent paths, but no, it doesn't quite connect until Forsaken pushes up with Jing. 2-on-1, does Ash have it? Low HP, Jing gets destroyed. Forsaken now out from Baby Door, makes a bit of a footstep out with a Phantom, goes for the spray, but Ash crouches down, finds the headshot, the triple in the round, and bringing us to the final destination on Lotus, 13-10.
Very well played from both teams, I gotta say. We had some really great moments of these teams showing their new character in the server. At the end of it, I mean, how many occurrences did we have of just multi-fragging rounds in a row from Gen G, right? They closed it out with the 3 in a row there. 13-10, it's not the most comfortable win. A win is a win to start off this best of 3 though, and on your own map pick as well, right? We had weaknesses shown from PRX though. You flip it on over, and Fractures around the corner.
You got lucky.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tricky to say the least. I mean, some great performances, you know, some improvements coming out from PRX, but it still leaves us a little bit wanting. Gen G, on the other hand, significant improvements coming out from the likes of Ash.
भाई देखो सिंपल है भाई. Gen G जीत गया. पहला मैप PRX का मैप था. सेकंड मैप Gen G का है. समझ रहे हो? उसका मतलब Gen G जीतने वाला है अभी. 2-0 खत्म होने वाला गेम. समझ रहे हो तुम लोग? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? ऐसा ट्राई करेगा तो काउंटर हो सकता है क्या जिंक्स चैट? हाँ, कि दिल से निकलनी चाहिए. मत करो यार. Gen G का मैप था ये Gen G का मैप था क्या? अरे फिर क्या भाई, क्लोज गया ना भाई.
be feeling a lot better as compared to last week. But speaking of
Gen
how
G का
things
था क्या
feel,
अबे भाई?
I really
Next
do
map अपना है
wonder
भाई.
what it feels in that PRX room right now.
हक दिया यार.
But before all of that, we've got to toss the question over to our desk. We've got coaches.
How about Spike also have skins and finishing like effect? भाई एकदम crazy, एकदम crazy. जब स्पाइक फटेगा तो ऊपर से फ्लावर्स वावर्स आएंगे, पूरा स्क्रीन एकदम कलरफुल हो जाएगा, समझ रहे हो? पीछे गाना बजेगा, एक बंदा गिटार विटार बजा रहेगा, ये स्पाइक फटा देखो गांड फटी, ओहो क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी क्रेजी. ये तूने कब और कैसे सोचा भाई? एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है, एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है. ये क्रेजी था. स्पाइक फटने का इसको चाहिए स्किन्स. हाँ क्रेजी था. मतलब अलग अलग बंदा स्पाइक प्लांट करेगा तो अलग अलग स्पाइक दिखेगा ना, तो लोग देखते रहेंगे, अरे ये कौन सा स्पाइक है, ये कौन सा कलर का है. क्रेजी 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 क्रेजी. दैट्स अ डब्ल्यू आइडिया, दैट्स अ डब्ल्यू आइडिया. हाँ रूड भाई, रूड ने भाई, ये कौन बंदा है पता है? ये वही बंदा है जो शार्क टैंक में ऐसे आइडियाज लेके आते हैं कि ये रहा टूथब्रश, इसको तुम हाथ ऊपर करके यू करोगे तो ये अपने आप मुंह के अंदर हिलता रहेगा, ऐसे ऐसे करके. समझ रहे हो? जरूरत है हाथ ऊपर करके ब्रश करना? नहीं ना. वैसा वैसा. अब बिंग्स भाई एक जिंक्स कंप्लीलेशन करके बनाओ ना. मैं करता नहीं हूँ भाई, हो जाता है, मैं करता नहीं हूँ, मैं करता नहीं हूँ. अरे आई एम सॉरी, आई एम सॉरी, आई एम सॉरी, आई एम सॉरी. कल ही आ रहा है नया स्किन.
Ideas with the Waylay. I've
I'd
been
like to
enjoying watching
apologize.
it. It's just a
Please,
shame
please.
it's not quite getting the
मैं
moment.
सोया नहीं हूँ
right?
ना.
I do think what's also funny with Suggest in a way is that you could clearly see PRX's game plan was
रुक जा,
let's
चाय
find
लेके आना.
Suggest, let's run a Suggest wherever it's going to
Valorant
be. We're going
अगर
to take it to
ये
him. We
का
saw them go
होता
C
तो
and B at the
actual
kind of
में
start of that
अभी
game a
तक
lot. They were avoiding
implement
A.
हो जाता.
And,
क्या बात
really
कर
trying
रहे
to
हो?
find
लेकिन
Suggest.
नहीं है ना.
You know, if somebody's disrespecting you like that in the server, there's
ये
only, you got to
अगर
stand up to
मगर भाई
bullies.
कभी ऐसा सोचा अगर मैं एग्जाम में टॉप करता तो आज मैं एकदम टॉप जॉब में जाके टॉप सुपर चैट करता बंग्स भाई को? कभी ऐसे सोचा अगर मगर में? अगर ये का होता. मेरी गांड फट गई. सेकंड मैप चालू कैसे हो गया करके?
Worrying signs for me. I see the Waylay double dash into
Dale
sight off the
क्या?
back of the
ठीक है.
Teo drone. Something
नाने
stuns
जा भाई, मेरा
Forsaken.
नाके हो गया भाई.
He dies for free, and then Mindfreak does this. A double kill through the smoke with one clip of a
I
stinger.
18 हूँ.
And all of a
मैं
sudden this
18
round
हूँ,
goes
200
into chaos.
super
So
chat
some of this
करते, 2000
individual
super
brilliance
chat
from
करते,
PRX
बात
really
तो
did
gifted
some
करता है.
wonders in some of these rounds, but there was also some shakiness, and you even saw it in that last round with the
शर्म
clutch
नहीं
that Ash was able to pull off. They really weren't always on the same page, PRX.
Yeah, I mean they did a good job. I think there to get the force buy ready to go was great. Now this was a great anchor from Suggest. I think this is what I mean. They were trying to punish him, but he found that gap. We know with Waylay that you're going to be you have to have everything covered, so Suggest understands that and reads it. This was a different little wrinkle that we saw PRX had. We said we want to see them be more aggressive on their defense, so he's running down C and refracting away on pressure. Ooh. And this, of course, is that ult that we spoke about. This is the best team at getting value out of this ult, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree. And it's such a impactful ult when it does hit, because you're basically useless if you get hit by that Waylay ult. You're going to basically be a liability, a sitting duck that really can't move anywhere or fire back too much. And you can see just how easy it is for Forsaken to roll back on through with that retake and complete it with relative ease. MVP goes to Caron. I think the best player for Gen G in kickoff, undoubtedly. And in that opening series, he had one pretty good map, and then he had one map where he was kind of struggling. So I think Caron, up and down, but still well and truly shows the potential to be the best controller in the league, and can very much just win you a map when he's feeling himself. That crispy aim, the good old dot crosshair that always seems to hit the head, and the multi-frag potential. And positionally, he's always just so sound. Like, he understands exactly where he is in the round and what he needs to do.
He's so comfy on Lotus. This is, you know, Gen G have played so much Lotus. He's been on Omen for, like, all of it. He really understands this map. He understands his role in this map brilliantly. He's in the right positions. He knows the TPs. It's a joy to watch him play. And I'm glad that he kind of this map at least was a little bit of a return to form for him. So nice to see.
It's actually remarkable that he was the rookie last year on Gen G, but now he feels like a fundamental being of Gen G. He's so important along with texture there, and he does keep it up. Like you said, there are some inconsistencies, but he always in the end does step up. Now Fracture is going to be the next destination, the next map, and we know PRX is pretty good at Fracture, and Gen G wasn't looking their finest.
No, definitely not. The Gen G game against RRQ was one of the games where I think they got smacked the hardest in kickoff, and they were playing a mirror comp in that regard with the Sova. I expect them to change their comp and probably bring something new, particularly with Ascent Suggest coming into the roster. And I wouldn't be surprised if PRX changes it up either, because they played Fracture in kickoff. They had some success, but they have been playing a lot of Waylay lately, so that's something we could see them play again here.
Yeah, we haven't seen this from either team in stage 1, so I think whatever preparations they will have made, we haven't had a chance to see it yet. And there was a big enough gap for both these teams because they didn't go to the international events. So I think changes should be expected for both of these teams. As you say, PRX historically quite good on Fracture. It is a map that suits their style well, but you know, they've not really been playing the old school PRX style in a way.
That's true, and role changes too.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I want to ask the question, right? This is a Raze map. Is Jing going to play Raze, or is Forsaken going to continue to play the Duelist? Because he's played the Duelist every single time for PRX so far. Is Mindfreak going to be on Brim, or is Jing going to be playing on Brim? Because he's been playing that controller role, and who's going to be on the Senti? You know, is it going to be Mindfreak, or is he going to have to let someone else play Brimstone? I mean, Jemkin makes Brimstone look pretty easy. Just throw a Duelist on an iPad and then let him just frag out, right?
I want to see Jin go onto the Brimstone. Moving your Duelist across the Brimstone is a very easy transition for most Duelists because you drop your util and then you're able to go freely into the site. You're lacking the kind of nuance in a way that something like Omen has, where, you know, your paranoia is a hugely valuable bit of util. There's you know, the recharge on the smokes that you have to manage. Brimstone, it's drop and go. Then you become a gun.
Drop your smoke and you're a man with gun. You are just a man with gun. You're a little toy soldier from that point in the round. Don't think about anything. Just do stuff.
So I do think Jin could do a good job there. So I
like that.
like to see that.
I like that idea. That could be really interesting, and almost without a doubt that both teams would be reshuffling things a bit. I'm of course curious how Gen G will be changing things up. You were already shocked that they changed their Lotus up a little bit. I wonder if they'll be doing the same for Fracture, but I know PRX, they have evolved, adapted Fracture over the years and have generally been fine. So what's Gen G gonna do? I'm pretty sure they want to close this out 2-0. PRX is a tough opponent.
Yeah, I think honestly, Teo inclusion, I don't expect like the overall structure of the comp to change. Like, I don't think Gen G is a team that's going to flex into double duelists and change the roles up hugely. I think it will still be on Suggest on some kind of Sentinel. Ash, I mean, I probably don't want to see the Sova again. It didn't work for them so well last time, and I think maybe it might have been a comfort pick of Yeoman as well, to be fair, to some extent. So look, I think breach Teo and just keep things simple, put texture on the base.
एक सलाह देनी थी, बोलो यार. मैं सारा सलाह लेता हूँ, मैं पता है, सारे क्रिटिसिज्म्स में लेता हूँ, इसलिए मैं इतना स्ट्रीम करता हूँ. लोग गालियां देते, स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं कर रहे? पट से लाइव, समझ रहे हो? गोल शर्म में भाई गोल है. गलती से अगर रोनाल्डो भाई आ गए स्ट्रीम पे, समझ रहे हो? You never know, कभी कौन आएगा स्ट्रीम पे. Will you be in Soul City? पहले मैच जीत ले भाई. Will you be in Soul City? मैच जीत ले इधर. गले तक आ गए हार्ट्स. बस भाई इस बार VCT देखने जाने वाला हूँ, हो कि नहीं मेरे को नहीं पता भाई. हेवी कॉम से Cypher versus Vice, and I love ये मैप में Cypher. इतने बड़े मैप में Vice लिया है.
People are going to be seeing Jing not on Raze on Fracture and doing a bit of a
question mark. Thank you for the membership. Blind
come
thank you for the 2 months.
Duelist core here. Quack, who casted some of PRX's earliest game, might remember Forsaken being a primary duelist, and it looks like that's the role here. We're gonna go into map 2 and send it to our casters Komodo and Quack.
Oh yes, I very much so remember that, Victoria, way back in like 2022. Now we're getting to see more of that right now on the stage, but at the same time, you know, Just thinking about how all of those
GENG
results
better
from the
on
very first
Rage.
map plays out, Komoda. I mean, you saw that shot of something with his eyes closed in that chair.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot going through your head in this sort of scenario as well, but you do have, I guess, one saving grace that you're going into your own map pick choice, right? So we're looking for something new from PRX, where they're running this T1 comp. So are they going to be able to draw some little parallels from that position and apply them here?
We'll see if that does pay off for them, but right now, just a full collision outside of Pension Arcade. GENG will be able to find one off of the little exchange, though. Just a full dump of utility, and right now, a bit of an aftershock to allow for Ash to go for a peek, but Forsaken will still be able to rear his crosshairs around. Munchkin, however, will be able to push up as well until he gets taken out. All that said and done, Suggest was able to look deeply into the seaside and past defender spawn.
Yeah, but is it going to work for anything? That's the problem right now. You get an idea from Iron Freak that eventually the lurk is going to be there, and 1 versus 3. I mean, both of these guys are low, but if you're just playing to the numbers, you're doubling up, and maybe
why audience hide their face?
Like,
UM की वजह से
gonna get clattered.
Hopefully
not.
High-low. Oh god, they got away just in the blink of an eye to set up for the fault line. So just stays tucked away. You know,
एक और बड़ा high-low इधर आ. इधर आ बड़ा high-low.
For another high-low.
Again a
ये
high-low.
बड़ा high-low है भाई, बड़ा high-low है,
Forsaken to
छोटा-मोटा
pick
नहीं.
up the pistol round for
ये
PRX.
उनकी मर्जी.
Yeah, more multi-frags come through from Forsaken. If this is, you know, one of the new looks of PRX, where we're actually finally getting structured roles and stuff, it is, you know, down to this comfortability factor, right? When I'm thinking of this roster, Forsaken, you know, on the duelist again, okay, that makes sense. But for something as well, right? How is his breach looking like? Because that's seemingly becoming one of the more common picks for him. And I mean, I think his caliber of play, he's going to make any agent look, you know, kind of above average. But for breach, you know, to set up this team, he really needs some great timing to really be consistent.
And that's where it does get a little bit more.
Thinking for a second, I will learn something.
Be able to pull off these plays, but at the same time, GENG, okay, just picking up the alt orbs right now.
I do like that. I mean,
no,
shot, there's 4 of them. It's not a bad idea.
Play a bit of Pac-Man. There goes the second pellet. Wow, a lot of discipline. He's not going in for the peak, knowing that there might be a lot of them on the other side. As I say that he does go for the swing. Finds Ash, though, not too shabby.
Yep.
And smokes it off.
I mean, we heard it on the analyst desk, right? Switching duelists onto a Brim when he's not on the iPad. Just point and click. At the end of the day, Valorant is point and click. Just like that.
Good.
Second kill found in the round. GENG still in the same spot as before. Now you've got Mind Freak chiming on the other end, but GENG with the information that they had from before, trying to look for the pinch against GENG. Oh, no. And Texture will find it. That's not too bad. In the pistol rounds, able to find a bit of damage against PRX. Rifles lost.
By Alex Tochan देने वाला है भाई.
Nearly a flawless anti-eco, but getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. PRX now they're going to have to, you know, fashion out some good defenses in the 4-lane map. You know, one of the things when it does come towards Fracture as well is you got to think, right,
one map down है, Bhakti on top
the likes of a Vice Wall to be kind of a glorified alarm bot, right? Are we looking to just leave it in one position, going together?
It was the last bullet.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. All right. Well, now we've got the buys. And GENG start with 3 north side, 2 south side. PRX pushes out alongside the stealth drone. Stuns and relays. Suggest trying to stay alive. Ash just kind of abandoned him, deserts him. But with that, a bit of information and a timed read as well. GENG will be able to push into the B side. Blocks them off of the angle with the salvos as well. Will they have the spike plant off of this?
Oh, but what you expect? Texture to already be pushed near spawn. The end's gonna be. No, that is so awkward. And this round is actually turning on its head.
Oh my, what happened? With that, though, Karen left to kind of fill up the blanks. He finds a bit of a double, but still nothing much found after that. PRX will be able to find those trades needed to pick up the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these common things that we are seeing on a map like Fracture when you are running this. It's something that I think, you know, Vice comps can do quite well, right? If you are just considering the sheer wall's versatility when you're using it as a glorified alarm bot over towards Dish, where it more commonly is, you open
by
up your
attacking
team to
map
go for a
पे
crunch
3-0
on
up
the
पे
south
defense
side,
side
the
में
attack side,
PRX
spawn
any
side of
comments
things, and taking tree control.
इधर के
It kind
haters
of
लोग
does make
दिखते
sense
रहे
when you
अभी
consider this composition that
सो गए
PRX
क्या
are running.
हाँ
So hoping to expect more of that. You are on the defense, and you do need to get proactive. Swapping onto different sides, though, and now hearing a lot more pressure. Again, back in towards bench. It's up to Mind Freak to pilot this Vise. He tries to reposition himself. There are a lot of smokes up around the site. Pushing out, though. Jing will be able to find the first frag. Denies a little bit of entry, but still, GENG pushes past tower. And that's Mind Freak gone.
Oh, they should have heard him.
Stingers and everything. Yep, a bit of noise as well, but for Forsaken,
Gotta
just a
go,
slam,
baby.
this
Good
nasty
second.
relay bolt. Slides forward as well. Looks for the third, but Texture answers back. Low HP, but still a doable one-on-one until he throws out the fast lane. Something. Timed peak finds the fourth round for PRX.
Just wanting to really get dirty with these duels. I mean, it was working how many times over on Lotus, right? Setting up for Forsaken for multi-frags upon multi-frags. He's just getting comfortable back in his own element. And you've got, you know, a lot of these smokes that they're playing around with. You don't need to keep it too chaotic around the side as well, right? Just get the gunplay happening. And it's working a treat at the moment for PRX. And I think one of the things to really consider here is we've seen 4 rounds. There's pretty much 4 different ideas. So they're really, you know, trying to explore and keep things guessing on for as far as GENG are concerned.
Well, GENG looked to deal with some of those concerns early on. Wow, Rolling Thunder straight into the B site, but Forsaken has kind of gotten away because of that sprint. So back in towards the safety of Generator and Canteen. Through the smokes. And now for Karan to try to hold, he's able to find the microwave, snaps back onto a Texture, chiming in as well from Canteen. A bit of a swap around in positions, and PRX are now finding themselves a little bit dazed and confused. Flashpoint out, but Spike not yet planted. GENG a little bit pinned down as well, Komodo. Still though, PRX trying to reposition themselves into sight lines. Karan and Munchkin find the frags needed to put GENG on the board.
Yeah, Orbital Strike is actually quite big there for GENG. It doesn't net any kills, but it buys some time, and it buys, more importantly, some space. That shot.
एक बात बताओ भाई, तुम लोग को पता है ये राउंड क्यों जेंजी को जीतने दिया? या जीतने दिया क्योंकि अगर तुम लोग देखा जाओगे ना, एक बार अल्ट देखो पीआरएक्स के पास, ये राउंड जीतने के बाद वो लोग इको जाएंगे, समझ रहे? 5-1 6-1 अल्ट देखो भाई, अल्ट देखो, एक बार नजर उधर यूं करके घुमाओ नीचे की तरफ, राइट साइड देखो.
Control back again. We've got the sheer wall up at Dish to just make sure it's watching it. This worked for PRX last time, remember, and it's gorgeous to start off yet again.
Even with the camera and the trips, PRX are still moving forward. Just double keying it, as they've been known to do. Suggest tries to avoid by tucking himself in towards a main. GENG looking to recollect, regroup themselves, and re-engage into the A site.
Yeah, just to recontact back in towards it as well. Go through the sheer together, try and explode on in. Bit of a contact play up towards it, but now I foresee the problem. Right? You've got into the site. The spike will eventually come from Dish, because I think even Munchkin got trapped by the shield, by the way. You go for the plant, but you've already got a PRX that's here. That is ridiculous.
Just as you thought that they might have been able to get closer into the site, Karan into a deeper position, wipes the taste of blood off out of his mouth. And finds punches back against PRX. A bit of a flashpoint as well, and all of a sudden, he needs to turn his crosshairs away off of contact now. Karan swinging as well. Defy needs to save.
Yeah. Be able to. Some aggression from Texture. Carol, by the way, 1 HP to survive with that one, but you know, 2 rounds attributed to GENG. Multi-kills for Caron, getting 2 kills yet again to really get them back in towards this round when you consider, you know, PRX, W Gaming straight up in towards the spawn, looking for it, just over, just not really, you know, calculating that they're going to be over on the rafters. So nicely done for GENG. I wouldn't be surprised actually if we want to take a bit of time out for PRX soon. It wouldn't be too bad. You know, you don't want to afford GENG to get a wriggle on towards this attacking side. This is the round though that's haphazard, right? For PRX, you're not going in with a sensational
Timing
buy.
हो रहा है
You've
PRX
got
भाई
some exit
कैसे
strategies if you
भाई
need to stall GENG, right?
ये का अल्ट मिलता
That's unlucky.
Yeah, not
भाई
quite.
भाई नहीं भाई टेक्सचर है भाई भाई
Not really
अनलकी
able to
नहीं भाई
stall
टेक्सचर
currently.
का
A lot of
अवेयरनेस
oohs
ऑन
and
टॉप
ahs
रहता
from the
है
crowd as well with the war cry from before. But as I say that, Mind Freak, a bit of a push
Mind
out from
Freak, you
Dish will be
beast.
able to pick off an unsuspecting Karen. That just might have splashed a bit of cold water onto GENG.
Not able to retrieve the gun though, unfortunately, for PRX. So we're just going to see some.
I don't know. Even
moments
if
of
PRX
individuals
lose,
here.
I will
See if
remain
anyone else can hit
PRX
some sharp shots.
supporter
and
forever.
maybe
Love
if
you,
you're gonna be
Arjun भाई.
tempted
आपके जैसे
whatsoever
और
to
लोग चाहिए.
use a couple of these
और लोग
ultimates
चाहिए.
that
Positive
PRX
लोग.
do have, you know, one kill, one more kill. And maybe you're going to dump them in, especially if GENG are going to try and play for the time here with their recontact back towards this A site.
It's grouping up onto it. Utility now for the execute. And especially with Texture on this Neon, able to get deep behind enemy lines.
30 seconds left.
PRX nearby, salvos on both ends, fault line as well. But the orbital strike has been avoided. That is huge for GENG. 20 seconds, and with enough numbers, they could still get the spike
There's still an
down.
Armageddon though. You have to bait out this Armageddon. There's 10 seconds and it's just going to be thrown in.
Trying to get their way through. Armageddon now deployed. And with that, no spike plant found. GENG able to strike back. PRX out of position. All the kills found in the round.
Yeah, not playing for the actual timing that the Armageddon can buy. Everyone trying to face the fights when that ult does go on down.
Oh, PRX.
It's at the cost of, you know, all of the ultimates being invested in that one as well, right? Orbital Strike, Armageddon, Steel Garden. A discussion now.
You might need a timeout off of that.
Oh, 100%. If you're not taking a timeout at this point in time,
By
what do you say in
500%,
this
by
timeout? You got a minute.
500%.
Surely you can't reprimand the players for this. Oh no.
I mean, you gotta
जान
think for
पूछकर
PRX
गुस्सा
as
दिला
well,
रहे
right?
ना
What's
एलेक्स
been
भाई
working?
को.
Some tree pushes where we're getting really aggressive with Forsaken. We're getting some great shots coming out, and for GENG, we've seen, you know, a couple of moments from Karon who's been able to answer back, right? We're seeing them re-clear things
Yay!
after some early
Forsaken
engagements. It's a
Jing
slow
बोलते
down
हैं.
effect for GENG, where they're really starting to play with the time, right? It's the old GENG style of you've got a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it's the beginning at the moment that PRX are winning. It's just the end that they're not able to.
That's what it is. It's always been what it is. Think about that 10-13 from the first map, that 8-0 against DRX.
I mean,
the PRX fan in me is crying, but the professional caster in me is trying to say, GENG is just doing such a good job of recognizing PRX's tendencies.
Well, the professional in me is saying that there are so many moments that we're seeing really good growth scenarios for both of these teams that, you know, this is the caliber of gameplay. Had they come out in the first week, would have been cool. Right now, though, a lot of utility around Arcade. No casualties just yet.
Until, you know, more flashes over. PRX still looking a little bit antsy, trying to hunt down for some of these frags. Jing from the other end will be able to get that pinch up against two players. Texture, though, deep in towards tunnel, still looking to get his way out. He's gone away with a couple of kills off his own.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder actually out from something, not able to finalize Texture. You had the north side wrap crunch from PRX, where now, let's flip it upside down. Let's see GENG do it.
And trying to pull off one of their own, but mainly the objective of the round, the spike being dropped. GENG needs to come back in to take these fights against PRX, where PRX are trying to retain their hold onto it. Jing has a full kit of smokes, deploys his first one.
The problem is, Jing can just reset them yet again, more so than Karon, so you have to go for an aggressive peek. Mind Freak gets bit.
Getting a little bit too curious, and you know what they say happens to that cat.
30 seconds
Want the
left.
corpse. Give me the corpse. 20 seconds. Give it to me.
That would be huge for GENG now, wouldn't it? Something still close by.
Yeah.
Goal! Jing off of the other side of boxes finds Karon. Able to save themselves in this round.
But I care about them
was able to
because
get off
I
the
became
neural
fan of
theft,
them
you
because
know,
of
would
their
that have
playstyle
been
and individual
a different
skills.
ending
They
towards
cannot
the
be
round? Would you have been able to start to spam
what
through
is
the
the
box?
point
Look,
after all?
I don't know. It
Manan
didn't
bhai,
happen. And PRX, the
मनन भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तुम्हारे मम्मी पापा तुमको सपोर्ट करते हैं, ठीक है? अगर कल परसों तुम टॉप नहीं कर पा रहे हो, एग्जाम्स अच्छा नहीं जा पा रहे, तो सपोर्ट करना बंद कर देंगे यार, क्योंकि तू कंसिस्टेंट और परसिस्टेंट और वो सब स्टेज नहीं है करके। हाँ, कल परसों अगर कुछ लाइफ में तुमने गलत किया है तो सपोर्ट करना बंद कर देंगे, जस्ट बिकॉज तू कंसिस्टेंट और परसिस्टेंट और बाकी सब टैलेंट नहीं है करके। हाँ, बहुत एक फेमस एक वर्ड बोला गया है लौटे करके, याद रखो, याद रखो।
And with that being taken out, now he knows. Has to regroup.
He knows his time is coming, but at that point in time, he's brought enough for his whole team to get in towards the B site. He's home. There's no ultimates that you need to contend with on the side of PRX, and you yourselves, well, hey, let's just have a little bit of a dance with our big ones.
मोगली को देखो,
Take some
अगर
big
लैक्स में
steps.
कमा रहा है तो करोड़पति है क्या? वाह 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 वाह,
PRX able to
क्रेजी है मोगली, क्रेजी
until the Armageddon gets deployed. So PRX needing to avoid that for now. Timer still ticking. Something though, his position could be pivotal for this retake. Flashpoint does buy a bit more time, a bit more presence being made known, and Jing pushes up. The trade found by Suggest. Fault line sent through, but it's going to be Munchkin that finds the trades right back until something swings out from the left side. Still more frags found for PRX to stick that defuse at the end.
A lot of the trades coming on through. I'm seeing a huge rat through spawn from something, not able to assist his team, but eventually will come forward in the 1 versus 1. He will best the counter breach.
सपोर्ट का बात है भाई,
Counter breach, counter play.
फ्रेंड्स ले लो भाई, फ्रेंड्स ले लो, पेरेंट्स को लेना है तो फ्रेंड्स ले लो।
Always like seeing the replays as well, and how everyone's just moving around the map like Fracture as well, with all the
Fans
different
are like
corners that you
family,
can
mate.
play with, and corners you can
Fans are
hide
like
in.
family.
Never want to
Employers
overlook them, which
कैसे
is going to be a
घुस
big
के?
one right now, because if you're seeing this Sands control in towards A main for PRX, they're going to have a potential massive wrap back towards this tree area again, where GENG are
वो दूसरा मनन है जिससे
going to slowly go in towards.
डायनासोर तेरे गांड में आती का
That's
लड़
what PRX has been good with. The early start, you know, some of these wraps, we've seen them from the past 2 rounds now on opposite ends of the map. Now, a bit of a different pace, and it's a sudden peek out from Jing. Surely aware that GENG are trying to pull off the B split once again. The aftershock from something.
Yeah.
Forsaken now from the back, and all of a sudden Munchkin and Karen need to watch out for many angles, trying to backpedal themselves into
Jing
its
ना
tunnel,
मान
but
रहा
PRX
भाई,
just relentlessly chasing
मारा
them
ना?
down.
Yeah, unfortunately for
150
Suggest
में
there
बड़ा
as well,
बड़ा
the
वो खा
aftershock, he was
सकते
not
हैं,
able to get out of
नहीं
it, and
खा
even throwing
के
his hat in the ring,
मेंबरशिप
the
मैंने
neural
लिया, एनी
theft to
कपेंट,
try and get all the
लव यू
information, but it
यार,
didn't really work out, right? A bit of a different look
Love you.
for PRX, because they're not really
I wanna
aggressively
jiggy
getting
wiggy
A main
with you,
control
boy.
this time. They're just going a little bit slower for it, clearing it out with the stealth drone, and then getting the wrap later on. So I do like that they themselves have some different, you know, fast takes, slow takes in this map of Fracture.
Sometimes it's that
कोई
variety
गाली
that
दे रहा
really
है।
throws off GENG's expectations.
क्या है
Once
भाई?
again though, GENG
रूट सुपर चैट लिखो,
trying to go for the same site.
Root super
4-1 split this time.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Mind Freak to be able to bunker down this B site by himself at the moment. Spotted out behind Dice, but being self-sufficient.
All right, now to reposition against Texture as well. The overdrive will come in
चलेगा,
handy.
HP आता
But
है,
will it be enough for GENG to truly get their way in? The sheer wall does buy a bit of time for the rest of the PRX faithfuls to transition their way across the map.
Are they going to be aware of this top north side flank too quickly? I mean, you've not tapped your camera.
Yeah, and with that,
भाई
just
ट्राई
does
किया
allow
था
for
भाई,
PRX to truly
ट्राई
get
किया
in.
था,
Suggest, unfortunately, a little bit of a ball being dropped. Still now, Munchkin very much so
W
alive.
stun,
Hit by
W
the
stun,
fault line
W
though.
stun,
Jing's trying to hunt him down. Up for the one-on-ones, Munchkin dances around the boxes, and something will be able to trudge forward with the shorty, but the Red Bull clutch found by Munchkin.
Yeah, he answers back this time, able to win the 1 versus 1 against something, not drop it when really GENG needed to find something, right? You're starting to see PRX get a good grasp on this defensive start from the beginning of the half. Pull back. You've got Texture going in with the ultimate. He's on relatively low HP, but I gotta wonder as well, right? On a map like Fracture, if you're playing a Cypher and you've got this really standard camera towards the north side, if you're not being proficient enough to check it whilst also layering in towards the side, I mean, getting snuck up on from north side, that can really hurt, and a lot of the fault becomes your own on that.
It's still
Alex
something
भाई
that
भर
needs
दो इस
adjusting.
बार यार
Yeah,
सीधा.
A bit of a different role.
Luckily enough,
Huh?
GENG were able to still win it.
3 अल्टी वाला राउंड आ रहे, 3v1 वाला राउंड है भाई. 2 राउंड PRX के था भाई, 2 राउंड.
4-7, maybe even 4-5-7.
Ooh, this would be
This
really interesting for PRX if they do
man,
want to rip it. I mean, there's 2 players here.
All they do, something that was
You
somewhat
jala
pulled off
dala
before
na.
the melee from last week, but here it goes. In with the frags and in with a lot of space being found and collected.
ये
Mindfreak
होती
even
है
able to anchor down the
PRX,
B side as well.
baby.
Everything going right for PaperX in this round.
Absolutely. 2 versus 5 for Munchkin and Caron, and well, now just make it 1 in Munchkin.
Off of a bit of a timing, Mindfreak repositions into tower. So that's going to be now just Munchkin
You would
in
need
Canteen.
you would need a generational fumble from PaperX here
Well,
to be able to win this one.
I know we say
Possible
that,
to
but
ho
it's
bhi.
like
No. It's not going to happen.
generational
30
fumble
seconds
and a
left.
miracle. What's the story this time, Komodo?
Story? There isn't one.
Let's
It's
go.
fine. There's no fumbles here.
50
Ace full
देने
half
वाला
is
था,
really good
रूल
from
बोला तो
PaperX, I will
49
say.
minus.
Enough to set themselves up for the attacking side when you do
40
consider
के
that
ऊपर कभी
Forsaken
super
has
chat
been
किया नहीं
you know,
है.
finding his groove on
50
how to
देने
play
वाला था.
entry back in towards this
उल्लू
roster.
समझा है
Right?
क्या हम
Melee
लोग को?
play was actually looking a lot better, even if there was some
उल्लू समझा
little
है.
fumbles on it, but on towards Neon, right?
बस भाई, तो
He's
please
going to be able to
कुछ
do a
बोलना,
little bit
कुछ नहीं
better
बोल
than
रहा, मैं
Texture
कुछ
was
नहीं
able
बोल
to do here.
We'll see
मैं
once
कुछ
we
नहीं बोल
swap
रहा.
over onto the second half. At least in the beginning, I mean, so far they were somewhat
क्या
evenly
है रूट
matched.
सुपर चैट वाले को
Just
रूट
after the
नहीं,
little bit of a
रूट सुपर
timeout
चैट
from
वाले को गाली
Alex,
दो.
that PaperX began to find their footing. Like you mentioned, it's all of these early round aggressions, and PaperX have begun to tighten some of their plays a little bit more, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, GENG running one of the more common comps. You see a lot of teams run this
4K.
one for a specific reason, right? No one really playing in towards the Vice with this assortment of agents as well. So we're going to see, hopefully, Suggest not be a bit of a weak point as well for them.
He was good on the first map.
Yeah, that is 100% true, but changing it on towards the
चैट इसके बाद मैं एक वो करने वाला हूँ, ठीक है, एक स्टोरी डालने वाला हूँ. तो फटफट स्टोरी देख के ना चेक करना और टीम को सपोर्ट करना, ठीक है. आज लास्ट डे, अगर अपन जीते ना मज़ा आ जाएगा, समझ रहे हो. तो मल्टी टैब्स खोल के वो करना. 5 गिफ्ट मैं बोला ना बे, ये 50 गिफ्टेड नहीं दे सकता. मैं बोला कि नहीं. I was right. Thank you for the 5 gifted though, Mowgli bhai. Thank you for the 5 gifted though.
What arcade? Let's just restart the map.
Yeah, if we take a look at the heat map after this map, I mean, that's where all of the X's are going to
समझ रहे हो
be.
ना चैट.
GENG in with the 4-stack. Oh, the salvos though. Okay, a bit of fault line as well, but Texture just able to sidestep off of it. Counter fault line as well. Karen coming in with a frag of his own. PaperX
अयो
trying to call off the hit.
Yeah, now
Straight into A.
there is
This is
only
Manny
Ash here, so
Kede.
if you are able to best him, that would... Ooh, nice shot coming out. Yeah, corner of the wall. They'll get all the information, though, that Dish is still being played, so you've overwhelmed Ash, but already the rotation here from
Yeah,
Texture.
look at Texture. Kicking things into high gear, already into the site. Bit of damage found, but still the spike planted, and that would be nice in terms of economy for PaperX. That
देखा
said,
क्या
GENG
जाते
still
हुए नहीं
looking
देखा
to find
शायद.
this retake
भाई 3
through
बंदे आ
A
रहे
main.
something के पास.
Interestingly enough, they make a lot of noise around the door, but with force in
मस्त
numbers,
मारा था
the
भाई.
flashes as well, they will find these 2 critical kills just to buy left. He might have the salvos, but I don't think he's got enough in the frag department. Has to peek out, but he's being smoked off as well.
वेट कर रहे हैं, मैं नहीं फंसूंगा. मैं शादीशुदा हूँ.
but Puts
अरे
has been spotted, and
यार.
that's gonna be Texture with the triple in the very first round of the second half.
But it was a good
Yep,
try.
good
It was a
idea at
good
the
try,
very
I
beginning
must
of the
say.
round, right? You use all those.
Thank you for the
combos of
40 minute
utility
Jan
to gain
today.
some
Thank you
arcade
for the
control,
6
and it goes two
gifted.
ways. You win the jewels and you gain the space, or there's no one there and you gain the space anyways, and then
Sorry,
you look for a wrap
Insta
somewhere
पे,
else,
Insta
right?
पे.
One of the big common things, especially on a pistol round,
आज
where
मेरी टीम
you
का
can
वो है ना
play your
last
breach
day.
flashes as well on top of
आज
those
अगर
sewers.
जीता तो जीत
Really
गए.
sharp shots to come out from them in these pistol rounds, not leaving any corners unchecked.
Anti
Comes a little
Binks,
bit
love you.
unwinnable for Device. So the way back in towards this map at the moment to bring things closer, pistol round towards GENG. But for PaperX, I mean, we saw this in map 1 when they did get the plant down on that attacking side. They forced up, they won it.
भाई
Oh, yes,
PRX
they
ने
do.
force किया.
A lot of noise made already though, and GENG will be happy to dump their utility right back into the choke point and allows for Texture to reposition himself so comfortably. The triple found, the spike has been dropped. Munchkin right around the corner as well, alongside Ash with the Stinger and the Spectre. Just Mind Freak. Full HP, sure, but 5 opponents off to the other end. Okay, we're gonna start things by opening up the door. That's a bit of a bold move, but a move that gets trumped nonetheless.
Don't need hard analysis in that one, Quack. That's just Texture shooting with the Guardian, with them all flooding out of the dish, of the drop. Just see it back again here. He does work around that wall and the pillar of the site quite nicely, I will admit. But, I mean, everyone just getting activated. That's a force buy for PRX not going their way. So if you consider the next time they're going to have their proper weaponry, well, it's going to be the round after the next one. You just knock at the door of PRX, right?
Love you, yaar. एक साथ 100 में भी मजा आता है, just saying.
Well, they have been so far.
Oh, we still have
Love you, yaar, Mowgli
yet
bhai.
to see them in this second half. I gotta say that. Salvos right now for early aiming control.
Texture बहुत सही है भाई, प्यारा बंदा भी प्यारा है भाई.
Can you find an opener?
Gamer है
steal a
लेकिन
gun,
बंदा बहुत प्यारा है
you
भाई
know,
वो.
one step more promising.
Still the utility dump. PRX trying to find some headway, and it's going to be Forsaken in with the Monkey plays! GENG adding some assistance as well, jumps on over, low Munchkin, but Karen finds a tap.
That's silly, honestly. That is absolutely silly.
Still a bit more space though, and look at GENG, swaps over, hands the Bucky back in.
मेरा भाई का
Up
बक्की
around
बोला
tower
उसको.
now, Munchkin a little bit afraid to push up front.
ए
They
मेरे
know
भाई
they
की
tag
बक्की गिर
Munchkin
गई
as well.
थी.
They know that.
So they're happy to stick around the corner, overstay their welcome as it were,
भाई ये गेम
because
सच्ची
GENG,
किसको
there's
समझ
no
में
chance
आता
in
है
hell
क्या
that they're
बताओ?
giving PRX the boot. Suggest
जो
though,
round
certainly
force
will
किया,
try.
वो round
So
हारे.
taking down GENG,
जो
we've got
round
2 left.
इको था, वो round जीते.
Something holding up by drop. Oh, nasty flick!
Up
And you've
and
got a
nasty
bit more
goal.
utility as well, but that's not
Yeah, up
needed
and
to
the
buy
bandit
in with
goal
the
हो गया,
Guardian.
भाई, up and the
Blown
bandit
around
goal.
by PRX.
Yeah, that's a funny one, right? Who would win, the Bucky
Look
Boy
at
or
that,
these,
man.
you know, better weapons? The positioning though, I mean, Ash was stunned up, so you got to give credit for that
जितनी
one.
बार
And then
प्यारा
just
बोला,
mechanics
उतनी
on the
बार
ropes as
तू भी
well,
मिला है
juggling
क्या?
over
मैं
different
एक बार मिला हूँ
weaponry
भाई.
for PRX, but getting
अच्छा
in,
बात भी
right?
किया
They're hitting the
उसने.
funny shots. They're then settling themselves down, and the eyes are certainly on the prize. You know, it went from let's find some damage to hey, we can win this round, let's win it.
That's one of these like TikTok plays. Oh, you gotta love it when it happens.
Put the
Sixten, shout out to you,
behind
मेरी
it,
जान के टुडे.
and stuff. Yeah.
Don't know what that song is called, but I know what you're talking
Fan
about.
hai.
Still though, next round comes up. PRX not looking to slow down their pace whatsoever. Relay bolts from both sides, but now it's PRX to go in for the
पूरा
quad peek.
backup आ गया भाई,
Munchkin
भाई
gone,
का.
Ash, out of position.
Counter-
Texture off to the
counter
other end to
backup
try
भी आ
and
गया.
kill on his teammate. A double kill is not too bad, and that allows for Ash to refill that space. Re-peek once again. Suggest out from the top. Mind Freak trying to answer back in a one-on-one. Crouches. Karen's down in the dirt.
1v1 going the way of PRX this time.
भाई
We
दोनों
keep
भाई लोग
trading
का
them
backup
backwards
on
and
top.
forwards. If you remember that the Munchkin something duels that we had on the last half as well. I think we've just
दोनों
seen
भाई
like, the
लोग का
trading of
backup
both relay
on
balls,
top,
of both
baby.
special deliveries, fault lines. Like we want this Sands
क्या
control
बोलते
at
हो?
the moment, but unfortunately it's just you know, GENG wanted a re-one time. They're not able to win that one.
Yeah, both sides not afraid to go in for that brawl, but currently PRX have been successful.
Yep.
Just being able to find these trades. With
Wow.
that though, okay, we got an ult coming out from Texture. Trying to go in for the spams, but PRX are happy to stick themselves together, watching each other's back shoulder to shoulder. Still though, out from the A main area, Suggest finds a double, PRX answers back. It's just Ash left with the Sheriff. Damage found though, so it's still not too bad for
11-6.
GENG. They are still in this fight, but at the end of it all, Komodo, you gotta admit,
PRX lose this round. कैसा लगा NC5 ये round देख के? PRX lose this round. कैसा लगा? जली? बुंड जली भाई? जली क्या?
They are going to be all getting their ultimates in towards the next round. Bar
That
one. I mean, if
80
Dwight picks up the orb, right,
subscribers
he gets the
चाहिए
Armageddon, and then you've just got
336K
Mindfreak
के
trailing a
लिए,
little bit.
which
So
is
these
very
could be
close
these
to 1
really
million
scary
subscribers.
rounds. I wouldn't
तो
actually be
अगर
surprised going into
आप
this
लोग ने
next
अभी
round.
तक
In fact,
सब्सक्राइब
if we
नहीं
do see
किया
some
यारों
sort of orb
तो
maintenance on the
सब्सक्राइब
side
कर
of
दो.
Gen G, right? Because I've just noted that they have
We
two
are
players
very
that are
close
to a
to
couple
1
of their
million.
ultimates as well, and in this sort of situation, you need something big from Gen G to start to come back on this defensive side.
Do wonder what that could be, though. Alts for sure, but right now, as the rounds play on, you know, it's been PRX going for that
Rude
sense
मत बनने
control.
नहीं हो,
Gen G
Rude.
tries to wrangle it back from them.
इसमें जो आ रहा हो
PRX
बाहर
still
नहीं नहीं
happy
राउंड
to play
रॉबिन है.
around
सारे
south side of the
सारे
map.
टीम्स के अगेंस्ट
So
खेलेंगे.
Gen G a little bit more respect now.
वो
They
लोग
are
के
happy
ग्रुप
to
क्या वो लोग
peek
के
all the
ग्रुप.
way out just to check if PRX are on the other end. Not too much in terms of the information department, and PRX will find their
आयुष में
entryway
पार बड़ी
into
love
the
you
B
यार.
site.
गाली
To
रिटर्न
be
दो.
able to get in here as well with
I know
not
बोलता.
really needing to use too much of their ults whatsoever until that orbital comes on down. They're going to set themselves up nicely for this post.
मैच पॉइंट बोलते
Gen G
चेटी
off. Oh, a bit of
बोलते
positioning from
बोल
something as well, but look at that! Oh! He
Goal
still takes the frag against
goal
Texture! Oh, he asks
Mm.
for the trade, so not too bad. And that's
वो
going to be the
anti-use
Armageddon,
हुआ.
you're right.
मैं अल्टी
Still
यूज
though,
हो
need
जाता
to
है.
find the right position, the right timing for it. One Armageddon
Huh?
out, another Armageddon back in from Divide.
oh, मैं
Mindfreak
anti
goes
use
for the
हो
peek,
जाता है.
Divide
Hello?
finds the frag, Forsaken out for the last one. PRX to reach map point.
कैसे?
Convincingly as well with how they've been playing this one so far. I mean, I think this is like one of my favorite things to say in this game of Valorant so far. Stuns are cosmetic. Doesn't really matter. Something's still getting that kill using his Rolling Thunder just as he dies as well. But in the grand scheme of things, it
up
does
and
not
bandy girl हो
matter
गया, देख
because
रहे हो?
PRX still get the round done. They still got it, and they've got 6 map
भाई
points.
दो
They're
तेवर्ड
sitting in
मतलब
a
पूरा
like
साइड
really comfy chair, laying back at the
दो
moment.
तेवर्ड
It's
गया है वहाँ
padded.
पे.
It's a good place to be for them.
Definitely shaking off those initial map nerves. And that diligent aim training paying off for something. I mean, he didn't let go of that target, not a bit.
भाई
Now
ना मान
PRX
रहा
healing
भाई
off.
Mindfreak ना
Straight
मान
back
रहा.
in with the A hit. Mindfreak finds the first. Forsaken now in with the next overdrive as well. And Gen G look to reclaim, but it's not quite happening, not yet. Oh my word. Steel Garden as well for Mindfreak.
Yeah. Able to actually gather it from the previous round in this round and use it, and
it feels as though everything is over.
yeah.
Suggest Karen.
Huh?
They could have the neural theft, so trying to take their time with things, keeping themselves together. Neural theft deployed. PRX still tries to keep them away.
Time
so trying
ticking.
to play for the time of it. Yes, that's what that utility is for. Forces Gen G to reclaim space again, but back up towards tower. That's where PRX are all playing around. Here comes the utility once more. Karen out of position, so uncomfortable, just to put PRX back
PRX on top, buddy.
The final score on Fracture, 13-6.
Very confident looking map for PRX in that one. Some really good
That मैं
ideas,
फर्स्ट
some
से
really
स्टोरी
good
बना के आया, ठीक है,
spawn side
सपोर्ट करना,
crunches,
ठीक
north
है.
side crunches,
समझ
just
रहे हो,
getting
मैं बोल नहीं
really
सकता,
dirty.
लेकिन
I mean,
करना.
how many duels
समझ
did
रहे हो
we
ना?
see where there's 3-4 people from each team just
रुक जा, स्टोरी
getting
बना के आया मैं.
involved in these
अब
fights?
पहले
And
बांडी
PRX
girl.
are coming on top or
मत
bowing
करना,
out
मैं
with
नहीं
an
करता tweet.
equalization. You know, they're really loving the scrap plays on a map like Fracture, but then still able to come out with these really good space takes as well, and a good beginning, middle, end. This new identity of PRX. I mean, they're getting, you know, they're having to go through the reps on stage to try and figure out what is going to be working for them with all these different role swaps. But Forsaken, I mean, over the course of these 2 maps, he's really been set up by his team well.
Oh, yes.
And I think that's really pivotal for this new little look for PRX. And on the flip side for Gen G on this map, right, I don't even think it's one of those problems where we've seen, you know, like Suggest be bullied or Ash be bullied, because there's a lot of moments where Gen G, it's just, you know, everyone's not able to hit their shots. They're getting caught out with multi-peoples on PRX. Like, yeah, they had some instances, sure, where things were looking good, but ultimately on this one, PRX just looked far more better.
Yeah, I just can't get that round 15 out of my mind where Forsaken had that Bucky. I mean, it really is glimpses of that PRX hive mind again. Everyone chiming in, especially with the Vine with some utility as well. It just looks so much better. So, now, Komodo, we've had improvements from Gen G in map number 1. We've had improvements from PRX in map number 2. Where does that all lead us to? The very inevitable conclusion on the final map where we see them all clash out. How's that gonna look? Well, we have to toss that over to our very lovely desk to break all of it down.
That's right, we've got a series on our hands between GENG and PRX. PRX wins on their map pick of Fracture, still looking comfortable as ever on this very dynamic map.
So much better from them, I have to say. It looked a lot more old school in their approach. I feel like they weren't playing afraid. We see absolute dominance in the first bloods there, 15-4.
Yeah.
It's near impossible to play the game when you never get that first kill, when you never get that clean entry. You're always on the back foot. So PRX made the game so hard for GENG there.
Yeah, they forced GENG to react to what their game plan was, and they clearly had an idea of exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, we'll touch on the aggression on defense, and we were kind of questioning their defense coming into this series, but particularly here on Fracture, a map that really suits their style. They're unafraid to be aggressive. It's a map that necessitates aggression on that defensive side, and PRX took full advantage of that. Outstanding game for GENG compared to what we saw on Lotus here on the controller. I mean, I don't know if that's a case of just iPad and then man with gun, you know, go kill some people, but he did a lot better on the controller this time around. Textured, I felt like kind of just did his best to try and carry the boys. He was looking really fired up on the Neon in particular. A lot of great multi-frags from him, but it just wasn't enough, and it's another game where I felt like Suggest and Ash on Cypher Teo, which is what we saw in their debut on Ascent, didn't work out too well for them. But to be fair, Fracture is a map that has looked weak for GENG, even going back to kickoff, so maybe they just haven't found the right approach on this map yet.
Yeah, I think they're still figuring it out, but I have to shout out GENG. By the way, you can steal this. If you only play Jet, you only play Reyna in your ranked games, and you need to fill smokes, play Brimstone. It's so easy. You can see this all the time. The duelists go across to Brimstone, you can frag. It's the simplest agent you have to think about. So, much better performance from him. He should be settled into the series now. But we're moving across to Haven, where I would be surprised if we're going to see a Brimstone, but we'll touch on that later.
He could just only play Brimstone from now on.
I wouldn't say no.
Darnie, the beatboxer who has done a track for APAC before, only exclusively plays Brimstone, but he's really good at shooting, so it seems to work for them.
Respect.
They did get, what, 15 first kills on this map as opposed to the 4 on GENG. It is absolutely insane. Haven now, you know, we can't even get to Haven yet because there are some highlight moments we need to talk about on this map. And one thing that we were concerned about was the attack side and defense side for PRX.
Yeah, defense side in particular, I think we mentioned it at the start of the series, but they only got 6 rounds on defense. What is the answer to not a good defense? I mean, a lot of people say the best defense is a good offense, and that was PRX's approach definitely here on Fracture. They were running it down, a lot of top side, bottom side crunches, and at the end of the day, it did a lot of good work for them. They found a lot of opening kills, and you saw that in the initial kind of highlights at the end there, where you did have like 15-4 or something like that at the end of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why this map has been so good for them. Fracture is a map where you cannot be static on your defense, and that was their problem last week. So we see them not being afraid to get aggressive, and it's a much better look for them. That's what I want to see them continue.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw players like Suggest being bottom side, getting kind of isolated. They ran at him on the bonus round. Here again, you see like a little tree take, and they're just really trying to sandwich him. They're forcing him out of position. And then, what do you even do against this? It's Ash and Suggest bottom side. You're getting breach, brim ulted, and crunched and run out with a neon ult. Like,
that's a hands off the keyboard. Yeah, I'm dead, guys.
Well, we saw that, I think, in Masters Bangkok as well. I think T1 was one of the teams that were playing. But man, just throwing out all your ults at spawn, whew, what a way to end it.
That's nothing you can do. It's one of those rounds you just go, yeah, okay, we'll move on.
Go arcade, guys. Dish, go dish. Go dish now, please.
Well, GENG is our MVP. Nice to see him back on the board again, playing this. And you guys pointed out, he just looks a lot more comfortable in the Brimstone than the Omen. And like you said, there's a lot more that you kind of need to work with the Omen and working together with your team here. But yeah, I like it. Stim Beacon GENG.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice. GENG is a fragger, and he's at his best at top speed. So Stim Beacon's probably a nice little ability for him. He probably quite enjoys it. But yeah, massive respect for him. He turned it round from that one in the series, which is difficult to do. So we just hope he can settle in for this third series. As we say, it's going to be on Haven. Barring changes, he'll be back on that Omen, but he needs to bring some of the character that he just showed in that map too.
Okay, both of these teams need to work on their Haven based on the performance you saw last week. GENG was playing against Boom and DRX versus PRX. And PRX, we talked about it with Alex here. We have to acknowledge the first 8 rounds. Awesome on the attack. But now GENG will be starting on the attack side for Haven. I think they know that too, that, you know, PRX hasn't figured out their defense. Well, at least last week anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I still have to say I'm quite worried for GENG. I mean, they've been running this Viper for a long time, and I felt like Boom massively exposed it in a way. You know, GENG are not a team known for their crazy innovation moving forwards and pushing the meta. They love this Viper. They've been running it for a long time. But that means there's a huge bank of information available on you. Even
चैट मेरे लग गए. सीन ऐसा है कि पिंकी गई है माइक है, बराबर. पिंकी ने लेगो बनाया था, ठीक है, और वो रखा था आलमंड चॉकलेट के बॉक्स में. मुझे लगी थी भूख. बॉक्स खोला, लेगो टूटा यार. हाँ, अब वो आके देखेगी ना, लेगो का पता नहीं, मेरे लेग्स जरूर टूटने वाले. ये मेरा स्टोरी देखो भाई, मेरा स्टोरी देखो. अभी 2 मिनट है, स्टोरी देखो, लिंक पे टैप करो, पट से पनीर आ सकता है घर में.
In terms of who's playing what, I really do think this is what you're going to see for PRX for the majority of this stage. But you always have to keep in the back of your mind as a team that prepares for them or someone that watches them as well, that they can also shift into that other style at some point if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of flexibility, right? You know, that kind of old school style, even if they want to play more double initiator, the ability to run it down will never go away. It's like riding a bike.
Actually, डियर फाफा जी, मेरा चैट में किसने तो ये लिखा था करके मैंने चैट पढ़ा. मैं ऐसा गाली वाली नहीं देता हूँ. आई एम अ वेरी वेजिटेरियन काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सन. एंड हैप्पी युगादी, हैप्पी युगादी, हैप्पी युगादी जो लोग टीवी पे देख रहे हैं.
Stay with that style.
Yeah, I am a bit curious about it. I can't see why they wouldn't though. Look, they had a solid first half. I joked about it with Alex. I'm like, it looks like your Haven's kind of half crap, and he got a little defensive about it. So maybe they'll fix it on the second half here, and they have no choice going against GENG. GENG has the same problem as well. Now, Achilles has said this a couple times coming into today that this is probably the hardest one for him to predict, near 50-50 for GENG versus PRX. I know how we, as a talents, ultimately mostly going for PRX. The Korean side, similar, but the other way around, more of them picking GENG. How do you guys feel about your predictions? You predicted GENG today. Pilsky, you predicted PRX. How are you guys feeling?
I feel okay about it. I'm a little bit worried in a sense, because I do feel like PRX are fixing up their defender sides, and I wasn't too impressed with GENG's Haven. I would like to see some innovation there, but I'm not expecting it. So I'm a little bit worried that this map 3 might be a little bit too readable, but I think it will all come down to how it gets played out, and I think it will be more about that PRX defensive side.
I don't know what to expect from either teams. I feel like both of them are a little bit inconsistent at the moment, half to half or even map to map. So it really just comes down to who is going to turn up on the day. We don't expect either one of these teams to be pulling out those pocket picks. These two teams are very much still in the developmental stage where they're working on their teams. And in the case of GENG, they're going to stick to what worked last time or what didn't work, but looked potentially promising, I would say. Suggest looked better on the Killjoy than the Cypher. They're still keeping texture on the Neon, which he did great on Fracture on as well.
Yeah, PRX, we're seeing the same comps. We are seeing Jing across on the Teo, Divai on the Cypher, Mindfreak back onto the Omen. Wow. So we are seeing these kind of role changes there, which is seems slightly unusual to kind of
they've
run
swapped
the same
roles.
Swap. I mean, I don't hate this in a way. I think bringing Mindfreak back to Omen makes a lot of sense. Now, Jing onto Teo, now this is wildly different. That plays very differently. I'm a little bit confused as to why you wouldn't change the whole comp, but we gotta wait and see. They know more than me.
That is so crazy. You guys have made a really good point. It's the same exact comps, but different people playing it. That could change everything. We're gonna send this back to our casters to close out this series. GENG versus PRX. It's none other than Komodo and Quack.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Yep, you still got the Komodo and Quack, but still also GENG versus PRX. The desk has mentioned it. They've been a little bit upsy-daisy, but all down to this final map where PRX have swapped around the roles. How will this look now?
I mean, it's the same if you hide all of their names, right? So it should play the same way, but whether or not we've got more comfort now that Mindfreak is back on towards his Fabled Omen. I mean, we've seen Dubai play Cypher before, we've seen Jing have
Well, at least for now, though, starting things off with a very interesting, aggressive take down C-Long. So Altor picked up, you got the gate crash back in to refill A possibly if needed. And that's also why GENG trying to be a little bit cautious with the push, with this push in.
Yeah, but they're going to get in towards the site and there's going to be nobody home, right? No traps that they're going to walk into. There's just a camera that you can use a little bit later on from Devi. So a good old-fashioned 5v5 A-site retake.
Spike quickly down. Devi on the Cypher, up in heaven. For the main point of entry, up by A-Link. Heron already blocking off the exits. And that's going to be the couple of tags in. Ooh, look at that, the double tap! Up to the top as well. Texture has everything locked down. Just Jing being able to find a little bit of a consolation prize, but the round very much in the hands of GENG. Ooh, Karen. Bit of a risky dive. The pickup by Jing nonetheless, but still round ultimately picked up by GENG.
Yeah, getting in towards the A site, setting up the poison cloud far forward towards the entry as well. You know, you can kind of refresh both smokes there between himself and Caron if it's really slowly played by PRX. So they know they have to get activated quite early, and it's all going to come on the back of when that camera's opened up and spotted out some members on the site, right? But unfortunately for them, if you're not being proficient enough to find any of these GENG members in the beginning of the round, well, they're all alive to just belittle you on the site itself. So it's a good little pistol to come out from the Korea side. And now to PRX, because they're not on the attacking side and getting the pistol round, but on this defensive side, trying to command some space up through lobby and surprise Munchkin here.
It's also a fact that PRX didn't find too much in the first round, so they can't truly afford too much if they want to go for the force buy. But they are happy to triple swing in. Gate crash as well for Forsaken, and that's going to be Suggest rearing his sights. Does find the frag. Now finds himself somewhat swarmed. Every PRX player converging into his position. It's just a ghost though, so not too big of a loss. And GENG are happy to get that spike down on C.
Yeah, eventually Jing's going to have the salvos back online, but they're just going to line up for texture.
That's some armor-piercing rounds that he must have equipped, Komodo. Fault line out from something. But ultimately for PRX to try to find some taps, it's not quite gonna go through. Salvo's in, something with the Marshall. Does find a bit of a tap.
Bro!
Kill.
Refresh the one.
Still trying to be careful. And Jiggy with the jump peek. Look at Mindfreak's something's crosshair placement. Oh, he comes back into it. Finds every kill. No defuse, but he's happy with that one.
Gun bhi mila.
Oh, GENG, they get the round, but at what cost? Something's able to escape with the 3 kills. The Phantom as well, so that's an upgrade in towards the next rounds.
Halfway to his Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, and you're going to see on this defensive side as well some quite the prowess with an outlaw in this sort of scenario as well, because as GENG, how are you playing this bonus round, right? Are you more favoring the lesser weaponry to have a salvageable situation, a bit of a half buy? We can maybe get this round. If we don't, it is the bonus round. So it's a wise idea for somebody like Forsaken to come out with an outlaw in this round that'll mince out a couple of these players.
And apart from that, GENG, if you're in their shoes now, constantly worried about what PRX might throw your way, so taking things a little bit slower than before, trying to work with this Viper as well, the toxic screen that Big Time has mentioned before.
How you try to play around it, how you try to get these lurks happening, and Forsaken's just read into that one. There was a lot of Cypher util here, Quack, as well. It's still here.
Oh, but Karen once again with the Shrouded steps up behind. Something finding the trade. Ash to answer back. Texture has the angle, has the positioning with a Bucky. Mindfreak, though, trying to get ahead. Will be able to track down his first target, the second one as well. And now to just Suggest. Out from the open lanes of mid. Oh boy, the fake out.
Oh, that smoke helps him put the mollies on.
All right, hit by the flash. Will burn down the timer just by a bit, but still, that came a
almost,
little bit close.
It looks very close there, doesn't it? I was going to say, you know, it's a 1 versus
Almost,
2. It was a 2 versus 3. A bit of ill timing from
Bhai,
Gene to be able to get out that
almost,
drone when he's on the side itself. So these are going to be some sort of teething issues with him going on more of an agent that is, you know,
His first debut on
utility.
Team.
He has played it one before, so it's just going to be teething issues. That's the biggest thing for him right now, right? Timing on utility. We've seen it be a bit of a plague for him when he was playing the Omen last time. So again, it's really big learnings for this whole team. And in this sort of round as well, right? That was the bonus round to come through from GENG. How close do they make that one look when Charon's just playing at the back of sight, getting all that damage?
One of those things that PRX will have to keep in view. But right now, at least, Karen, again, the Shrouded Step, they've kind of missed each other until Forsaken turns upwards. Bit of A lobby control, but GENG happy to trade right back.
They've just won every duel around the map, essentially, here.
We didn't get to catch too many of it either.
They all happened at the same time. Yeah. And then Texture's just there to close out the round. So sometimes that does just happen. PRX trying to get a little bit too aggressive over at A, a little bit too jump spotty at C, and then you already have GENG on the line. That one is a little bit rough. So what do you got going for you as PRX in this next round? I mean, are you going to feel hungry enough to use a dimensional drift to try and find any space on this defensive side to get an advantage? You've already proven that you're being able to do that with just a little bit of the lesser utility over through A before getting traded out by GENG.
Roger that. Oh, GENG. So now, having seen a lot of the early round aggressive plays from PRX, GENG starting to find some adaptations against that. So keeping themselves grouped up early on in towards window. PRX with the stack in towards A lobby.
Excuse me.
Yep. Gamble stack towards A. See if the strength in numbers approach is going to be able to do anything for them when they hear all this utility coming up. You're going to potentially go for the flank. I wonder if they're just going to dark cover the alarm bot and sneak by, or if they're just going to trip it. So it will be tripped. So the idea for GENG, they know the flank's coming.
Well, PRX, they might have some ultimates, but they're not quite able to deploy them. As you mentioned, Komodo, all of these trips and everything being red, Texture trying to get ahead of it as well. And now with that, okay, a bit of a Phantom picked up. Still could find a couple more, both jumping together at the same time. Ooh! What a flick!
1v1, but 11 HP.
Yeah, and the time's still ticking against him.
Now you know where Charon will be with this flash.
Oh, the flash at close range, though. Charon
close.
Quick with the Dolphin dive on the classic right click.
Gets close, man. It's another round that gets really close to the way of GENG. I mean, you got to be a little bit more cautious if you're just going in towards these fights technically at a deficit, right? GENG, in a lot of those fights, they weren't in the stronger numbers in the very beginning. What if the classic didn't work for Charon there? What if, you know, it's always the question. What if, question mark. They're going into a fresh round where the guns are back for PRX and they have picked up 2 extra ultimates to be able to get another round on this defensive side, setting up their Cypher more proficiently towards the C site.
Once again, PRX trying to creep up front. GENG with a bit of noise off to the other ends, but Forsaken definitely needing to respect what could be very well on the other side.
Quite the slow one from GENG as well, right? PRX, they've had to contend with a lot of ups and down plays between slow and fast. This time, though, there's going to be a big test on towards Mind Freak on this C site.
He's already tossed out the Paranoia as well. Cages up, salvos sent all the way through. Now the Armageddon coming out from Jing. It does somewhat keep, GENG at bay until the Strata steps through. Munchkin and everyone else have been able to flood in the side once again. Jing, the only one left. Even with ult spent, not quite able to convert the round. GENG look near unstoppable right now.
Yeah, the timing on that suppression as well on the backside, not able to Shrouded step out. But he still manages to get a kill before being traded out. But ultimately, I mean, a lot of those ultimates being exchanged around the C site, the Armageddons providing a little bit of space. GENG getting a lot of the crossfires at the end of it and sneaking Munchkin in towards window as well. I mean, you watch back on these replays at the moment and just the GENG guys dripping that kill feed in red. Eventually, they'll target towards a spike plant, but the round gets done with the extra kill. So you got to have a discussion now. You have to have another talk as PRX.
सब जगह fight हार रहे भाई.
Can't escape it.
Second time out है क्या ना?
Could
ये second time out है ना शायद?
want, but the scoreline is what it is, and GENG are just doing a phenomenal job.
Cat 50 subscriber चाहिए 336 के
One of the
लिए
massive
तो जिसने
weaknesses that
subscribe
we
नहीं
saw
किया है
from
subscribe
PRX
कर
against
दो
DRX
NX भाई
was
बढ़ के
this
हुए हैं.
defensive side, right? They got a single round. It was a defuse that they came into it, and apart from that, DRX on that double duelist, right? That opened up them to have a lot of different options for some later flanks, for some quick dives.
भाई जान पूछ कर ये लोग करते हैं.
This is a different look, right? GENG. The
Please,
nature of their
जाओ,
play right
PRX
now with their
fans,
agents,
Binks
it plays a
आपका बड़ा
lot
fan है.
differently.
Thank
But
you, thank you.
they're still really just layering their approach. They're getting their duels. They're getting their trades. PRX is
इसका
trying
pick
to
है
find a
even
lot of this
decider map है,
space
decider map.
heavily towards the A site early on in this map. And whilst Forsaken has, won a couple of those duels, how often has that just been mitigated almost immediately?
That's all thanks to, again, GENG just recognizing
Second coach का
what
क्या
PRX
काम
are
होता है?
trying to execute. So coach's
Check करना,
intervention,
notes.
and PRX look to
और coach की help करना.
show GENG some different looks.
Stand
It is an
रहने में.
eco.
That's it, right? It's an eco. GENG are not getting too overconfident to just rush anywhere at the moment. They're seeing if PRX are going to throw anything their way, if there's going to be any mid-control, anything up through the wings of the map. That's why you'll see the alarm bot positioned over towards the C side at the moment, and the slower progression through towards A.
Oh, PRX. And again, with time elapsed, they go back to, well, what they're comfortable with, the stack up. GENG, however, not a full commit.
Yeah, all the utility that's just been expended for
कर
PRX.
दिया.
Keeps PRX on this A site.
Yeah. And now you're just going to be able to waltz up towards B. If
Pick
you want
कर
to
दिया
stretch it
भाई.
in towards C, you possibly can as well. This is where you can use your Viper's wall as well to this B site. You could still technically even have a lurk if you wanted to, so something going to be interested for either lurk control or flank play. It's going to be the ladder now with the plant and the pit to the B site.
Well, the first thing is that you have to deal with texture, maybe the second player as well, Ash. Happy to watch his team's 6.
दो ult मार दिया.
Salvos, just to flush him out of position as well, and PRX should anticipate where he is, but still, with the flash, Forsaken not quite able to convert. Ash will continue to remain as a thorn in PRX's sides. And another obstacle in with the Viper's Pit as well. The triple from Ash dealing significant damage. Divide with 1 HP. Okay, good little domer, but still, that's the round.
6 on the board for GENG. I mean, one might argue it's an eco, and they've invested a Viper's Pit and a lockdown, but they're navigating these rounds well, right? They're trying to 100% them after you consider that there's been a couple where they've had one soldier, no soldiers remaining, right? They want to try and 100% these rounds to make it a little bit cleaner for them in the next couple. They still have to manage their own economy at the end of the day as well. No one's swimming in cash just yet for them. Well, maybe Caron, but there's no 9k caps.
इसका map पे क्या decider है?
Still though, the scoreline is what it is. PRX having
भाई ये
some
round अगर
ultimates
PRX
in
हारा
their
ना है
pockets
GG
right
भाई.
now, but GENG once again
Straight up GG. Attacking map पे लेकिन
slowly
इतना भी नहीं
stretching
भाई.
their legs down mid. Trying to find some trips. Trying to bait out more reactions from PRX. It's just texture.
Pull
Deep
back.
all the way through. But with the trip, Defy will punish. Still though, GENG off of the contact, straight in from Garage. Rolling Thunder collapsed in full. Defy looking for an opportunity to strike, but Munchkin denies it outright. GENG has the sight. Something still trying to hold out from C-Link. Forsaken trying to create some chaos with the flash out from Garage. Finds a couple out from Jing as well, and that's Ash gone. PRX able to strike back.
Quickly in towards that retake as well. What might have been thought of a B play, turning in towards a C play. And in the chaos, PRX, I mean, they weather it through. Forsaken, right? Taking it a little bit individually. He got some assistance from the salvos that come out towards the side to force the GENG members into a spot of bother. Some good repositions as well from GENG around that site when they're trying to establish a plan, I will admit, but it's the little later on part, right? It's just having Jing and Forsaken, the chemistry that's been built for so long, able to quickly just fashion something together.
Still need a lot more of that. GENG building up to some of their own ultimates as well.
Yeah, PRX changing it up this time, putting Divide towards the A site by himself, but sneaking Forsaken up through grass, and that is not how you want a round to start. He's by himself, right? How much did we see suggest, you know, die last time, or just a peek out of Garage from an individual?
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark.
I think it was Flashback who was peeking out Garage a lot that was being taken out when these two guys played.
Just a week ago. But still, we've got Divide up on the A side. His trips allowing him to find a single pick. Armageddon deployed, allowing for GENG to get the spike down safely. Drones out from PRX though, and they're looking to play off of the timing of things. Divide with the flood back in, takes down Karen. Ash in around the cage though, finds the trades! It's a triple for the player, and it's just Mindfreak left. Suggest to close it out.
Again, another quick attempt at a retake, this time before the spike has even been planted for PRX. So GENG able to dance around the site, using those cages quite nicely is Ash, and just doubling on down. That's a huge risk at the very beginning from Forsaken to go out by himself, by the way. So you might want to reel that in a little bit later on, or really now, right? Because for PRX, you're trailing behind quite significantly. This defensive side is still
technically,
so on the new round, what differences are we going to look for them? Are we going to see some mid-control attempted? Salvos,
8-4 possible hai.
Your peeking's out Garage, but you're going to already just have to sit here because of how close GENG are gathering this mid-control. He wants it. He so wants it.
It's a little risky though. Munchkin happy to play with the economy as well and outline this round. And GENG just once again waiting for a single peep out from PRX. The drone confirms that there is a bit of presence in Garage, and that pushes the rest of them happy to push into the A site. Still though, with the peeks out, bit of a trade, maybe a weapon picked up.
I mean, every time we've seen silence around this A site, you know PRX are not playing there whatsoever, right? So GENG eventually should recognize this and have to turn around to watch the flanks. Forsaken again, just cannot get anything happening here.
Well, Divide at least will come here to pick up pieces, so in with the Sheriff, but that Texture out towards A-Link. And also off to the ends, Divide only able to find the one. GENG will continue with this forward momentum.
Hey, Ash's assistance is looking pretty phenomenal at the moment. I'm not going to lie, whether or not it's good timing on the early salvos or he's just being a body to be able to watch other angles for the names like Texture at the moment. I mean, he's really looking a bit proficient on this map specifically. And then you still got some, you know, great timing on all of these smokes and assistive utilities to coming from Karen as well. I mean, GENG, they've certainly adjusted things in the middle of this game in the week's difference that they had from the previous one.
Assistant coach
certainly doesn't look or feel too good when Forsaken's not able to find too much. But here comes the Operator, able to find the first. Tries to go in for the next as well, but Divide is here and able to assist. Ooh, not quite the gate crash, but still, Karen, Shroud steps over. Divide finds him. Quick to react and quick and aware. Just Munchkin left. Tries to deliver the spike all the way over onto A, but PRX happy to play with numbers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a 1 versus 4. There's no pit available for Munchkin either, but you get the orb, you get the plant. That's an extra 2. That'll let you go 2 away towards the pit. You've got a minute to play with as well. These are the sort of scenarios that can really showcase value in an individual. If you're able to find a kill or two before getting a plant, for example, but for PRX, they are just not giving it to him. Now they know it's planted at A. The question is, Munchkin, how many kills do you get?
Because if he gets enough, that could be a pit, and that could be
strong next round.
Yeah, next round as well. Namely that. Might give GENG the 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PRX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play out the first. PRX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting the last one as well! The Red Bull clutch! Munchkin devours PRX in whole!
What did I just say? It's the individual moments that can certainly showcase us champions, right? In these sort of scenarios, it's a 1 versus 4, man. They didn't technically even peek think individually, yeah, sure, something did first in the beginning. All right, you give him that. Now we know where the guy is. But you're in a dark cover. 1, 2, the spray transfer there. Jing comes out the exact same angle. He doesn't need to move his crosshair, man.
You can't escape the truth, Komodo. That one breaks your heart. Down to the last of the first half.
Shreds it into pieces.
भाई कैसे possible है भाई?
Back to the slow play. Putting Forsaken to be individual over towards the A site to try and hold a forward line with the Guardian here. Okay, a difference, Quack, a difference. He gets the opening kill.
Flashes out over as well and looks for a little bit more, but still
Counter shot, baby.
Punished once again. No gate crash found.
If you're able to now as GENG get into this A site that's open as well, you set yourselves up a Viper's Pit.
I am not a brinjal.
Okay, at least starting to read more of GENG's tendencies now.
They
sussed out suggests lurk. And a quick read into the A site. They should have the timing, but the salvos from Ash throws it off. Devi at least
3v3.
Able to find a bit of spray through a tight angle. Munchkin though, off that clutch from before, pulls out the pit, denies possible entry. Rears his crosshairs over to the top of heaven and finds the crucial double.
How has he found both there?
Just Mindfreak now.
Hello?
And with that pit still up, I can't imagine Mindfreak able to do too much.
Oh my god!
At least tries to work his way into the pit, eliminating the first obstacle around the back.
All the decay now.
Yep, just a single whisper and he's gone. Munchkin, the rest of them all playing around the spike. Straight through the dark cover, and it's way too simple. Slim pickings for PRX and GENG. Happy to end this first half 10-2.
Done it again, another 4K for Munchkin. He has just had some big step-up moments in those two, hasn't he? I mean, the beginning, that's a first blood for Forsaken, but then gets hungry for some more, traded out. Yeah, you got something stretching on towards Suggest, but
मेरा बात सुनो.
I mean, when that pit goes down, it's just Munchkin, isn't it? 4 big kills. I mean, that Jing, that's rough. You've kind of just been accidental jumping in towards your teammates. Well, technically,
10 round मतलब एक pistol round चाहिए, एक bonus round
That's a big scoreline difference, mate. That's what that is, 10-2. I mean, we know that the defensive side was a worrisome side for PRX, but it was the first half here, right? It means that on this switch up, if you have any faults, if you drop the pistol and the second round, which are arguably, you know, the weaker ones, right? That's already 12, that's map point, that's series point for GENG. It has to start now, and you've really not given yourselves any breathing room.
Almost feels suffocating if you're in
100%. I mean, for
a PRX right now.
For GENG, right?
Not possible.
They're one of the teams that we're thinking in this group alpha to be top 4. I mean, a lot of people would say for PRX as well.
Binks,
we're staring down
both
of these teams winless right now. One of these teams will go 0-2.
And that's what you've really got to think about. That's what Alex could be thinking about as well. But you just don't have that much time to worry about all of these little concerns.
Yeah.
Language.
You need to turn this map around. Yes, Group Alpha, you lose this, and that could impact the rest of your performance in this season.
लोग देख रहे stream को करो like पट से और 50 जन नहीं है तो subscribe करो पट से.
Bring this to its conclusion.
There's a lot of pressure on this pistol round for PRX.
और कहीं तो PRX है जीजे round robin है रे सब
they've got to get bonus round. Like, there's just so much.
बाकी मैचेस जीतना पड़ेगा वैसा होता है. जो कि जीत सकता है यार.
Setting up huge traps, a bit of pinch in towards this A lobby position as well, in case PRX decides to respect this smoke.
And they're not really all hanging around it either.
Oh, here it comes though. GENG, the slow creep out, and they have all the protocols in place to find the trades. Jing finding a bit of a punish as well, and with that, something with the support to push out. Forsaken finding the frag, but Ash! Off of the flashes, the little corner checked, he finds a double. And remember, something with low HP getting the spike down.
Ash is not the person that tags something as well, right? So you got to consider how much damage has been done towards him. 20 HP. Whole line.
Positional advantage.
But Ash has just used his salvos, so he's not going to have them for this one. It's going to come down to timing and a little bit of luck.
Where could they be? Something considering, thinking about it. Spots him by the little sliver, quick with the reaction. Shoots down in the corner for a little mental boost as well. But PRX happy to take that one.
I think you needed it, right? You absolutely needed it. Does it incentivize you as GENG though here for this next round when they're 10-2 right now? It's a 1 versus 1 at the end of it. Do you go for a force? If you're playing towards the numbers and you're doing 2024 GENG things, you want to play to your strengths, right? So just take this round for what it is. It's an eco, and then have your big old guns in the next one. And that does look like what is going to happen.
Well, at least happy to see some of these smiles, especially on Something's face. He's happy to try to keep that forward. Salvo straight in for a quick A main control.
Yep. See if they can continue to keep on going here, and if Ash and if Karen are going to do anything over here.
Look at texture up by mid though. You've got the trip, so
yeah, can't really get past that, can ya?
Trying to keep our eyes on that at least, but still Forsaken to get deep back behind sight. Forsaken with the stinger kill to start things off. Fault line out, but oh, Ash with a nasty right click. Instantly in for the punish. Another dive from Karen, but Devi will be able to convert. Finding Ash now as well, so that's a safe site, a safe plant. Devi hearing the footsteps off the other end. Feeling the punch from Texture's Sheriff now, but at least positions made known. Mindfreak for the swing, in with the support from Something. Suggest still able to at least sneak a kill off. It's not impossible. Mindfreak is down quite low, but in with the sprays out the sides of the smoke. Suggest repositions.
If you can get Mindfreak here, I mean, you're pretty happy. Otherwise, you just go up with the spike.
Just need to spray him down though.
अभी भी लग रहा है chat तुम लोगों को possible नहीं है.
Forsaken now onto the Vandal will be able and happy to take Suggest.
अभी ये bonus भी जीत सकते हैं क्योंकि लोग bonus से full buy करने वाले.
You really need to see this flawless run from PRX that they started off with against DRG, DRX rather, reenacted here. 8 in a row is what we're going to kind of be chasing. And then you'd be tying things up if you consider the first 2 that they've already accumulated, right?
Hello, Binks bhai, कैसे हो? मैं बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो? मेरी जान के टोटे.
At least we're seeing them kind of shirk off all these worries and concerns. So now, even with a bit of a half bias, Stinger, Bulldog,
तीन Vandal है, तीन guns है.
Happy to stare down GENG's barrel. GENG though, repositioning across the map.
Yeah, bait out a little bit of this utility from Suggest nice and early to give you a avenue back in towards Garage if you want later on. Just the patience from PRX at the moment. Not seeing any overeager players of GENG give up their hand early.
How are you going to work around this Yoru utility?
Well, he's going to try and do it dry with the spike, lose his life, get traded out, and shift in towards the C play.
And that's another trade out from Munchkin as well. So the C play, unfortunately not quite working out too well for PRX in this round.
Why do we have a spike on Forsaken who's leading in towards Garage?
Isn't that the question?
Because how do you retrieve this?
Please, mat pucho na ye sab questions.
Whatever it is now, definitely is GENG leading the round, leading the scoreline as well, 11-4.
11-4, baby.
You got one more
होएगा Pacific का Fnatic comeback बोले तो DRX comeback is equal to Pacific comeback. Technically अगर देखा जाए,
it's a little bit bleak for them.
अगर ये round जीत के next round जीतते तो एक और round free मिलेगा.
At this next round, if you try to pace things a little bit together as a team, right? All 5 members towards this A side of things. GENG a little bit lesser equipped here. Devi, no shields behind the Vandal, so it does look a little bit weaker for them for sure. But at least you'll start to get a bit of pressure towards this A site, right? You're already making a couple of these GENG members scurry on over.
Yeah, shake it off. Still though,
गाली नहीं chat गाली नहीं.
That's what I'm thinking. PRX at least just looking to
दो altar away है.
Improve and solve as much as possible.
दो kill मार के ult मारा server खाली हो
as well. That if you are Ash, you can use that drone down long, down sewers. You can get some significant information, but there's already an idea that this is territory that you don't occupy, right? So eventually he'll throw it. They're a little bit too close for comfort, so you know this is where the hit's coming down.
So a bit of information for GENG, very well informed. Karen still in a great position to answer back. Spike dropped, and he still finds another. PRX still trying to break their way out of this A-long position, but Texture with a single tap takes down Mindfreak. Devi might have slipped through, but still Karen left and unanswered. A quad kill picked up, and it brings GENG to match and series point.
Big time with the big G, GENG. I mean, he's had something here. At the end of the day, there's still a core 3 dynamic on this roster with some world-class coaches. Sometimes that might just be enough, as Quack has got his head in his arms. As one of the longer PRX fans,
you just support Komodo.
I support.
भाई देखो मेरे को एक बात बताओ भाई देखो टेक्निकली जिनके पास गेम नॉलेज है टेक्निकली अगर बात किए तो ब्रीच के पास अल्ट आने वाला है ये राउंड ब्रीच के अल्ट पे जीत सकते हैं ठीक है 4 सेकंड के पास अल्ट है 4 सेकंड के अल्ट की वजह से एक और राउंड जीत सकते हैं दैट्स 2 राउंड्स इन अ रो दैट गिव्स यू अ थर्ड राउंड जिससे एक और का अल्ट आ सकता है दैट इज माय फेवरेट जिंगू ठीक है फिर उसके अल्ट में एक राउंड जीत सकते हैं तो इतना अल्ट करके 4 राउंड जीतने के बाद इको आएगा फिर 5वां राउंड जीतेगा फिर वापिस समथिंग का अल्ट आएगा 6ठे राउंड पे ऐसा रोटेट करते करते टेक्निकली अगर देखा जाए तो ओटी जा सकता है मेरे हिसाब से हाँ
But not before not having to be in this spot where it
तुम लोगों ने मेरे को गाली दिया मेरे हिसाब से इस बार है ना टेक्निकली आरसीबी जीतेगा
chances for GENG, and with those chances, GENG happy to take some risks as well, pushing
great
down
power
Siege, taking a
comes
bit of
great
pressure
responsibility
off of one side of the map. PRX though, trying to keep
Go
themselves
TKD.
bunched up. Straight into garage again though. The quick punish from Karon.
Go
One way on the other
TKD.
end as well.
Little by little for PRX. I mean, divide down. Jet texture. Oh, look at him. Just look at him.
Turns away off.
How is he still alive? How is he alive?
And going. Overdrive back in, and that's some damage done. PRX trying to scramble for some defenses, but Karon's here again to deliver them to their doom. The final score of the series, 13-4. 13-4 on Haven.
And for the first time after 16 straight games in a row for Suggest, he has finally found himself victorious.
That's a scoreline, that's a statistic that you have to be happy about. GENG, there were some doubts about them, a lot of the predictions went in a bit 50-50. But coming into this very first map of the series today, they shook a lot of that off. Suggest finding the lurks, Ash in with incredible support on the Teo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, massive differences this week compared to last week as well, right? For those two newcomers to the GENG roster. For PRX though, it's the tear out the corner of your eye again, right? You got another series that's going to a 3-mapper, and it's just not working for them when it matters the most right at the end.
The results are what they are. But well, it is still early in the season. We shall follow forward with every single player's journey. Maybe sometimes you've got to be a bit of a goldfish, or just shake some of these losses off. But
भाई W भाई texture है बड़ा प्यारा भाई texture भाई love you यार
doing just that.
भाई गलत कैरन भाई ने भी गलत मारा लेकिन texture is cutie pie
This huge win against
texture is
PRX
cutie
right
pie
now.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
ढूंढ रहे किधर किधर खड़ा रहना है किधर किधर बैठना है
we are wrong. It is time for us to bow down to big time. But let's not give him a big head, hey?
It is also time for us to toss it over to the winning interview today.
हैप्पी मैंने क्या किया यार
젠지 승리 축하드립니다.
भाई बात के लाना मेरे को पता था भाई जेंजी जीतेगा स्टार्टिंग से सपोर्ट कर रहा था मैं पता है W जेंजी
승리를 정말 너무 오랜만에 며칠 만에 한지도 이제 모를 정도로 너무 오랜만에 한 것 같은데
야
비록 제 자신한테는 좀 만족스러운 경기는 아니었지만 그래도 좀 팀원한테 고맙다는 말 하고 싶네요.
상암에서 첫 승 아니에요?
그런 것 같아요.
젠지에서의 첫 승도 축하드립니다. 네, 앞으로도 좋은 모습 기대해 볼게요. 카론 선수 모실게요.
Thank you.
Congratulations, GENG, for the first win of stage 1. Now I'm standing here with Karon. Now, Karon, congratulations on the win. I feel like this win was a sign of relief for the team. I mean, especially what happened after the Boom series. So what were some things that you guys were able to point out after that opening match against Boom? boom.
69%
카론 선수 승리
का
축하드리고요. 사실 정말
भाई अभी है
이번
DRX
승리가 굉장히
vs
중요했던 게
DFM
e스포츠전 이후에 좀 많은 우려의 시선도 있었고 또
भाई ये तो easy
선수들이
DRX
그
2-0 है भाई
누구보다도 가장 많은 얘기를 나눴을 것 같습니다. 좀 어떤 진단을 내릴 수 있었고 어떤 얘기들이 오갔는지부터 들어보고 싶네요.
일단은 이제 저희가 스크림에서 많이 이겨왔고 그러한 부분들이 이제 대회에서 많이 나오질 않아가지고 저희도 이제 막 게임을 하면서도 막 스크림 같지도 않고 이게 저희가 하는 바이브 그런 것도 없고 그냥 게임이 게임 같지 않았어요. 그래서 저희가 그냥 얘기를 하면서 그냥 지던 말던 하고 싶은 거 다 하고 질 때 그냥 후회
6K vote and
없이
5K
진짜라는
likes
말을
तक नहीं
했던
भाई
게
जी
도움이
भाई
컸던 것
लाइक करो
같습니다.
भाई
누가 그런 말을 했죠?
그건 이제 나라 형이나 이제
아, मैं चले क्या
감독님이나
साला
다
पार्टी बदल लिया भाई मैं तो बोल रहा था भाई
대회를
जेनजी
뛰는
जीतेगा
사람들 다 그렇게 말을 해줬던 것 같아요.
चैंपियन ट्रॉफी
Well,
वाली
yeah, we
टीम है
had
भाई
a
जेनजी
good flow
ऐसा
going
ऐसा टीम
on
नहीं है
with our
भाई
scrims, but we just weren't able to translate the vibe and also the
Oh, मेरी
results
bird.
onto the stage. And it felt weird. It didn't feel like us. We weren't really playing like Gen G. We
Chat
weren't really
multiple
having
tabs
fun
open
like
करना है,
Gen
ठीक है?
G
अभी
as we
अपने टीम
do
को support
usually
करना
in
है,
the
heavy वाला
scrims.
उधर,
So
समझ
we
रहे हो
just
ना?
went, you know what? Chuck everything,
चाली
let's
का,
have fun,
चाली का,
and
चाली
let's
का,
have the
चाली का,
confidence to
चाली
go
का,
in
कदर,
and
कदर,
do whatever we
कदर.
want to do. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. Let's just play our best game. And mostly it was the coaching staff, Munchkin and Texter. And I guess the whole team kind of agreed to do that. And I think that kind of mindset really turned the switch on for us and allowed us to win tonight. Now, let's talk about the new starting lineup, which picked up the first win of stage 1 for Gen G here. Ash and Suggest coming into the team. Now, how's the teamwork and how do you think you guys are gelling in together? What do you think this starting lineup kind of offers for you guys? 이제 새로운 선수들이 합류를 했잖아요. 애쉬 선수도 있고 서제스트 선수도 이렇게 주전 라인업에 이름을 올리고 오늘 함께 첫 승을 거뒀는데 팀워크나 팀 합은 어디까지 올라왔는지 그리고 이 라인업의 장점은 뭐라고 생각하시는지 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 팀 합이나 그런 것들은 이제 조금씩은 올라오고 있는 것 같고 저희가 이제 스크림에서도 많이 이겼던 이유가 이제 사실 에임이 좀 좋은 편이기도 하거든요. 근데 이제 대회에서는 이제 그런 부분들이 좀 안 나오다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 좀 더 집중해보자, 얘기해보자. 그리고 어차피 이제 퍼시픽 어찌 보면은 이제 애쉬 선수도 이제 신입이고 그리고 서제스트 선수도 쉬었다 온 거기 때문에 약간 저를 보는 것 같았어요. 저도 초반에 막 그렇게 잘하진 않았거든요. 근데 그런 부분들을 이제 이겨준다면 저희도 이제 우승이라는 단어를 한번 외쳐볼 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, yeah, it was definitely something new, and I think our teamwork and we're starting to get on the same page and starting to play things as a team. And I feel like the reason why we performed really well in terms of our scrims was because of our raw mechanics, our firepower, and we just weren't able to show that on stage. But with Ash having his debut year in Pacific Tier 1, also Suggest coming back from his long hiatus, it kind of felt like watching me last year, so I could really relate to that. And we just really focused on getting that team synergy up and getting the vibes, making sure that we were able to perform our best on stage. And I think we're on the right path over here. Now, for you, as you mentioned too, I think having to go through a roster change was something new for you. It's a new experience. You didn't have to do that last year. So, can you talk to us about what the roster change feels like for you and what this process means for you as well? 카론 선수 작년에는 사실 로스터 변화를 경험하지는 않았잖아요. 이제 올해 들어서 좀 로스터 변화를 경험한 건데 개인적으로는 좀 어떤 시간인지도 궁금하거든요. 왜냐면 좀 느끼는 바가 많을 것 같고 해야 하는 역할도 굉장히 달라진 것 같아요.
제가 이번 시즌에는 그래도 이제 계속 이 팀원들의 변화가 있고 로스터에 좀 변화가 있다 보니까 사실 좀 저도 이제 멘탈적으로 안 좋고 고생을 좀 많이 했어요. 근데 이제 계속 게임을 하다가도 좀 잘 안 되고 저도 이제 난항기를 겪는 와중에 그래도 형들이 계속 저를 믿어주고 그러고 이제 열심히 이제 할 수 있는 그런 것들을 이제 도와줘가지고 저도 이제 조금 더 게임에 집중을 하기로 하고 사실 최근에 멘탈이 좀 안 좋았어요. 왜냐면은 붐 때도 이제 제가 집중을 하나도 못해서 게임을 졌다고 생각을 하거든요. 실제로 그렇게 이제 집중이 안 됐기도 했고, 근데 이제 PRX 전에는 그 일주일간의 이제 형들이 도와줬던 말이나 저를 믿어주는 그런 모습들이 저를 좀 더 이제 집중을 할 수 있게 성장을 시켰던 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, to be honest, going through a lot of changes in terms of the roster changes and other meta and little changes as well, it just took a toll on my mental, to be honest. And also, you know, going back to the Boom series last week, I wasn't able to fully concentrate, and I felt that on the server as well. And really, it took me a while to get things together and get into that right mindset to make sure that I fully concentrate on what I was doing on the stage. And it was, you know, the OG members of GENG, you know, the older teammates that really helped me to hype things up and make sure that I kind of reset my mentality and play my best. So I think having that faith in each other and them having faith in me really helped me out a lot through this tough time. And you know, my mental's in a good place, so thank God for that. And I'm really glad that I was able to pull my weight today. Now, lastly, let's talk about innovation, because I think in the beginning of stage 1, a lot of teams from different regions, they try something new. They completely reinvent themselves as well with the new style and the new comps. But I feel like GENG, you guys are kind of micro-fixing little things, decided to kind of stick to what you guys do the best and stick to what you know. So when it comes to completely changing things up, what are the talks around that? I mean, do you guys feel like just reinventing the wheel is enough and that's what the team needs at the moment? Or do you feel like at some point you guys just need to chuck it out the window and try something completely new, you know, innovate? 변화에 대해서도 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 계속해서 사실 스테이지 1이 시작하면서 여러 지역 팀들이 스타일도 많이 바꾸고 조합도 완전히 바꿔오고 있거든요. 뭐 예를 들어서 페이퍼렉스도 새로운 조합을 선보이고 있고, 퍼시픽에서는 DRX도 되게 새로운 시도해보지 않았던 그런 스타일을 시도하고 있잖아요.
Do you know the butterfly effect? भाई मेरे को पता है butterfly effect क्या होता है. जब एक लड़की I love you बोलती है, पेट में जो होता है ना, वो होती है butterfly effect. वो होती है. हाँ, समझ रहे हो? जब पिंकी ने मेरे को फर्स्ट टाइम प्रपोज किया था ना, बटरफ्लाई इफेक्ट हुआ था. जस्ट से
조금 어찌 보면 좀 두려워한다라고 저는 생각을
आपका
하고
व्यूअर है,
있는데요.
बात तो है.
근데 요즘 메타
Bye,
같은
thank you for the
경우에는 사실
membership.
어떤 조합을 쓰든 상대 조합에 있어서 메타가 어떤 것인지를 좀 파악을 잘해야 되는 것 같아요. 그런 부분들이
आपने
있어야
क्या था?
좀 게임을
Real
이기기가
side
쉽다.
of my side of story किसको नहीं मालूम?
상대에게 포커스가 좀 더 맞춘 거군요. 대처하는 방법.
네, 그렇죠. 그래서
시니가미
조합
맛깔,
같은 경우에는
시니가미
이제
맛깔.
너무 다채롭다 보니까 사실
Hey, how about I
그냥
also open the
조합은 그냥
multiple
조합대로
tabs
쓰는
in the
거고
match card?
상대를 더 빨리 파악하는 게 승리 요인인 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, partly I think, I mean, it's important to have deeper agent pool.
Goldie bhai, that's some crazy thumbnail right there, Goldie bhai. Goldie bhai, that's some crazy thumbnail right there.
Into the new meta and into something completely new. But I think in this day and age, it's more important to kind of look into what your opponents are doing, and it really depends on how quickly you figure out what your opponents are doing and what you need to do to counter them. I mean, you're going to run into millions of different comps. People are running different things. They're trying everything new. So I think what's really important to make sure that you win and that you have a good momentum going is to be able to read into your opponents very well. I think that's the most important thing in this meta as well. Now, that was Munchkit. I mean, that was Karon. Thank you very much, Karon. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
And we'll see you next week. 네, 이렇게 해서 카론 선수 만나봤고요. 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. भाई इसने मेरे को क्यूट वर्ड सिखाया था. गाली थी लेकिन.
All right, GENG finally taking their first win with this brand new roster with two fresh rookies, or kind of rookies, Suggest and Asher. And I really like what Karen was saying there about how GENG approaches this. And we see two completely different mindsets between the two teams today, PRX and GENG, and how they approach GENG is like, look, we've got players who are really good at particular agents, and the best thing to do is see what they're.
इसका मतलब सटस्की बाय, तूने मेरा व्लॉग देखा नहीं है ना कोरिया वाला? I caught you red-handed. Caught you red-handed. तूने मेरा कोरिया वाला व्लॉग नहीं देखा है? हाँ, इतना प्यारा व्लॉग था, इतना प्यारा. अब तक का मेरा सबसे बापेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस विद रोहित बाय हेडक्वार्टर्स, और तूने देखा नहीं है. ठीक है भाई, वो तो मैंने भी नहीं देखा. इसकी पेड़
being able to just read into what your opponent is doing is what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to seeing that structured play style from the Korean teams. I'm used to them seeing them do pretty much the same thing time and time again and just perfect it. And I think that it makes it a lot easier for them as opposed to worrying about what they're going to do. They know what they're going to do and just focus on their opponent's game plan can be a little bit more digestible than the chaos of we're changing our comp and we're changing our roles and we have to adapt to what they're doing. You know what your win conditions are, you know what your tools are, and you can apply them to the problems.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, आज अपना उधर भी मैच है क्या?
गेम
बच गया मैं. हाँ बच गया, म्यूट कर दिया, कान पड़ गई मेरी.
G winning that really convincingly. Karon, our map MVP, and he mentioned in his interview he wasn't really feeling himself in terms of adjusting to the roster changes, but on top of that he also mentioned the mental game, and we were talking about this in the green room. When it comes to two teams like this who are actually pretty damn good, what it really boils down is who has the better mental.
Chat में दूसरा game को नाम क्यों नहीं ले रहे? I know only balance the best game of all time. Love you यार.
This is your whole career, is being able to perform in this video game. You know, it's so different from the idea of like casually playing ranked like most people do. You turn that pressure up by like 1,000. So you might see mistakes that are, you know, are uncharacteristic, or you think, why would they not clear this? And it's because the lights are so bright, the pressure builds up, and it's so big. They have to adapt and learn so much, I think is the best way I can put it. And now the pressure will only continue to mount for PRX, who are now 0-2 and need to turn things around if they want to make playoffs.
Yeah, a rough start for PRX, also needing to face against really strong teams like DRX and GENG here. GENG, I'm sure, is feeling a lot better, and just reminding themselves.
Love you, Rishabh bhai, love you.
And we've been hearing this from a lot of the Pacific players, actually globally. A lot of them are stressing themselves out. You know, they're like, I forgot how much fun Valorant was originally, and they're, you know, that competitive spirit is sort of overwhelming in one way. But you see the players who are able to pull out of it, they find success.
I mean, for me, it's the most fun job in the world. It feels like the most stressful job in the world at times. You have to remind yourself, hey guys, we get to play this video game for a living. Like, this is pretty fun when you actually like take a step away and break it down. But when
it's more fun to win.
When you're like scrimming 8 hours a day and you're, you know, your aim training and all this kind of stuff, it can feel like a lot. So it's nice when teams can have fun.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when you win in the process. Now let's rewind a bit. See the beginning of the table map, especially on attack.
Bhai, chhod do bhai gaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was kind of what we'd be expecting from Texture a lot of the time, a lot of multi-frags, a lot of impact from him. You know, Karon did have a fantastic game as well. And I think the core of GENG was pretty good this series, but Texture was pretty consistent across all 3 maps. And I feel like it was just not something that PaperX could really deal with. I felt like I was surprised seeing the role changes that they were bringing into this series, and you know, moving those players around and having to deal with what GENG is throwing at you can cause moments like this where people are just not comfortable in what they're doing.
Thank you for the membership,
utility map in, map out, and being able to be comfortable in certain situations, and then you just get these mental blocks and weird rounds happen.
That 1v4 is the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, I've had rounds like that go wrong, and it's so crushing mentally, because you did the hard job, and then you lose it in that fashion, and it's immediate sinking feeling in your stomach. We're like, oh no, I can't believe that just happened. But Karon is taking on match MVP, thoroughly well deserved, and I think he played a fantastic series today. It looked like the Karon of old in a way, so very, very happy to see his return to form.
Oh, absolutely. Karon is such a mainstay here in Pacific, becoming synonymous really with being one of the best players out here. And of course, we got to highlight The big
He's
G.
done it again.
The
And
big G, big time. Yeah, doing it again.
It's easy,
might I
man.
mention, by the way, the last time this man had an outrageous prediction of thinking that T1 would win, they went on to win the international event shortly after.
Yeah,
so
I got boom right. I got boom right before. People need to listen to me. Listen to me more, people, please. I'm always right.
Listen to this guy. Well, we are going to find out what you're predicting for the next match, which is going to be DRX versus DFM. Let's see who's has the hot takes for this one. We're going to go in a quick break. We hope PRX fans, you recover a bit, get the heart rate down, and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go into that second match.
गया ये बेटी छोड़ दो लड़ते रहेंगे ये लोग सिर्फ मेरा हो गया देखिए साक्षी भाई साक्षी जी thank for the 40 बहन भाई नहीं sorry बहन नहीं friends we can be friends salesman off duty today yes salesman is off duty today अपना ऑरेंज है आज क्या लैंग्वेज है ये हाँ क्या पक्का ओ हाँ बे goat on top sorry I would love to apologize मेरे को लगा पर्पल है ऑरेंज अपन sorry love to apologize no
Red Bull gives you wings.
इसमें किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो भाई एक और एक की टीम जिसने अपने रीजन के लिए ट्रॉफी लाई है DRX DRX ने लाया था
Red Bull gives you wings.
नहीं पैसिफिक जीती थी मेरा ब्रेन लैग हैवी ट्रॉफी DRX ने लाया था ना T1 ने लाया था विन्नू फिर भी हम सपोर्ट DRX को करेंगे ओ भाई मेल्ट डाउन कर दिया मेल्ट डाउन
And it's match 2 for today. We are welcoming DRX
W
versus
by buddy.
DFM. Now, DRX, of course, our kickoff champions, are looking better and better with every game. Yes, we did see them in Masters Bangkok. Not their finest performance, but over here in Pacific. It's been okay. Okay, reflexes, not bad.
क्या बात है
Catching things here. And Mako Arcade. Sorry, well, I'm just like admiring DRX.
Yeah, I got distracted by the code throw. That got to me. That's funny. But yeah, DRX, as you say, continuing to be dominant in Pacific, even if their Masters performance wasn't brilliant. This is a roster that topped the charts during kickoff, and they really want to continue that. The big rookies coming in, Human and Freeing, still continuing to look strong, and we saw that change of style more to the double duelist.
That's right, yeah. They're mixing up what their approach wants to be. I think they had a decent run at Masters, and I would expect them to do very well in this group as well. Shouldn't have too many issues moving on to the playoffs, and they'll be looking to go back in stage 1 here from kickoff.
Oh yeah, that is definitely the goal. And DFM had a Good start, good off season, but the start of stage 1 definitely less inspiring. We are looking at May, the leader here, who's put together this roster, and what do they have in store for today? Art last week hardly had an Odin. He had one kind of flubby Lotus round, and then he just, where did it go?
Oh, listen to me, man. Buy the Odin. What are you doing? He's so good on it. He's so good. I don't want to see him with a Vandal ever. Judge or Odin. That's all you're allowed to do if you want to get the win. Listen to me, man.
Okay, I mean, that's going to be hard to be doing, especially where on some maps they're putting up whole walls that are making it harder to work. Either way, for DFM, I think that loss in the opening stage here against Global puts a lot of pressure on this team.
Against
some of the more difficult opponents, such as DRX, and historically, that's been a difficult matchup for them, even if these are mostly different cores. It's May against most of the DRX core that does remain, and you see them highlighted in the player graphics here. These players are very familiar with each other, but a lot of players that haven't been involved in this matchup as much as those guys historically in the server as well.
That's right, and things are going to be a little bit different. Now, DFM, we saw them last week. DRX, I think what's very fascinating with DRX is, you guys touch upon it, a little bit of their playstyle change, their comp change as well. They were playing double duelists against PRX. It surprised us as hell. So with this map draft coming in, we are getting an Ascent, so I don't know.
I mean, that's going to be an interesting one, but I think I'd even take it a step further, where DRX is this team that you consistently see them tweaking agents. They change 1 or 2 agents every time, so you never really know what you're going to expect from them. And with their pick of Lotus here, that is a map that, it says one comp here, guys, but look at Masters Bangkok, look back to Kickoff as well. This team changes up their comp by a couple of agents every time, and initially they brought the double duelist into this Lotus. Over on the side of DFM, they have not had too much success on Lotus, so DRX definitely smelling blood in the water with this first map pick.
Yeah, DFM keeping it simple with their comp in the past. You know, we see the slight variation with the Vice, but it's nothing crazy. I do really like the double duelist from DRX when they busted out. I was really happy to see them try something new, have a little bit of a different style there, you know, from the Teo that we saw before. And I think
love from you, the band, love him in his
I'm curious to see if they'll keep rolling with that into week 2.
Oh, yeah. We are definitely curious about it, and you can see here now, most of us have predicted DRX for, again, obvious reasons. They were the kickoff champions, and they look better than ever. But DFM, I would say, May wasn't performing as he normally does last week. I know that's why Quack has predicted for DFM today. Paper Thin just loves DFM. I'm sure he has real reasons too, but I know he also loves DFM here. But you guys feeling very strongly about this DRX win?
Yeah,
all right, well, let's welcome the 2 teams in blue. We have DRX facing DFM for match 2 of stage 1.
Let's go! भाई ये लोग एक मूवी निकालना चाहिए भाई, एक मूवी निकालना चाहिए भाई ये लोग को। बाप रे भाई, प्लीज एक मूवी निकालो प्लीज। गलत ना चैट। भाई कितना प्यारा करते भाई। क्रेजी ना।
2025 VCT Pacific Stage 1.
भाई अपना प्रोडक्शन स्टेज वेज हो बे 7 करोड़। और आपने सपोर्ट दिखाया DFM, क्या जी भी DRX का हरा सकते हैं?
It's been a massive start of the year for this Korean powerhouse DRX. Coach CHUMMI, who's been with this team forever, has been slowly tweaking, upgrading, changing it, and what we saw in their latest iteration, an even faster and even more dangerous DRX.
I love them this year. I've been talking up freeing this,
Just
the
get it
whole
by.
I think they made some of the best changes in the offseason. Huge credit to the DRX coaching staff, the huge systems that they have behind them. But Masters wasn't what they needed it to be, so they need to qualify to Toronto in their mind to have that second crack at international performances.
Absolutely. Today they will be facing against DFM, the
Arvind.
Japanese squad here, who definitely stepped it up. Again, in the offseason, during kickoff, we saw a great performance and we see endless awesome walkouts from this team. Now, last week, they didn't have a great start to stage 1 here, but I'm sure they're looking to step it back up and maybe defeat another RX today.
Yeah, I feel like DFM almost take it on themselves to be kind of an underdog team. They love to go for an upset. They love to play these kind of powerhouses in Pacific. And then sometimes when they take on a team a little bit closer to their level, they look a little bit shakier sometimes. So I'm hoping they can embody that underdog mentality against DRX today, and they're going to have a better performance here. I don't even care so much if they win, to be honest. I just want to see them look like they're much more powerful inside of the server compared to their initial game against Global.
Yeah, like you say, when they were the underdogs, that's when they were at their best. That's how they got that win against PRX, I feel. So take the pressure off yourselves. I think that's really important for them.
Yeah, while you are still the underdog, take advantage of that energy and that mentality going in, and remember to have fun. And I have to say, DFM is one of those teams that doesn't seem to forget to have fun on the server. We didn't get to talk about our map draft earlier. Lotus is going to be the first destination of today. DRX ended up picking it. How are you guys feeling about this?
I feel very poorly about DFM's chances today. There's just too many question marks for me. For Lotus, I think it's a map they haven't performed too well on, and DRX has been very consistent on that map against everyone but T1. Ascent is not a map we've seen from
Northern Lights
since the off-season, and they've both had some play on it with their rosters. And Fracture is a map that we've seen for DRX and they've had some success on, but we haven't even seen DFM play it since it came in kickoff.
A lot of question marks do hang, if we get to the third map of today. I don't know if we're going to get a full series, but I hope we do, because we never get enough Valorant here in Pacific. And the Lotus draft, I don't think, are we getting some changes here?
I think for DFM, they're just playing the most standard, stable meta comp. It's one that didn't go so well for them.
मेरे को एक बात बता, पूरी दुनिया वर्ल्ड का बात करें, पूरी दुनिया ब्रीच तेहो है, पूरी दुनिया यहाँ पे ना ब्रीच है ना तेहो है, कैसी चलेगी? Is this some kind of a new meta?
That performance and excel on the Yoru here.
All right, we are going to go into the first map. We have our casters Komodo and Quack, who do have opposite predictions as well. Let's see what their take is on this.
Just a really tiny little bit. You know, I just like to believe in DFM. But do you have anything for me, Komodo?
For you on DFM?
Or just the whole matchup overall?
Good luck.
Good luck.
No, look,
might need it.
I mean, if you're considering what we saw last week from DFM against GE, there's a lot of room to grow. I think that's the biggest thing for this year for a lot of these teams. But I felt they look a little bit lost, right? Teamwork and trading and everything, they were a little bit off their game. They didn't bring that over from kickoff, I really feel.
Yeah, it does feel that way, especially given the performance from last week. However, I do personally like what I'm seeing from, you know, the likes of Gen when he's getting a little bit more proactive, especially even as the Viper on the map. So we'll have to see how the entire journey progresses for it in week number 2, DFM versus DRX. I mean, of course, on their map pick of Lotus. It's that permanent ban of Icebox coming through.
Yeah, I mean, if you've always got a perma ban of Lotus, for example, for a team like DFM, you're
Hindi
opening
keyboard
up
hai
the
mere paas.
floodgates for something that you're not potentially strong on, or what your opponents are strong on, and Lotus for DRX has been pretty good. I mean, is DFM working in towards their own meta shifts? So we've got a really early Angel here already got DRX.
And the crowd cheering and supporting right behind DRX as well. Happy to take those 3 important frags away. Gen, though, will be able to steal one right from underneath their noses, but is that going to be enough? Still trailing right around the back of the door.
You need to see some very sharp shots from GN and Akame here, if they're able to try and bring this one back.
DRX definitely still
भाई ये clean 2-0
circling
होएगा
around them like
मेरे
sharks.
हिसाब से.
There's one.
Deep in the water.
One enemy remaining.
Straight through off the other side. You might be able to find a little bit of space in towards stairs, but DRX definitely still able to put up a wall outside of the ace site. Peeks back in, peek off of contact from Mako, and it's going to be a
Clean
classic
round.
kill.
भाई
to bring them
इंडियन
the
बहुत
pistol.
मारता ना.
Yeah, I mean,
सभी
we're
मारते
seeing,
हैं.
you know, just to touch upon the
भाई
Apex
मेरे
with
को
this
एक
map as
बात
well,
बताओ,
right? We've
मेरे को
seen a
एक
little
बात
bit of
बताओ,
difference.
दुनिया का सबसे बापेस्ट टेहो प्लेयर कौन है? चैट तुम्हारे लिए एक क्वेश्चन है. दुनिया का सबसे बापेस्ट टेहो प्लेयर कौन है? बिंग्स भाई लव यू यार, दैट्स द राइट आंसर. बट मेरे साथ एक और है. फ्रिंग. यप. तो कैसे निकल रहे थे
Actually
वो?
could have a very large impact in this map.
We're already seeing
Gon
it with the
Zizou
sheer
bola.
wall and the way that it is placed. A little bit more difficult for DFM to get it tripped. Of course, this is the Eco.
बोल भी नहीं सकता मेरी टीम में.
Looking to see what they can get. Prowler off towards the other side. Flashback happy to go in with the Outlaw. He crashes away to safety.
Yeah, flashback, of course, if you're going on towards this double duelist,
Really?
new look for DRX, you want to kind of see how he's going to be
Yeah,
playing
last
on this
flashback, yeah.
secondary duelist role. If it's more informative, if it's more secondary, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. And it's not a bad idea, of course.
Yeah, well said, Komodo. Certainly puts DFM in their place currently.
I think his Neon is a little bit more,
Anna player
you know, awkward compared to his Yoro at the moment. So it'll be good to see, you know, for this map specifically, him really starting to just fine-tune some things and ultimately quack on a round such as this for DRX. It's just making sure comms are clean, shots are clean. So far, so good. I mean, just look at it, bro. Just look at it.
That's as clean
भाई
as
मेरे को बहुत प्यारा
well,
लगता है
I'm
बे ये
from Singapore,
बंदा.
so I don't know what kind of products other people use, but you know.
हाँ?
Just
Dettol
as clean as washing your hands with soap.
चल में भाई.
Okay.
बहुत clean.
Yeah,
गुड पे रेस में नहीं
can work
यार.
with that one. 99.9% of germs
Gone
and
free.
bacteria.
Be gone.
बहुत प्यारा खेलता है.
2 rounds done and dusted though. Time to see what DFM have in store if they were expecting a map like Lotus to be coming on through. Of course, we already touched upon Icebox being the ban out as well. I'm actually kind of interested to see what their Ascent is going to look like, as we know the Odin abuser is kind of nerfed. You can bring it out here. Don't get me
क्या
wrong.
ये लोग
Like,
bonus
we have
जीतेंगे?
on
That
this
is
as
the
well. I
question
really
of
do
the
want to see Art
answers.
bring that gun up. How proficient he's going to be. But first and foremost, though, how proficient just the team is going to be for DFM. Already forced back from not being able to gain any mound control.
The one-way smoke. So they're just going to hang back. I mean, they still got to keep in mind that Outlaw at play.
Nice
Flashback
smoke.
positioned up towards mound. DFM, though, trying to get a peek, a poke.
Yep.
Passed into B. But
Well.
got Bane on the other end. Prowler as well as the
दो
Boombot.
बंदे
They
B
shot the
पे.
Bulldog to destroy the Archros, so the Stinger up close wasn't noted, although unfortunately this time when that dark cover
मेरे को
one way
वो
does
पड़ी
fade,
लेकिन outlaw.
flashback is found.
Will pay dearly for that. A second smoke
वो लोगों
up
को पता
from
है कि
Mako
एक ही
just to
बंदा है
retain
पे.
control over
100% वो लोगों
the
को
C
पता है.
site. DFM then finding a little bit more space across the map. Straight into A. DRX are reading this.
Yeah, you got to remember the shear that will protect them, and if you are going to Shrouded Step, I mean,
भी जाएंगे ना ये लोग
you're going to
लेकिन.
see that Jinbong is in the right spot to have heard it, but just straight through the wall. Ooh.
भी जाएंगे ना.
Oh, that's so
30
awkward.
seconds left.
A little bit unfortunate, but that said, a bit of a mid-round call from DFM. It does take quite a bit of time, though. It feels as though they're a little bit lost and hesitant.
Are you
now,
kidding
Binks trying
me?
to catch up to his fallen teammate, but
10 seconds.
nothing
Wall
found.
trigger नहीं हुआ,
Yeah,
बीच
you're
में
absolutely right,
गए.
Komodo. At this point in time, it's just easy pickings for DRX.
भाई
Free
क्या
with the quad.
clean player है
So
यार.
easy for
Free
him at the
मेरी
end of the
जान
day.
के टोटे. You are
sense
my
hesitancy
favorite
from DFM.
यार.
I sense that they're not able to
इतना
really
clean player है
resolve,
भाई.
you know, where they want to end in that round, right? They find the opening kill. They
Crazy
should have found the
clean
secondary
player.
one, but then Marco just finds that. They went in towards the baby room. They went through the door, right? And they turn back towards A, where you still got to contend with the shear that you haven't popped yet.
8-0.
It just looks like a very big miscalculation, and maybe they weren't tracking the clock timer.
Gotta wake up in the server, you know, just following along
जी,
what
hater
Pilsky
है,
was
मैंने
mentioning
क्या किया?
before. We might not necessarily be looking for the best tactical plays, the best wins right now, but just for DFM to show us proper form.
Yeah.
Show us the best versions of themselves.
I mean, one of the highlights, just as we've got this
धन्यवाद
little eco
बताने के
rounds
लिए.
come
Love
through
you.
that, I observed in the GE game that DFM played against is that GE were looking extremely drilled and their trading and repositioning was really well done, right?
Yeah,
and that's something that DRX is showcasing to us that they're really proficient in doing.
They were happy to do that against PRX. They're happy to do it against DFM as well.
Yep.
Still though, May, sharp as ever, able to take one away. Bit of damage against Freeing as well, so needing to fall back to a safer position, but Bane is here and happy to receive. Sheer wall still placed and not quite yet tripped. May dancing with death, but there it goes.
Can't move. Don't need to. At this point in time, there's 2 for him. Freeing is quite low as well. This is where things can actually start to get a bit scary when you consider that Marco is nowhere yet.
Is it gonna be May? Well, Akame at least will be able to swing around the corner.
Hello?
Jinbung to watch the flanks. Hyunmin as well as Mako.
इसने आवाज दिया
Close
था
to milestone clutches as well. Able to turn back around on a dime. It's just May. Vandal at hand.
भाई मैं मार सकता.
Not
बंद
noted.
आप रोज मेंबर्स ऑन द स्ट्रीम करते हो, कितना मस्त एंटरटेन करते हो, मेंबर्स ऑन द स्ट्रीम में मजा आता है हमको. फिर भी चैट क्यों नहीं ले रही
Sneaks
मेरे
through.
को? पता नहीं.
Hyunmin back into it, but a single tap. Blast back to throw Mako off. And here comes the Boombot. Back into the smokes. And May's right around it. It's gonna be May.
Oh, when you need somebody to deliver, who is the player that everybody associates on DFM to do the job? Well, it's got to be May, doesn't it? He's done it again. Doesn't need to move in the thorns, hitting the shots. You got Akame in there finishing off Freeing as well. Unfortunate that Jinbung finds some fluff shots yet again, but hey, when you need him the most, May has arrived. And they need you, right? We need to see DFM get on the board early. We need to see them start to cook in the server.
Just unbelievable how he's able to sit even in the thorns.
He's sharp, man. I mean, this new generation of players, these youngins, they're certainly cracked.
Zoomers. But you know what? That is one heck of a win condition for DFM. That said, next round coming up, and it's going to be DRX still controlling the map on both wings.
Yeah, I mean, getting that rubber control, if you want to try and re-clear it, you're going to have to see Akame use some prowlers to do that, and he's only got 1 left, so you're almost kind of wanting to just lean in towards a BC split here. That's risky from Bane, so at least he's rewarded, but stuck and bailed by Flashback.
Can Jinbung find it, though? That's the main thing. Not too sharp on some of these moments, and that's going to be, well, yeah, Bane walking away with that free one.
Here's Art, though, on his Odin. He's sniffing out Freeing, a different look this time with the Vice utility over to the C site.
He's able to bait some of that out at least, make his presence known. DFM pacing through very carefully.
Do you really want to try and toy with this Assault this late in the rounds? It's just trying to keep members of DRX entertained over at A side there, but now it should all be up because remember, the Shia is still here.
It's really far deep and shallow though, so you might have a bit of a route through waterfall, but that's where Freeing's able to play up around the top. A double found. It's just Jin with 15 seconds. Arcros tripped and Freeing finds the triple.
Freeing, changing from Cypher on towards Vice, you can get a little bit more, hungry around playing with that utility as well, right? The difference where he can just pop a flash and still have his gun available. Something that we know for Freeing is he's also just a very sharp player. He's a very responsible gamer with how he's playing around utility when he's on these Sentinel agents. When he went on towards the Teo, there was a bit of question marks on how that's actually going to look, and it was looking absolutely gorgeous, but now back towards something that was comfortable, his Sentinel role. He's able to kind of spread it a little bit more onto these different agents as well. That's going to just strengthen DRX because you consider, right, Cypher, not applicable on every map. Vice, well, that can fill a lot of the roles that where a Killjoy can play as well.
Definitely a little bit more so. And especially with DRX's double duelist.
Yeah. I mean, it just allows him to, provide a lot more with this new style as well, where you can play with a lot of aggression and a lot of tempo. Again, I want to give more credit to actually Global Esports. Their tempo control against DFM in that last series, it was amazing. Like, I was thoroughly impressed. So the fact that DFM are going up against another team who is really good at tempo control, you know, what they would learn from the faultings they had in the previous series, they can apply
नहीं ना रे बाबा,
break
ब्रेक में मैं देख रहा था लास्ट राउंड कैसे मारा फ्रिंग ने करके,
and that can be quite a difficult thing for a leader.
Certainly a tough leader is what you need sometimes to step it up.
नजर ना लगे, लेकिन इस बार अच्छा टीम है.
You've had 5 rounds to kind of suss out how DRX likes to set themselves up. So it's nothing we haven't seen before. The A rubble control, and Akame now happy to spray back.
Yeah.
Bane though with the haunt.
भाई ये haunt,
a couple of headache shots coming out in that one, specifically the first.
दो तीन बार वो बंदा रिवील हुआ जो आगे आ रहा है और वो मर जा रहा है.
Zeroed in.
Yeah, but remember, this is the good thing about having Viper walls as well. You can reposition around them nicely if you're the team with the Viper and you know when it's going down.
भाई, कोई तोड़ भी नहीं पा रहा.
So it does get Akame within range. Nightfall, each for both teams.
Yep, just exchanging them.
And it kind of flushes them in towards freeing, where he spots every single one out, but punished out from Akame.
Yeah, maybe he was looking at the radar or something like that for the repositioning of his teammates. Couldn't quite allocate any of those shots. A player deficit for DRX, however, as DFM confirms some information on the C site with the Arcros. Now you can shift back towards A, where GN hasn't seen any repercussions from any of the DRX members over there. So that should give you a good idea that you can safely bring your team over, you can start to clear out the whole site as well, and then set yourselves up for a post. If GN gets a plant, he'll have the pit. You're going to clear all the angles with the showstopper, however, here, Quack, and then, yeah, let's just go post plant, right?
क्या बात है, love you, love you, love you, जेबात.
Happy to take that. So with the showstopper invested, it does buy a little bit more time and position.
जेबात, ऐसे लिख देते रहो.
Hunt cleared. Ooh. He pulls out the paint shells. Managed to get away though. But also informed as to where DRX are positioning themselves for this retake. Jinbung gunned down. You gotta watch out for stairs as well as heaven. In for the sprays though, pound for pound. Gen happy to trade back.
And now using the pit.
चुपचाप बैठ के गेम देखने का, एंजॉय करने का नहीं. कमेंट पास करने का हर एक
as much as possible.
Yeah, you're calling that one. You don't have any prowlers, no C's for Bane, so you can try and make it a little bit more workable to get in the pit, and it's just a time deterrent at this point in time as well. Not to mention, flashback operator, yeah, you're not retaking with that one, so you'll take that round for what it is, some damage at the end of the day for DRX. But for DFM, right, good macro adjustments around the map. Not, you know, going in towards the C site when they've got the 3 players over there and they confirm one with the Arcros. They're playing it a little bit smarter, a bit wiser, rotating back, letting the lurks actually provide some value.
अच्छा टाइमिंग हो सकता था, लेकिन nice.
Where do you consider the operator might be positioned in towards this next round as well, right? Where would Flashback be playing? We've seen him more proficiently over at this front of the B side. We've already seen some mound control attempted for DRX before on this defense side too.
So beginning to anticipate a bit of A. They do keep themselves smoked off. The one way again, and DFM are looking to break that apart.
Yeah, rotate door open.
Whoa. All right, Prowlers. Boombot spent. DFM happy to bait those out.
Yeah, but again, this is where GN on the lurk up towards the A side is already clearing all the rubble. Outside the door, the flashback. Found Jinbung again.
And that's that op at play. So now needing to respect a lot of it.
दोनों thorns खत्म. A जा सकते हो लोग अभी.
Trying to keep themselves honest and aware.
Yeah, but from a player deficit now as well, right? So you got to kind of see how much GN by himself can start to clear out. So yeah, he's got a lot of this position, right? But the team isn't doing anything with it, and Flashback is still on the correct line. He does get traded though.
Still a little bit dry. And that's not the best thing for DFM right now, as Hyunmin is able to collect into this B site.
Clean by. Players are looking
a couple
clean.
Of trades to be coming out for both sides, but DRX, right, with first value
players
on the opening shot,
and
all the information when you go in towards B, it's looking pretty good. They're not really taking too many risks.
Chat है जो भी लोग बोल रहे हो ना वो क्या बोल रहे हो देखो ये सब मत बोलो वो बंदे को उसके टीम प्लेयर्स ने निकाला है कि भाई तो बहुत गंदा खेलता है हम लोग खेलने दो करके ठीक है ये सब मत बोलो
and they're not changing their approach too hard whatsoever. It's actually look pretty much the same.
Valorant is a lovely game.
Northern Lights, so here we go back again into C, but we do have a bit of a lovely from the shadows from Art, straight back in towards C Hall. Is he going to be able to find much value? Does spot out Mako, and it does pull a lot of the attention back into his own position, which allows his team to sneak into the site. A bit of a trade as Mako takes Art down. Spike should be planted soon for DFM, but at the same time, DRX in position to strike back, in with the op, in with the frenzy! Flashback and Mako find their own round to put DRX up to 6.
Yeah, you can have the site if you want DFM, but we're still just going to hit our shots. It doesn't really matter if we're seized or not. Or, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, you got the reposition that comes through from Art. He's good value for 1, but you're trying to push in towards the C's. They're really hungry to try and reclaim a little bit of this control before even establishing a plant. When you consider that an operator in towards retake is not generally the best thing, Flashback would be happy enough to just let the team go in and he can just watch one angle as well, right? So you can't really fault DFM in wanting to play with the utility that they've solidified a catch in. But it just doesn't work out at the end of the day. DRX holding way more of a lead. Jinbong, hey, he doesn't die straight away this time.
Fair enough. And he gets information for his team as well, but do they have the site? A bit of an eco, and they're all kind of tripped up in towards this little position up by stairs. Freeing! He gets the quad! Swaps over onto the sword. The
shot! Last banda 1 HP उसपे 4 मारे वहाँ पे.
DRX. It's all too clean and
simple.
Don't tell me, right, that we're gonna get another agent that Freeing just has nuclear performances on when he just picks it and, I don't know, plays it for the remainder of the whole tournament?
At some point, you question, you know, it's no longer the agent, it's just the guy.
Absolutely, he's got to be one of the best pickups that we've seen coming into the 2025 season.
उसको जो मारा ये 1 HP था जिंबुंग 1 HP.
Somewhere in the green room cheering with the huge sign. He's got the foam fingers and everything. It's the round, it's the place, it's the map, and now it's down to DFM trying to find a way back in. They've had to deal with the C mound, they've had to deal with the A rubble control, now back into B. Flashback nowhere to be found. So maybe a bit more wiggle room.
But who's here? It's Freeing, and there's thorns at the front of the site that I think they might have even... I don't know if they actually snuffed them out or not.
Around the edge of
yeah, they did.
So maybe not.
They have put their own shear at the front of the B site though, so they'll know if there's any aggression from DRX. But they've already got control of Rubble. Actually, there's no prowlers or anything to get the info though.
Haunt at least, but well-timed peek from GN. Paranoia countered back out. And Bane still sending through those prowlers.
Yeah, that was a bit hungry from Youngin,
किधर जाएंगे ये लोग? एक का control है नहीं.
Showstopper.
He did, but he didn't pop it.
Wanted information first with the Haunt. Yeah, we could debate this, but still.
Yeah.
DFM.
35 seconds to go.
Good off
back up. Generally, you would know that you have to re-clear everything around Rubble, and there's still 2 players here. Marco finds the right timing. It's gorgeous, isn't it? He's looking for more. He's found 3. Can it be 4? Settle down though. 20 seconds.
It's just not cleared. Nakame has to watch out for so much more. Jinbong might be in the B site, but do you have the time? Trying to come back up to support his teammate from Link. They have to make a sprint into the A site right here, right now. They're thinking about where Freeing could be. They gotta watch out for the top. Freeing pops the steel guard and tries to convert it into the spray. Maybe not the cleanest, but still some damage done. And with that, he's able to push up front, in for the hunt, sharpest ever. Jinbong with low HP. Freeing is just dancing around the corners, and with a double pump, he finds another round for DRX.
Yeah, you could see what was going on in his mind as well, right? Hadn't quite seen the second player, looking if there's going to be any flank, recognizing that the time is really whittling on down, using the ultimate as well, remove their primary guns and still take a little bit of the duel, right? If you can distract them for any mere milliseconds, it might win the round just by not getting the plants. Well-positioned fights in the beginning from DRX as well, despite Hyunmin losing his life first. It's just really good recognitions and, I mean, I'll say it again, individual brilliance from Freeing.
A little bit from Mako as well.
Oh, absolutely. But Freeing, he's 17 kills.
Can't deny that. just the sheer threat of some of his utility as well around the B side. Now swapped over onto A. Oh, and there it is, a punish again.
I heard that one.
DFM have been trying to
to
expand their wingspan across the map, but they haven't been able to find all too much. Now GN able to take down Freeing.
You've taken down the raid boss. You know the A site is now free territory. The problem is the rest of the DFM members can't get over there.
कोई नहीं इसमें तुम्हारी गलती नहीं है हमारा कुछ हाथ था इसमें
in with the trades and into the C site. Now GN happy to play spoiler up around the A site. Flashback as well as him and off to the races. With all this time and space though, May
भाई वाइपर बहुत दूर है लेकिन
playing a good position. Holding the crosshair placement, but ooh, Hyunmin, what a little bit of a crouch peek.
Gotta remember, GN is on the other side of the map. They should know this. They should know this. He just killed your teammate over at the A site. So there's a small bit of time that they have to try and clear everything though. And, well, he can't stop this now, can he?
It's gotta be so much faster, but even that, it's just gonna be a bit of that flash out from Flashback.
Not planting for your teammate who is in another postcode. It is a little bit rough, but you know, they hadn't cleared Waterfall when they started to establish the plant. They put May going into deep holes. There's a lot of these corners being cut at the situations that you don't necessarily need to for DFM.
भाई हेलो टीपी का साउंड सुन के मारा वो
Like this is where the kill is, right? So he's either booking it for a flank to try
and
cut off
very close to 5 likes.
जिसने लाइक नहीं किया अभी तक स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो और जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया जल्दी कर दो और मेंबरशिप भी लो थैंक यू
So yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter on the way that he came into it. The problem is the DFM aren't accumulating rounds.
It's also the fact that DRX are so good at recognizing what the situation is, what is needed from each and every single player, whether it's Flashback, whether it's Freeing, and right now Flashback in with the op, back into the A site. He's been dancing all across the map every single round.
Yep. You already cleared all front of pillars as well with a Prowler. You've got Marco holding territories over at Mound, so you know that this is A for the beginning.
Fires off a couple of warning shots. DFM though, knowing that they need to trip this wall at the very least to alleviate some pressure.
And if you go through Baby Door, guess what's going to surprise you? A party!
Hyunmin in Showstopper. Still is just waiting for a DFM. What's the play?
Yeah, you got to get a little bit of clammy hands at the moment. You know, seeing what we can see right now, knowing what's possible on the other side of this door, on the other side of this site.
Surely they're considering a lot of it. They're trying to fish for so much information. And it's all in these little moments where Freeing is able to come up. Akame, though, happy to find off at least a couple. But here comes Hyunmin with that party. Does blow up art. Tries to look for that flick against May. May able to answer back. Look at that. Showstopper back in. Flashback for the answer. GN with a little kill will be able to deploy the Viper's Pit, but looking for the spike plant. Mako trying to look for the clutch. It's not going to happen as DFM secures a final round. 3-9 at the end of the first half, Komodo.
Is anyone a believer in superstitions? We're going to get the 9-3 curse to come on through. 3 isolated rounds, though, for DFM is quite worrisome. In this switch up, however, you know, you're going to have to see a lot of proficiency from how Akame is going to be clearing things on this fade. You need some good timing on Art Smokes comboed with GN's balls. You know, how proficient is May going to be in finding a lot of these jewels, right? It's the double duelist style from DRX as well, where you know that they're going to have a lot of options to get dirty in towards some potential dives and some potential resets as well. Like, I think DFM have given themselves a lot of space.
No, sir.
Huh?
I'm trying to think about it as well, but there really just isn't that much that we can go off of. They kind of struggle with this. You know, you've been mentioning GE a little bit from last week. It's the same results. It was a 3-9 at the end of the first half against that team as well. And it's the same story currently. I mean, that tells you, you know, they haven't progressed that much.
When I look at this roster for DFM, I'm thinking that GN's looking more comfortable individually. I'm thinking that May has more, you know, of a support staff around him at the moment in the map itself, right? I'm also thinking that Akame is fragging as well, so that's a little bit of a bonus to come on through, right? So on paper, DFM is looking pretty good for what they're bringing to the table for stage 1. And now here's the but. These are the scorelines we're getting.
Why are these the scorelines we're getting?
Well, in this moment, DRX is cracked and they're making the right decisions, and Global Esports were doing the same last week.
I also feel as though it's DFM giving just DRX a lot of freedom across the map, right? I mean, yes, You have Flashback on the up. You've got Freeing, you know, playing out of his mind. But DFM are, you know, just kind of in their own heads at the moment as well. A bit of a 2-1-2 split, at least on this defense.
Happy Ugadi to you to
Yeah, so they're refreshing the one-way smoke over at C. Eventually now they'll send Art away. But look at the territories that DRX have already found, right? Complete rubble control, no contest whatsoever. We're up the middle of B as well with, you know, no prowlers available for Akame anymore.
And with this positioning, they can set up for that execute into the A site. You also have Freeing on that deep lurk. And with that, he's able to find a couple of kills. Okay, not quite the couple. Coming at least in for the punish. Yeah. But as we say that, you know, it's just a bit of attention bought away, and that's going to be the A site for DRX.
GN's also having to consider his wall timing as well, putting it up when that rotating door's happening, and he can't support May in that situation.
And that's why it's tough.
ऐसा नहीं बोलते
some of these little gaps where DRX are able to exploit so much more.
Yep.
In for a pound and in for another kill as well.
I mean, how many of those kills did we just see? I think it was like 3. DRX just firing squadded all the members. Every single duel that DFM have taken in this round has been against multiple DRX members each time, besides the ones that we saw from B. But around the A site, that's what that was. DRX find the pistol.
Quick to it.
ऐसे मजा
not
नहीं बोला
the DFM that I was hoping for.
Not the DFM that we're hoping for to come in towards this one. That's I think the big thing.
Bunks by first क्या कार या घर हमेशा पहला
but
घर
it's not
भाई
quite coming together as a team or in form of these strats as
दुल्ले
well.
के
At
सामने
least
steering wheel नहीं
the default 2-1-2
सबसे पहले
easily
घर
broken
घर
apart by
लोगे ना
DRX and
family proud होएगा
DRX.
तुम proud
Meanwhile,
होएगा सब
I
proud
mean,
होएगा
DRX on the first half, Freeing
गाड़ी
going
वाड़ी आते
absolutely
रहेगा भाई
brilliant. Marco, Flashback, they're all doing what they need to. Gunmin's not really needed.
blind dog that's a blind dog
I wouldn't mind seeing this on the pistol round, honestly. Taking some commanding space together as a unit, but you've already got, you know, DRX getting into the B side, and they're in front of the Thorns already. Like,
wise
Jinwoo's
man
timing.
bird
a little bit lackadaisical. So it does allow for DFM to at least get up in range
यार
around
asset
A
है कार
lane, but
liability
the
by
weaponry
जैसा
does not support
मैं
it.
asset
It's going to be Freeing, Flashback, all chiming in a
same
piece.
example जैसा
With the
Bunks by
Bulldogs,
asset
it all
है
fires through and true. Just Jinbung off to the other end. Okay, at least
liability बन के
ignores the
बैठे हो
fake out a little bit, but as soon as he turns around this corner, the hunt instantly detects
भाई,
and
वो
with
dialogue
that
तो है।
every single crosshair into this lone position. There's nothing much else to be said.
Nah, just an anti-eco.
और कुछ नहीं मैं सिर्फ बोला कि मैं ऐसे तो करके और क्या
when you were down 9-3 at the
और
half,
क्या भाई
you know, you got to get those pistols. You got to get the second
गलत
ones, albeit
family
you
आई
get the
फैला
bonus
रहे
as
हो तुम
well,
लोग
and then
और
try to
there
get
was
back
no
into
और
this map, right? Yeah, I know it's
No,
your
ऐसे
opponent in
तो बस।
DRX's pick, and you're gonna be
तो
hopeful
बस।
for Ascent. But at the end of the day, right now, we're not seeing a lot of this these shots coming out from DFM. A lot of the full coordinations as well come out from them.
Yeah, that's right now.
नहीं
Fight
अरे
is
वापस
right for
yeah
DRX, and they are just not stopping anytime soon.
yeah
Look at this, the 5 stack in towards the A
That
site.
world trip
Smokes
plan
off
करे
both
सबसे
ends.
पहले
At
किधर
least DFM does have the 3 stack in. Can May find the answers? Starts off with a sheriff kill.
Needs more of them, that's the thing.
Looks for a couple more, but yet there it is.
Reveal
Freeing
नहीं
in
हुआ
with the
था
trades.
लेकिन मरा
More
वो
utility dumped out by
कैसे?
DRX, and they continue to march forward into the site. Art is here, but can he hold
God,
back?
bhai.
Finds a good flick against the actual Yoru, but
God.
still paying out from tree. He tries to reposition, has his teammates right around the
भाई
corner, but
W round
Mako
पे
and Freeing
W round DRX
out
में
for one of their own. And that's DRX reaching map point, Komodo.
Berlin
I mean, I'm
आ जाओ
looking at that
तो
round as
ढूंढते
well,
रहते
right?
क्या
That
बे?
should have been your
Berlin में
bonus
अभी
round to come through from DFM, and I'm seeing what? There's Spectre, there's Bulldogs, there's May
ये
on
तेरे को
Sheriff.
स्टोर का
Like,
फोटो
they
भेजते
put a
हैं
little bit
फेमस
more into the previous round than they did with that
भूल
one,
मत
and they're
जाना
trying to take these duels around the A side. It's really not working. Yeah, it's good for Art that he gets that kill, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't provide any real value in towards the rounds. May was by himself for that first duel, right? And he gets haunted out, so you're always going to see a trade. You're not going to see him potentially be able to win, you know, 3 kills just planting himself in the open.
भाई हम लोग का DFM का क्लोज गया था और DFM 3 राउंड
Definitely not the position that you want to be in if you are DFM, but still.
But DRX, I mean, the way that they're just playing this one,
But still, DFM trying to keep themselves in the fight. A bit of a trade around the B
मेरे
side.
बहुत ऐसे
Still
थे
keeping our
already,
eyes on the
तू नहीं
map.
चाहिए
The spike closer towards A. DFM are beginning to push out a C, but not spotting anything. At least that informs them as to where the spike could be.
Oh, there's timing here though, Quack.
पैसा आपको अंडा
You
करता है, याद
say,
रखना.
can you sneak in towards this A side? The answer is yes, because Art is caught
जीत गया.
on the wise up.
And he's just alone as well. That's
ये तो
an
मरने
open
से
sight
रहा
for
free.
DRX.
Yep.
Plant your flag down. Free real estate.
And
Build a home.
DFM the white flag?
Ooh. You know, hopefully it's a different color. You got to raise that flag.
Well,
Got to be that man with a mission.
तो
player
flash
deficit
तोड़ा
going
भी
in
नहीं,
for a
उसने फिर से
retake.
ले लिया
Time's a
flash.
ticking.
Will they be
blind
those
सब है.
iron-blooded orphans that fight no matter what surmountable odds they have in front of him? Elise May is looking to try. He is able to find a pick, but still DRX
मारता है
up around the
Free.
site. It's just Jinbung now. Mako in with a
Ah.
flash. Oh, site's
मेरा
been robbed and he
सबसे
tries to
favorite
back
player है
off.
भाई.
And it's way too clean for
सबसे
Mako.
favorite player है.
Up around the corner, it brings us to this final destination of
I had
13
plenty
to
of
3. It is what it is, Komodo.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you just said there
is
is it's clean, right?
it.
Honestly, that is a very well-played Lotus to come out from DRX. Solid game plans in the beginning, great executions and how they want to go on their attacking
बस
side.
मैं
just as
hats
well,
off
but their
आप
defensive
हर एक
side.
मैच
I
स्ट्रीम
mean,
करना
so
इतना
great
कम
the way that
सुना
they're just
लव
repositioning
यू
Green
एंड
around
योर
on his first time
डेडिकेशन
on
मैं
Vice.
जल्दी
The
आपका
way that, you know,
मेंबरशिप
Bane's
लूंगा और
timing on a
बाकी
lot of
लोग
his
को भी
utility
आपका
as well,
मेंबरशिप
clearing
लेना
all those
चाहिए
spots.
लव
What
यू
were we
यश
seeing?
गुप्ता भाई
The,
लव
refresh
यू
so
यार
often, just a standard one-way smoke over at Mounds
Love
that we
you.
never
Love
really
you.
saw
Love you.
DFM
Love
get in front of, to have options to be
Goat,
able to do things
baby.
differently in the
Goat.
later stages of the rounds.
And that's the whole map. Outstanding performances from the likes of
कैसे
Free,
पता?
Flashback.
Hardik
Mako is
Pandey?
still Mako. An incredible
Hardik
support,
Pandey
you know,
वो.
especially from Bane and Hyunmin as well, trying to pull off some of their own hijinks, the showstopper at hand.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you've got like 3 players just going above and beyond, you're not necessarily needing to see the other teammates, and that could be okay. We can keep them a little bit bottled up, ready to release them in the next
कम
map.
सोने से
Absolute control over the
hallucinate
defensive
कर रहा
side.
है ये
Absolute flaw.
भाई हाँ क्या भाई इसलिए मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेरी बीवी मायके गई है मतलब वो आसपास ही है फुकट खुश हो रहा था मैं जानने के लिए बने रहिए इसी एपिसोड में बिंक्स एंड खुशी एपिसोड 1 और शर्लॉक जी आप कैसे हो यार हाउस यूज डियर हाउस यूज क्या चल रहा है शर्लॉक जी मेरे को एक बात बताओ मैंने आपका व्लॉग देखा था दैट वाज सम क्रेजी पेट्रोल पंप यार दैट वाज सम क्रेजी पेट्रोल पंप कभी वहां से ऐसा एक वो कटोरे में इतना लीटर पेट्रोल डाल के ऐसा मेरे यूट्यूब चैनल पे यू करके चिड़केगा तो 100 गिफ्टेड हो सकता है शर्लॉक जी 100 गिफ्टेड मेरे चैट में शर्लॉक ओपी शर्लॉक ओपी शर्लॉक ओपी होएगा कितना मतलब हैप्पीनेस इसके बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है आओ फिर कभी पेट्रोल भरने एक्सक्यूज मी चलो जी मेरे पास एक आइडिया है सिर्फ आपके लिए सच्ची ये किसी और को पता नहीं चलना चाहिए हाउ अबाउट पेट्रोल पंप में आप एक बोर्ड डालें सब्सक्राइब टू बिंग69 एंड शर्लॉक करके और जो वहां पे आके सब्सक्राइब किया ना उसको 1 रुपी ऑफ पर लीटर समझ रहे हो भाई बड़ी बात है भाई छोटी बात नहीं है 10 लीटर डाला 10 रुपीज ऑफ ऐसा कर करके ही सागर बनता है बूंद बूंद से डब्ल्यू आइडिया किसी को नहीं दिया आप फर्स्ट जिसको डॉलर्स आते हैं उसने मेरा मेंबरशिप तक नहीं लिया कैसे लूँ जैसे डॉलर्स आता पार्टी वो करता हूँ मैं समझ रहे हो गरीब से मांग रहे भाई ये होता है भाई ये होती है जेंजी लोग पेट्रोल पंप पे बैठे हैं उनका खुद का पेट्रोल पंप है और वो गरीब ये होता है भाई कॉलिंग यू गाइस गरीब इन 10 डिफरेंट वेज किया शर्लॉक ने तुम लोग के साथ चैट एक बार ऐसा गिरेबान में ऐसा झांक के देखो शी जस्ट कॉल्ड यू गरीब इन 10 डिफरेंट वेज समझ रहे हो Any comments? मेरे को भी बनना है ऐसा गरीब, मेरे को भी बनना। मैं गरीब हूँ, मेरे पापा नहीं, तो फाफा तो आपके ही है। ये क्या बात हुई, ये क्या बात हुई भाई? भाई जो लोग बोलते हैं ना खुद का कमा अपना फाफा का पैसा मत उड़ा, भाई मेरे ही फाफा है भाई, मेरी अभी उनके पास एक्स्ट्रा पैसा है तो क्या करे? बताओ, प्लेट में रखे ऐसा क्या करे? अगर है करेंगे क्या? सिंपल बात है। उनके एंटरटेनमेंट पर्पसेस के लिए मैं हुआ तो मेरा एंटरटेनमेंट पर्पसेस का खर्चा कौन उठाएगा? सिंपल है भाई, A = B करो कभी। ये बात तुम लोग को घर में डिस्कस करनी चाहिए, जिन लोग के फाफा अमीर है ये बात डिस्कस करो। दिस इज स्ट्रेट अप फैक्ट्स। आप पे बहुत पैसा, थैंक यू फॉर द गिफ्ट। आज का सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू पता है 15 रुपीज है भाई, 15। 6 को टारगेट मत, नहीं उधर मेरा बेटा अमीर है, वो वाले एग्जांपल में मेरा बेटा अमीर है, समझ रहे हो? और महीने का, मेरा महीने का कुछ रहेगा सब काट कुट के 70 या 80 रुपीज या ऐसा कुछ मेरे हिसाब से। बोलना सर, बोलना क्या, मैं डरता नहीं हूँ। बाकी सारे पैसे पिंकी ले लेती है शॉपिंग के लिए, मेरे पास कुछ नहीं। इस दुनिया में नंगा है तो नंगा ही जाऊंगा, समझ रहे हो? हम्बल बंक्स, थैंक यू यार। सारा मेरा फैमिली और मेरी बीवी का, मेरा कुछ नहीं है मेरे कच्चे के अलावा। इट्स जस्ट मी एंड माई कच्चा। झूठ बोलो, बार बार झूठ बोलो। रुक जाओ, मैं मोबाइल लेके आया। रुक जाओ, मेरे को काम है, 2 मिनट काम है, और मोबाइल चार्ज पे था। तो मैं भूल गया।
Or site execs. It just brings up fun. And you know, the way a lot of teams will control mid as well is they'll just have some passive util there, a trip or an alarm bot. You can clone up mid, trigger those traps, force those rotations. Yoru, his whole kit is effective across the map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yoru come out here at all.
I think it's pretty cool in general that Ascent is forced to change, and we're not going to see the same meta comp. We kind of touched upon this last week. It's not the same comp anymore. Every single map, it's changed a bit. Now, DFM, do you think the Yoru comp would work well for DFM, though?
May's been loving it. May's been playing a lot more Yoru than I've been expecting him to. I feel like almost every other game I see May on Yoru, so but I actually do think we could definitely see that.
I think we could see it, but for me, I don't see why we wouldn't keep May on the Jet. I think Jet is May's signature agent. He always looks so strong on there. I think he should play to his own comfort. I don't think they need to push the boat out too far. May is an absolute demon when he's like on form. So I don't think he needs to get as creative. Just do what you know how to do. Play this Jet up, and I think he can be fine. It just, yeah. He could do Yoru, but I just don't love it.
I expect him to do Yoru, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, like, you're going to probably see Art on the Sova, right? Like, yeah. I'm really not been enjoying Art. To be honest, I'm surprised he's playing Omen even on Lotus. Like, I would expect him to be on the Fade, because you see a lot of Fade players love doing that tree setup and trying to go for the scans in combination with a flash or like a wall up timing, and then you haunt and you try to spam someone through tree. He obviously knows a lot of those angles. To be fair, he didn't even really get much of a chance to play it very much, because DFM didn't get to play much defense, it felt like.
Well, I am definitely curious what they're going to be doing. We don't know, obviously. This is the first time they played it since off-season. And this team, I feel like both of them have changed so much since the off-season. Not just in comps, not just because the meta has changed or new maps or new agents. They themselves, their mental, their play style, everything is completely different now. And DFM was, speaking of mental, looked really strong. And we were talking about this at the start of this match, that DFM should lean into this underdog status, and then just remember to have fun. I mean, that was Karen's tactic.
think back to like the off season. Think back to even kickoff, where it was like nobody expected anything because it was DFM. And then all of a sudden they come out and they play a great off-season. They come out and they show a lot of potential in kickoff. And that's because people were still doubting them. And now as soon as it comes across, like last week, you know, as soon as they have a even split of predictions, they're like, oh no!
What are we gonna do? The power is gone.
Oh no, we might be favorites. So it's like they just need to relax into this game, because the DFM that we're seeing so far in Split 1 is not the DFM that we've seen before.
No.
They have to learn to be loose out there. I mean, this is a team that should be having so much fun. I think they're also personable. They seem like a great bunch of characters, but you can't let the stress of this get to you. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to win.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for them, but I do like the approach of mixing in Ascent, being that underdog, and trying to throw a little bit of a curveball at DRX. The problem is there's so many things that I associate on Ascent with DRX. There's whole strats named after them on this map. It should be a very comfortable map for them to play. It's a map that they've played in the off-season with a lot of these players, so I think even in this brave new world of Ascent meta that I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying the variety, I think that they're going to be totally fine, and they're looking like they're very comfortable in this series. And DFM, this stage, just have not shown any of that spark. I want to see some individual flair. I want to see some people take control of the game here.
Now, the DRX strat, do you like to call it the Vision Striker one, or do you call it the DRX
It's Vision Strikers.
No
one's ever called that.
Called it DRX.
No one's ever called that DRX. That's insane.
Okay, all right. DFM here. That is a triple init, no Senti. They've got Astra on GN, so maybe on the defense that can be a bit more.
Sorry, कुछ काम कर रहा था. Sorry, I would like to apologize. Sorry.
DFM here. It's going to be interesting to see on their defense if they can stop DRX.
DRX are playing something fairly standard. We see Vice come in as a Sentinel, and of course we have KO replacing the KO in the traditional comps. I think this is the kind of
एक नया वीडियो चैलेंज का सोच रहा हूँ भाई एक नया वीडियो चैलेंज का सोच रहा हूँ कि जितने लोग ऐसे टूल क्रिएटर्स है, दिस विल बी माय फर्स्ट एवर ऐसे टूल वीडियो, ठीक है? जितने ऐसे टूल क्रिएटर्स है वो लोग को मैं मेरे चैनल पे बुलाऊंगा, और जितना माल उनके पास है उतना वो लोग मेरे को जीपे करेंगे भाई. क्रेजी हो सकता है वीडियो. क्या बोलते हो चैट? बाय गाइस, गुड नाइट. अरे रुको तो मैडम.
Astra, but it's something different, it's something new for them. Whether or not it's going to work, I mean, do we send it back to 1985? Like, who knows?
भाई तीनों पेट्रोल पंप एक जैसे है ना चैट?
At least it starts off with the
बबलू ये और
salvos. It takes
रशद.
down flashback right off the rip.
Yeah, good combo to start things off. Freeing back on Tejo as well. So let's see if he can remember all of his strengths from back when.
Out on the attack, of course.
The best Theo
Things are a
player
little bit
by
different. So
Fring, yeah.
drone used for a bit of that info. Not too much though.
गोट MVP होगा यार.
Getting a little bit hungry up through mid by
Axion भी, हाँ
himself.
Axion भी बे.
Stuck.
Actual में ना बे.
At least
चारों एक
DRX
जैसे
happy
बे.
to turn back around to find a shot. Straight in through mid though. That would be the weak point.
मारा
And they
Fring.
found
भी
Jinboom.
खाली.
DFM quick to go in for that hunt. Spike down, but
दरवाजा
instantly
बंद
picked back
कर.
up by Mako.
अरे वो लोग.
Close and shut that door down in DFM's face.
DFM, I mean, how are you going to contend onto a retake when it goes down quickly now? At least you got all your numbers here. Some time to be bought by Freeing on the salvos. He's still got a drone that he can use later. They don't exactly know that he is actually in B main.
वो मेरे को
That
लगा
could be a
रिटर्न देगा
factor
क्रॉस करने
on
के
this
लिए.
retake, but DFM
ये स्मोक की वजह से वो लोग आ नहीं सकते अभी वहाँ
need to
से.
clean house. Dylan propped up May in for that check.
Didn't spot it.
Wow. So nothing found, and May might just assume that B main is clear. Which would be fine. You still have to deal with these early players on. Mako though looking for that pick, and there it is. A shot out from the back. Another one from the site.
Yeah.
DRX.
Freeing tucking himself in deep.
बबलू नहीं, बबलू
nicely
बेचारा
as well,
आपकी
so when May goes for the clear, he's not spotted out, and then he can pop his head back a
फंस
little bit
जाएगा.
later on
नहीं,
when
वैसा तो
DFM
Sherlock ने
starts
भी
to
दिया
get in
membership.
for the retake. Just some good little positioning from him. Honestly, I do like the combo, right? Yeah, you heard it from Big Time earlier on. It's a modern Ascent kind of look towards this map, right? It's a modern comp.
Yep.
Where you're changing Sovers, you know, we got a Fade in the mix as well. I did like the idea a little bit early in there, right? You had a Seize combo with the salvos. You know, we've seen some ideas on using the saturates from the Waylay players on the defensive side as well to kind of simulate sort of combos as well for those Waylay enjoyers. Right now, though, for DRX, I mean, you take a pistol, you're still chugging on from that lead that you had over on map number 1.
Hi, Binks. Hello, Zia Z.
And 2 of them playing for the Eco, so DRX at least taking a little bit of their own time, not wanting to put themselves in range of any potential veto combos coming through. At least a bit of an outdoor being picked up. DFM stacking up on the A site with their pistols.
Release
be careful if you're getting too close though, and not get very tunnel visioned into the other side. So it's good to see that Hyunmin does clear that one. And this is where the rest of DRX can just charge.
Very much so. I mean,
all the combos again.
Yeah, slight combos. A bit of a kill out from Art, but still, DRX has these protocols very well drilled to flashback in for the work up on the B site. Quick picks and well,
A पे सारे बंदे
so not the biggest
और वो
loss.
बीमिन पे मरा भाई ना भाई बंदा irritate हो गया रहेगा.
System, everything done with the hands of Coach CHUMMI and the entire coaching staff, honestly, for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, when I think DRX as an org, I think about such domination on Ascent in the very beginning, and I think about all the evolutions that we've seen on it. It's always been kind of a staple map where we're getting some really good victories, or we're getting some extremely close regulation losses or wins or overtime wins and everything. Most recently, you know, before the map disappeared, it wasn't looking too good, which is why I was like, hey, is this going to be a bit shaky for them? But you gotta just remember again, DRX is finding their own new form, his own new roster on it, own little spin. Modern DFM, I mean, you gotta go in with confidence, you gotta go in with your own new look here. I think the triple initiators for them is, I mean, it has strengths, it's got weaknesses, don't get me wrong, but they need to set themselves up for a lot of these kills. How are you putting May up to succeed?
At least on the defensive side, it's going to be an interesting look for sure. But right now, I mean, again, DFM are the ones who selected this map. DRX being very, very careful. And there it is, that pickup. Quick in with a bit of a possible contact play.
Yeah,
it's almost to slow it down, though.
0 point hitting 3, so they're just going to wait for their flash to come in from Marco, which they do, and now tries to scale into sight.
Everything's been smoked off. Will Akame have an answer? May at least trying to hold up by stairs. Akame goes down, but right back into it, Mako for the frag. Art comes in with his faithful Ulden, but spike gets planted nonetheless. Flashback in with a big flank.
Yeah, do they expect this one? The answer is yes. GN dispatches of
it, so 2-on-2,
spotted by drone.
Huge white step. Hyunmin and Bane to anchor. Up towards the lane. Oh, Hyunmin gets ahead of the game. And it's a low HP Jin, so quick answers being found by DRX. The bonus picked up.
Chandra bhai, shout out to you, मेरी जान के टुडे.
Unfortunate for him as well when you consider that is the bonus round, right? Some good ideas from DRX to start things off. And then you re-coordinate over towards the B side of things. You think maybe, just maybe, a 0 point might stall them in their tracks, but you got to remember, DRX aren't going to respect that. They're still going to have another little contingent play behind that, another layer that we're peeling off this onion to just get in.
Keep it up.
And, well, it looks a little bit too teary for DFM, unfortunately.
Membership लो और डर बढ़ेगा, समझ रहे हो?
Bring some goggles. Oh God, what am I saying?
एक तरफ membership भी add कर सकते हैं.
DFM.
I'll give you a little tip, by the way, if you are going to cut some onions. Put it in the freezer for a few minutes beforehand and you won't tear up.
I've heard loads of those. You cut them in water or
किसी के नाम का मजाक नहीं उड़ाते दीदी.
I don't know. The thing is, DFM needs to be the ones to figure that out. They've got that little 2-1-2 split right now, a bit more information around mid. But is that going to be enough? I mean, look at how DRX are working their way across the map. They get bits of info, and once again, we're back in towards this B main position.
I appreciate the risk on going for something unorthodox with the agent picks. But for sometimes, you know, you need teams to just go back to something better and try to figure out the fundamentals.
And that's what this meta is, especially with the addition of the Teo and the Vise. Brings a bit more support. Watches towards the back right now, and that's the spike plant that just Gen left in the round.
Dance it.
Just the eco again to come through from DFM. You know, it would be interesting for me, and I'm sure a lot of people out there as well, had DFM, you know, potentially come into this picking, you know, the agents that DRX have, for example. What it would look like.
That certainly is a question that I would like answered, but at least currently, it is just DRX.
Yep. And now I want to see something strong. I want to see something bold from DFM, right?
You have the triple in it.
You got the triple in it. You've got Art with the Armageddon. You know, one of the, I'll call it the faults of this roster is going to be that they can't, you know, do one-ways over at A main, for example, playing on the Astra. Not as good, so... play that in as a factor. How else are you gathering A main control? You know, are you setting up some pop flashes? Are you prowling? Siege trapping with salvos? Those are some options. Takes a couple more, you know, thought processes and combinations to be able to get that happening. This time, however, it looks like for DRX that they want to speed things up towards B.
Will Art's Armageddon come into play then? It's gonna have to. Stars at hand, but look at Hyunmin just floating across all of it. Here comes the sprays from GN though, takes down Bane, and that's the Armageddon. But from the shadows to avoid all of it, Mako in towards Boathouse and the spike plant. DRX have the sight.
5 versus 4.
Okay, a bit of an arc rose.
Yeah, clearing all front.
By blind crazy wala.
Sprays as well. They might have noted Flashback's position.
Good time.
Still need to initiate these fights into the site itself. A little bit more of the special delivery, and that's the flash, allowing for Jen to sneak in. But Bring, alongside Mako, playing a little bit of an anti-flash position. They are able to swing out at the right time, but Akame and Jinbo coming back in as well. And with Flashback's position noted, it's going to be the cleanup crew, Art, being able to pick up a round for DFM.
Good flash as well in there from
भाई एक चीज नोटिस किया क्या चैट? भाई एक चीज नोटिस किया तुम लोग ने? ये मैच हो रहा है, DRX जीत रहे, DFM जीत रहे, वो बात अलग। लेकिन मेरे बीवी माइक के जाती सारे क्यूटीज मेरे चैट पे। Hey, grills are like hitting on me. My answer is no, but yeah, thank you.
Kind of the thing about Ascent, you know, going back to those fundamentals, being able to pick things up clean, play along those retakes.
One of the biggest things is what do the fundamentals look like for DFM with this sort of agent pool? They've got a lot of utility that they can get in, you know, information, removal of abilities, though this time, here we go. A technical one-way, if you want to call it, with this this Astra smoke. So it does work.
Mai aaya aur mai gaya
is the point that I was trying to make it about earlier on, likewise of an Omen, right? So you use that one way, and if it's disrespected and they get in front of it,
Binks
well,
without membership, bhai, usko kuch nahi bol sakte, bhai.
You're now down to just 2 stars remaining, 1 in the pocket.
You do have the Cosmic Divide though for GN, so if you want to go for another retake scenario, you can cut a site in half or more favorably. Give yourself some pockets to try and jump in and play around.
But look at DRX Komodo.
So funny, man. My God.
Debate these utilities out, and then once again, working their way across to dissect the site. So, cutting noise, back into A.
I like the idea as well that DFM are playing very close to this choke, expecting any contact plays or any Armageddons to the back of the site. They will dodge them all.
That's fair. They haven't spotted anything else across the map, but here comes DRX with their own execute. Just checked. A bit of a triple spin. That's going to be GN now down to the final one around mid.
Maine crazy mara, bhai.
Pick up by DFM.
Yeah, I really like playing close to those smokes. Dodging all the utility that goes back towards rafters or anything towards Jen and then, you know, you play her over at Switch, takes all of the aggression. You play her over at the generator as well, takes all of the aggression, just allowing Mei to sit pretty and get some good spray transfers there.
Exactly what needed, and just as clean.
Not phased too much though at the moment. DRX.
Hermes fond of that sometimes, you know.
Very straight-faced.
Leaving it to the players to figure it out on their own, especially on a map where, you know, they've innovated everything. So back into it. Mei now pulls out the op.
I guess.
Haven't seen too much, but that definitely is a little bit of that win factor. 50% of it for Mei.
Just hold by himself. You do open up the rest of the map for your team to just start to clear out with a lot of this, you know, utility that the initiators will provide. Just asking GN when you need your smokes, when you need your sucks or fake smokes, you know, all the utility that you can hope to provide. Though at the moment, this is where you just need your guns are ready.
Okay. Very defensive from DFM, but here it comes. A bit of a pinch, and they all peek out. Good pickup by Freeing as well, though. So this could allow for DRX to sneak into the A side. Until that is, Mei swings out with the op. GN now blocking off Tree with a few taps. Look at that. Spike down for DRX, and they don't quite pick it up. Flashback still not able to find too much on this lurk, so DFM beginning to find these answers.
Yeah, it's good to see that GN's headshot percentage is, looking to still be up there as one of the most percentage. It was
That's a
phenomenal
bestie joke right there.
It was kind of ridiculous from earlier.
That's a bestie joke
well
right.
coordinated round from DFM again, honestly. Starting to find out a little bit of what is working for them, bit of patient play. I like the trap play that they have set up in mid as well, behind that dark cover, right? A little lob with a flash drive, swinging together as a unit, 3 of them to crunch on it.
Ooh. And now a different look as well. We've had, early aiming presence out from DFM. This time a little bit more in towards B again.
By DFM में जो आर थे बराबर अगर अंकी के लिए गई तो उसका नाम क्या होएगा 4
have to contend with 2 pretty damaging ultimates on DRX's side here though. Armageddon and Hunter's Fury, which you could technically cancel depending where
crazy.
Ult online on both sides. But once again, information heads the drone back into mid.
Yeah.
Smoking things off.
And DFM are happy to sit and wait. Playing 2 in towards B main, forward line. DFM watching mid.
Pinky
They're
B
just not giving
DRX
anything.
Excuse me.
This is good.
Okay, Prowler.
That's actually some Prowler timing where Jinbong still has to be extremely careful that it's just not being dodged, and now that drone kind of gives you all that information. Sees in, no combination of utility behind it, but it's timing. Call 4 of them. Could you imagine if there was salvos?
Yeah. Could be deadly, could be lethal. Still though, it's quite a bit baited out now. And the timer continues to tick down where DRX looking for that entryway into the A site. It's going to be blocked off by the Odin of Art.
Yeah,
repositions as well.
The slow passive plays are not working for DRX at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised if they start to speed things up later on in. GN caught by the ult though.
Less utility as well, but still, yeah. One player caught off and DFM are being kept honest. Jinbong now trying to rotate over, spotted out by Flashback. The lurk becomes effective.
Null command
You've got the null command. But will it help too much? You got to break down the door. You've got to find a little bit more headway into the site, and a lot of these angles are being locked off.
And look what Flashback's doing, but May's reading him.
Oh, May.
Reading him,
able to eliminate the lurk. Makes things a little bit possible, but the spike timer's still ticking away. May dashes in, has the blades out, and he's looking for the updraft in towards a single player. Next one found, and that's going to be a Kame happening to help out as well. DFM finds a round, a very successful one back against DRX.
Yeah, and DRX have to recognize now that the slower plays are not really working too much for them in the early game, even to the mid game of these rounds. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some sort of adjustment for a little bit of a faster play, for at least to try and get an opening frag.
Maybe a little bit, having, 4 successful rounds now in a row.
बस किधर गए और stacks
Definitely both sides playing this chess game.
May is one of the best
Retakes a little bit more successful for DFM now. Oh, and then the timeout.
There you go. The first one of the series as well, called by DRX. Not seeing one by DFM after the 4 rounds in a row to start off the map too early. Let the team have some ideas first, and their ideas were quite successful, right? So I don't know if I would call it worrying for DRX, but there's enough concern that we need some coach intervention.
Definitely.
I mean,
especially consider the fact that a lot of it is just DFM concealing everything. They're keeping themselves into a lot of these positions where DRX are slowly, carefully making their way across the map. Back then, it was a bit of that B main pressure before they collated everything into the A site. But DFM has answers in the form of these retakes. It was just
Binks ka
good it's interesting, right? Because so far we've seen some really good attacking sides from DRX on like Haven and then Lotus and even on Icebox for that matter. So if we're still seeing some really good attacking sides for them on Ascent, well, that's just another map that you're going to have to really look to counter them. And well, you want to see how far forward they're going to be able to get right now, right? So timeout's done.
That's who DRX are, the Titans of Pacific. The winners from the kickoff. Here comes DFM with aggression of their own. Oh, spinning back around. That Odin comes in handy. Although it was the rifles that picked up those kills. Now just Hyunmin alongside a couple more teammates looking to take down the B site.
Yeah, but you've lost B main control as well. So there's now 3 potential angles that you're going to get retaken from.
At least the door is shut, and they do have spawn smoked off. Now looking to find some aggression back in to clear out B main. It's the Blades though. So Hyunmin, unfortunately not too successful. Akame able to find a couple more. Just Mako. The drone as well. And he dances back and forth, but Akame happy to go back in for the quad picked up. And DFM, actually DFM finds the lead.
I mean, we're talking about what's working for DFM, right? It's being patient. It's letting DRX get on towards these lines. But after the timeout, well, let's just change up our game plan completely and make DRX guess, right? Catch them unawares, and it's kind of what happens. B-main aggression, getting two opening kills, forcing them to adjust a little bit. It's a little bit unfortunate for Flashback that the gun can't penetrate the corner of the wall to get anything as well. But you got to give credit to Akame. Those are some absolutely sinister shots to come out.
Yeah, very well deserved celebration. Oh my God, indeed. Off of a timeout like that, I mean, that's exactly the kind of round you need to throw a wrench in DRX's plans.
Yeah.
Not just that, a bit of a swing round as well. I mean, DRX's economy now down in the dumps.
Yep.
3 stingers, 2 sheriffs.
Ooh, this is ambitious.
From DRX.
Well, no, I was going to say from May, jumping in mid with the operator. DRX, it's a little bit just, how you going? Straight in towards the A site, though without Flashback.
Okay.
Spike planted.
At least you still have all the information you need. DRX happy to pick up in terms of the economy. They're all locked out now, looking to get aggressive ahead of these possible retakes. Cosmic Divide, though, as well, to keep them locked into place.
My Stinger doesn't do that.
Oh, and here comes the Odin spam. Arts, Chien as well with the shorties. The only one left on the other end, Bane, silenced out by Akame.
Just May, the casualty. There's an operator down if they want to go and reclaim that. Good rounds. Yeah, I know. And they nerf it too. I mean, it's slower or something. I don't know.
Hi, Achilles.
DFM on the lead. 6 rounds. Their map pick of choice. Good resurgency after the 0-4 start. Here we go. Odin, go, Burr. Not even seeing the opponent. Not even seeing the opponents. I'm used to seeing that happen through the B main wall that we stopped happening with metal plates.
It's on the A site now. Who needs vision when you've got bullets?
No, we need some strikes. That's what we need from DRX.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen a full side, a clean side execute so far.
B main control again. By the Prowler, commanding a bit of respect. Trying to see if Hyunmin can get on this line. You hear a judge though. I do not want to be holding an operator going against a judge. That is not a duel that you're going to be winning.
Salvos as well.
Yeah, buy space, make him have to fully re-clear out.
We
didn't really see freeing move away, so he can hold that for his territory at the moment.
You gotta worry a little bit more about mid as well as A short. That's what those Prowlers are for. Now confirming information, but he gets punished by Hyunmin.
Yeah, we've seen Jinwoo lose his life a lot on these jump spots across both maps now.
Hyunmin being smart to anticipate it as well. Now anticipating the next possible angle, but it's quickly checked and cleared by Akame. Back in towards B main, and you've got May with an operator of his own. Flashback denied. Just scrambling.
Ooh, there might be a little bit of timing here from 2 accounts, and it works a treat. Bane and Marco have slipped into some sneaky spots and regained favor for DRX. A 3 versus 2. Art's footsteps. I mean, he was running. I don't think it would have been heard from Bane. It doesn't matter if he just keeps his crosshair aligned on the right spot. There it is, Quack. DRX are finally making it work.
Positions which DFM unfortunately just weren't quite aware to check. Still a little bit too focused in towards pizza market. Jin now trying to start things off, but as the smoke blooms and dissipates, Mako quick on the draw.
Quick on it in a 3 versus 1. Shouldn't be dropping them when you do figure out where he's coming from. So finally, there will be an answer back for DRX, but are we already considering, that it's looking okay for them when we consider that the switch is going to be on the next half? You've got a lot of initiator phenomenally in front, not really working too much for them in the early.
Fact that a lot of it is a bit of spent,
and it's still seeing some really good attacks.
That's who DRX, although it was the rifles that picked up those, to find a couple more for that
can't penetrate. Absolutely sinister wall to get anything a little bit. It's a little bit unfortunate.
That's that a bit of a swing.
Oh, no, I was going to say from May, jumping in mid with the operator. DRX, it's a little bit...
Okay.
Spike planted.
At least you still have all the information you need. DRX happy to aggressive ahead of these possible retakes. Cosmic Divide, though, as well, to keep them locked into place.
My Stinger doesn't do that.
Oh, and here comes the Odin spam. Arts, Gien as well with the shorties. The only one left on the other end. Bane silenced out by Akame. A little bit of information at least, or try to sell more around the door. Armageddon confirms that he isn't quite there though.
Hello?
But look at DRX, their crosshairs.
ये round कैसे खत्म हुआ?
Booms and dissipates. Mako.
For DFM until last round. The fade, the Teho over towards this B site.
That's what you have with the triple initiation. So a lot of information, but here comes Armageddon as well as Nightfall. A lot of it all dumped into this one B main position where DRX are able to fire back against DFM. The site has been cracked. So
भाई गलत है बेटे वर्ल्ड. भाई बस is not in roster क्योंकि 6 बंदे लोग का गेम नहीं है ना यार.
DFM.
गलत अल्ट ना भाई.
I'm just wondering for DFM. When you go in towards your scrims on the switch up right now, going into that attacking side, this is something that you're testing a lot of, right? It's all the different options that you have to run these certain plays. And this is something that DRX, I dare say, would not be expecting to come in towards this series. So there's going to be a lot of adjustments that they have to try and figure out.
Hey, fair enough. They were successful in adjusting in this first half after all. We'll see how that works out on the defense, where they definitely do need to do a lot more of that.
Ascent 2
so far, I mean, some successful moments from the likes of Hyunmin.
Binks का go team है.
I mean, it's kind of what I said in the when Lotus ended, right? As well. Hyunmin had a little bit of a quieter map there, but his team was certainly firing, right? Sometimes you just get bottled up a little bit. You don't need to do anything, and your time can come a little bit later, right?
This game of Valorant is a team game. भाई हाँ ना.
Sometimes you can rely on your teammates to do something good. Sometimes you can sit back and
Hey Moran, thank you for the 50 gifted. ऐसा मैंने बोला था.
Anyone's relaxing in towards the server because of how tight this actually is. And the scoreboard doesn't really give it justice, right? 4 to DRX, 6 to DFM, and then 2 back over to DRX, right? We're finding a lot of these different adjustments and opening kills, converting into some wins. I am keen to see though, really, how DFM are going to structure this triple
next month है शायद.
At least for now, 1-4
मई में
split.
शायद मई में.
Closer towards A main. Mako to control it. At least to try to fend them off with that one way.
Well, 0 points going in, standard, and I'll get rid of Marco's abilities. He does get the dark cover out just in time, so he can buy a little bit of time. He can ask for some assistance if they need as well. Of course, they are running this Vice, so as long as Flashback is kept alive over at this B site and doesn't lose an opening duel, for example, he can stop any stampede immediately there, but this is where the call is for DFM. Let's go towards B. It's the right call.
Yeah, they've pulled those rotations over. But I'm also impressed, I mean, how deep that drone got with freeing, piloting it. So now you've got Flashback in with that Vise, the shear wall gets stripped. More rotations all across the map from DRX.
Yeah, it's good timing on that dark cover as well, but the problem is nobody else from DRX is here to help Flashback. He's by himself, and an Arc Rose can only do so much.
So he pulls himself back in towards Boathouse, tries to buy him as much time as possible. DRX, the rest of them now, trying to pull some attention in towards door, while Bane sets up for a bit of a flank. Comes back in, Jinbo will find Bane. Now down towards Boathouse, Flashback still alive, reloads, right clicks, finds Gien! Just Dart left alive, takes down Hyunmin, and picks up the Sheriff. Needs more targets, needs more space and time. The spike has been down. Finds a shot into Mako, and DRX knows that they've got time enough. Just buying in for it. In for the flash. Flashback dances around the walls, gets the Sheriff shot, time gone, in the cold, in the dirt, and that's going to be DRX finding their way into success on the pistol round.
Flashback has done numbers around that B site there by himself, because that's not even playing on the back of any utility, by the way. That's just a classic and control. Good right clicks, good left clicks. I mean, the one on towards May, yeah, looks a little bit awkward, but the fact that he's just buying so much time and getting 3 kills there really sets sets up the team quite nicely, and I'm impressed by the right timing that DRX are throwing out.
थोड़ा late हो गया, attendance लगा लो मेरा Binks भाई, thank you Parth, thank you for the $10 मेरी जान के
leaving too much space for
टोटे.
DFM to exploit.
Might have been a rookie before, but Flashback certainly has found and come into his own right now. Not phased whatsoever in that little moment. Next round coming up, DFM stepped into the A site. Same setup exactly as before from DRX.
Yeah, different look towards the utility at that B site though. It is just the standard pistols for DFM. You would generally expect this to not go their way though, right? You've already got a rotation from Bane now, ready with the bolt.
Yeah, there was a bit of an arc rose flash in towards the B main area as well, so it's a lot of information for DRX now. They are ready to receive. Here comes Mako with the sprays, but May picks up the Bulldog. A triple kill found. Might be able to look for a little bit more. Tailwinds away. Oh, here comes Hyunmin as well, though.
Hyunmin versus
in towards Tree, and now sandwiched into the site. Not quite able to get the spike down yet because of the door being broken apart.
Yeah, they'd be vulnerable if they tried.
So it's down to just Akame and May. Bit of a flash to buy time for the plant. May still keeping his crosshair zoomed in. Ooh, Hyunmin in with a frag. Akame looking for the flick, but Hyunmin up on the other side as the cloud burst dissipates. It's going to be DRX finding yet another round.
Yeah, he's getting his individual values showing on this one now, isn't he? All the kills to be coming on through. Do like to see that. Flashback, you know, in there as well. But I gotta say, this is why I'm hesitant to say, like, these classic pistols, these default pistols, they shouldn't get the round, because you never really know when May gets in your face and steals away a gun. I mean, it can look quite awkward.
Oh, that was crisp.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we were kind of missing though, right? Last week, it was the kind of the question, like, where's May?
Here he is.
Well, he's back now.
6-8. Still is a DRX round, but we'll see if DFM can find more momentum. But here comes a Tiles Crunch. Classic play. And it keeps DFM at bay. Flashback in for a bit of a burst, but still DFM able to hold back.
Yeah.
They find shots against DRX, and now Mako needing to retrieve weapons.
Yeah, but you forced out a little bit of this early
match
from DFM as well to, you know, try and make it a winnable scenario. I like the attempt from DRX, don't get me wrong, couldn't quite execute it the way that they would have envisioned.
PRX,
and that's why I gotta give credit to DFM for being able to react in kind to a play like that.
Absolutely. And now it comes down to what your initiative is for the rest of the round, right? Are you looking for any orbs before dying? Are you looking to just hold all your weaponry as DFM? I mean, they certainly would like to, but are they aware of the fact that freeing has top mid? Yes, yes they are.
Good job, Akame. So now just a Mako holding up around spawn, around B, where, oh, the Odin gets spotted out. Mako back in towards the site, and that's when Jinbong will find the trade-off of a little bit of contact.
Yeah, still keeping it quite tight in the map now in terms of the score line. Again, just
very much possible.
Forget that we have a lot of rounds in consecutive flow on the first half. This is where we'll start to see some of these differences on these gun rounds, right? And that's where a lot of people would be, I'm hoping, ready for it, excited for it.
Yeah, still that question for DRX. I mean, they've been successful. Will they make it clean? Yes, the up in hand.
Will it be expected? I mean, you'll count your credits, right? You'll know that someone's nearing the amount to be able to purchase it. Heavy investment, though, for Hyunmin.
A bit of an intentional start from GN as well. But really nothing so far, just a bit more information as DFM begins to make their way into the B site.
Oh, good amount of chip damage actually with that one on towards May.
Happy to launch in a second.
Yeah, but now with those shock darts as well. You got your drone, you got your dart. Re-clear the information too. You do get seized, but unfortunately, DFM not going to be able to capitalize upon that. They're going to start to make their rotations toward this A site where you do have flashbacks set up. Because nobody on DFM really got far forward into towards B main, they don't really know of these utilities here.
Yeah, And that's going to be quite the problem, isn't
ये round हार
it? So
गया.
DFM trying to scrounge or connect the dots in together into an A-side
ये
hit.
नहीं जा सकते.
DRX have already sussed everything out.
Yeah.
Even with the Armageddon spent, the paranoia keeps them away.
It's so early as well, where you've just lost all of the value.
Tried to go in for the rush, but here comes Freeing. Oh, in with a spray transfer. Down to the next player, and that's just May. Oxide Art inside of A main. Freeing finds him as well. And that's flashback.
By Vice 2 OP, bhai.
Force to come through from DRX. I mean,
Vice 2 OP, bro.
they managed to not really overplay their hands too much in that situation too, right? When you got the shockdowns going into B main, they don't get too hungry to try and reclaim the space in there. Bane finds the opener, and then you've got all your numbers around this A side. The reason I highlight that the Vice utility, you know, is going to be important around this A side is because DFM didn't go too far forward in towards B main. They didn't bait out any of the utility on what's exactly on the site. The sheer wall being really important if you're trying to go for these. You know, A pincers as well, if you're going to have anything coming through main.
That's what it is. They kind of showed their hand a little bit way too early, so DRX able to read all of it. Now same setup again. Op and hand as well. Fired off a shot down mid.
Yeah, setting yourselves up for an A lean yet again.
Okay, he's a little bit more committed this time, but you've got that sheer wall in your face.
That's it, and it's going to be so hard to bait that out. Flashback finds Archimate to start off.
Oh my god.
And that's a spray through the smoke as well. Now look at this entire pinch down in towards tree. Okay, stinger spray.
He
Around the other side. Yeah, the thorns will get him. Still though, able to sidestep back into it. Finds Freeing. The half bite somewhat paying off.
Oh, he slipped the Wicked.
Is Flashback aware? Fortunately, the shot's not quite connecting, so Flashback able to spin back around, but Gen will be happy to go in for the trade. Now Bane up onto the site. Hyunmin in with the op as well. That's the barrel spotted. That's the round. DRX keeping themselves up on top of DFM.
Less a buy from DFM, but enough to bring out the Steel Garden of Flashback, because when you consider the kills that were found towards Tree, there's some guns retrievable, right? So you immediately want to regain a little bit of control as DRX. You don't want them to be able to retrieve any of these big weapons, so you ult in, you make them go back down on towards these pistols, you buy yourselves enough time, you buy enough time for Hyunmin to get back over here as well. So some great little just recognition components there from DRX, but this is the important round back. This is the guns back for DFM, and they're fast up mid here.
Okay, May. It's time to pull off some of those magic, but oh gosh.
Yeah, the parallel. Really
on point
there before the smoke is able to land. Gen's just already on the line. That's rough.
Mako's in the Matrix. He sees all of it before it actually Stuck and trapped inside of B main now. And if you do try to look for the exit out back from tiles,
Hyunmin's there.
Really dig deep and deliver something huge here for DFM.
Very hard to come back from
when they've got no smokes either. You want to play on some sneaky traps, and that's what they attempt to do over at that lane, but Bane's able to just dodge it.
That's where, you know, you got triple initiator. Yes, you've got a lot of utility. Standing ahead. But it's not going to amount to too much.
Yeah, there's the info though. That info is crucial for the next couple of seconds. You can't spam the wall, of course, on the back of it, but you know that there's a bit of a trap play around here. That's nice.
Okay. And even with all that information, Flashback comes in to bolster the support around the site.
This round is essentially done when those first kills came out because you've lost your smokes. Like,
even with the save though, gotta be careful.
Yeah, you lose your smokes as GN. There's not really an avenue back in towards the B side as well. When you've already got numbers, you know, those salvos come in at the right time. That dart from Bane was gorgeous. All the info you want.
You know what I like to see, Komodo?
What's that?
Timeout pretty soon.
Yep. I think DFM need to have a really good chit-chat.
Well, before they can even get to that, can they hold on to their guns? The spike.
One.
Flanks onto the ground. Jinbo. Oh.
All right, you hold one.
Okay.
Another begins.
Well, here we go. Off to the 11th.
Time out. Hello, this is my house here.
It's called. Yeah, but
the
economy.
Yeah, I mean, there was an importance on having those two guns, you know, be available for the next round. But the problem is they didn't know if their own spawn, you know, is in enemy territory at that point in time, right? They hadn't even managed to really get into the B side to count how many numbers there were. So really, really rough stages for DFM. And you'd need a really big blessing in this timeout to go your way.
It's going to be, though. Coach Northern Lights trying to cook up something. But you still got to deal with, you know, Hyunmin on the op.
If you're coming out on the back of this timeout with something fast, right? The problem is, how fast can it be when you're running an Astra? Because you see the stars on the floor, you know, when the barriers are about to go down. So you can have a quick little read as DRX, right? If they have Bane at the right spot, a good dart on one of these back of the walls, you know, anyone coming out into the site is revealed. You've really only got May who can be a little bit sufficient into his own cloudburst where he won't get revealed. It's just quite difficult, you know, are you trying to divide here, combine it with the Nightfall? Spreading around the map as DFM right now, not really playing more of a passive default.
You're absolutely right. DRX could even surprise them as well off of this timeout. They've got a lot of money in their bank.
Yep.
So a round loss wouldn't be the worst in the world, but here comes Hyunmin, happy to go in for a peek.
Oh, he spotted out Akame.
I think Akame might have spotted him out on the map as well, so they're paying a lot of respect. Yeah, warning signs on the map now. But look at Art as well. Will he be able to, you know, pull off something sneaky? Maybe not yet. The team's still trying to scuttle around B main.
I mean, as long as Marco is good with these refreshing smokes, he can buy some time, at least enough for, I was going to say Hyunmin to get a shot if anyone peeks out of main. There's more information again on that dart. Bane has been so good for these.
Ooh! But at least Art will be able to alleviate some of that pressure. The op has been deleted. I think Main was kind of sussing around the edge of the smoke as well. Hasn't found any traps or sheer walls, so this could be,
Do you rotate to the A side on the back of that, though? You don't. You leave Art to his own devices, and you kind of just try and set yourselves up for some smokes in towards the B side. Maybe you do just have the Nightfall in and split into the site.
Take the rounds that you can get. So trying to sell a little bit more in towards the A side. It's going to be a bit of an Armageddon out from freeing. Nothing found. And here comes May into the site. Cosmic divided up as well. Bane has been sussed out. Mako snuffed out as well.
Patience working a treat for DFM. As I said, leaving Art to his own devices. You wait before getting in towards the B side. You find your 2 kills. And at this point in the round as well, flashback and freeing, they might even just consider turning on towards some damage, right? Any exit kills, the round will be pretty difficult to claim.
Wow. Deep into the site. Flashback on the other hand, just off for the long save.
Get the operator back in for Hyunmin in the next round.
Exits around B main would be great.
Oh, they know freeing's in main from the 0 point. He's stuck.
Oh, but is he really, or are you stuck in there with him? He's able to find the double. Look at that! What a dink! Salvo's off as well, and then looks for the hunt in towards the 3rd kill, but Akame at least will be able to keep him honest. So not too bad of a round for DFM.
Not too bad, but losing those guns at the end there, I mean, they will have a small effect coming in towards this next round. Light shields, they saw a tail glimpse of a regen shield as well, so you do have to consider what freeing has just provided you for this next round if it wasn't the round in the previous just then. Some good ideas from DFM, right? I think just recognizing the fact that after Art gets that first kill that they can really play on the patient side of things.
I mean, DFM are happy to play patient, but sometimes you can bite them in the back as well. If DRX play the same game, up, back in.
Takes a while for those salvos to meet in towards main. So do you have an idea that Art is lurking a little bit again? Drone not going to spot anything directly. Now Drone at the same time though should put Hyunmin on the line and find May, who has been such a crucial player to have to get in towards these sites.
So with May gone, you've lost a little bit of that dive factor. 0 point now as well.
Well, not a little of the dive factor, your only dive factor.
I was trying to be kind. But you know what? At least DFM still have 4 players looking for any possible picks.
You have to go towards B though. You have to stretch in through mid. You've still got the Vice utility over at A where that wall just gives you all the information. Marco's spotted out, dealing with that drone, but Hyunmin on the line again is just good for another one.
And DRX knows exactly that as well, and they know what DFM are looking for, and hence they are able to play around these positions. That said, though, Freeing was taken down. Mako already in position to
30 seconds
play
left.
around as well.
If you lose control as well and you're null commanding into the side, I was going to say Bane has a Hunter's Fury, but that actually removes it. Still, you got to contend with 2 players on this B site.
At least no utility might help them out a little bit, but still this up. Look at Hyunmin. Re-peeks back in, but not quite finding the right position. Swap over to the Shorty, but still the kill from Art.
Omen blind.
Trying to find the round. Can't quite pick up the fallen
Oh,
teammate.
crazy
but
blind.
here comes the flash from Mako. Flashback as well, and it's gonna be the round for DRX. They've brought things up to match and the series point.
Yeah, they've brought a little bit of stability now, haven't they? Pissed around second round, only losing the bonus, and then it's been 4 clean ones in a row. I say clean, there's been some shakes, but all in all, pretty good for them. Feels like a couple of these ideas on the side of DFM are a little bit flat. You know, you've got a lot of need on May to be able to open up some space. And yeah, the triple initiator can clear a lot with the utility as well, right? But that's in a perfect world. That's in a world where DRX are kind of letting you just drop all of that utility, and we are not really seeing that.
No, we're not. We're in,
है तो नहीं जा सकते भाई.
well, reality.
Yeah, and now you actually contend with flashback utility. If you want to try and bait out shield wall, you've got the thorns, you've already got repositions where you can layer that with some salvos as well. This comp that DRX are running, you know, could very well be. I think Big Time called it nicely. It could very well
बाकी
be
सब
this
setup
new
देखो ना,
meta
नेट बीट
comp
से
of
टूट जाते starting के 4-5
Ascent.
सेकंड में भाई.
It's got a
इसका
lot
भाई
of the valuable items that you have in the old, you know, Killjoy KOs over, blah, blah, blah.
अतरो भाई, thank you for the membership मेरी जान के
Out of
टोटे.
the entire
आज try
second
करेंगे
half,
members
DFM
only
have
stream
only
करने का, ठीक है रात
found
को.
one successful round. So much control over B right now as well. DFM just not quite able to find too much. They can't even get a pinch on towards Hyunmin. No idea where he is. But here comes Armageddon and a couple more
Flashback is
in.
stuck.
But yeah, everything's been locked off. Flashback.
Oh, he got out.
Able to keep himself alive. Here comes a bit of pinch out from Jinbung though, looking for their frags, but oh, crouched right underneath. Bane will be able to put him down into the ground. And now the kill found as well.
Now they finally pop the shear, but they can't even get in.
Yeah, this is all
GG.
almost over. One more kill and it's just May.
GG.
4 targets right up in front, but he cannot find anything. Whereas DRX have taken everything.
भाई सच्ची हुनमिन है, लेकिन भाई MVP मेरे लिए फ्रीइंग ही है भाई. हाँ, इतना डीले भाई, इतना डीले मैं स्ट्रीम पे डालूंगा, कोई स्ट्रीम स्नैप नहीं कर सकते. इतना डीले भाई, बार बार डाले जा रहे हैं, नेट डाले जा रहा है. एक राउंड में 5 बार नेट डाल रहे हो. 22 तो है ही, तो उसका नेट डिले टाइमिंग बहुत क्रेजी है बे. उसका अल्ट वर्ल्ड भी क्रेजी गेम सेंस है उसका. चलो गाइस, that is it for today. अभी जाते हैं, ठीक है. रात का क्या प्लान है मुझे खुद नहीं मालूम. मेरा भी खाना आएगा आधे घंटे में. मैं सोऊंगा 7 बजे तक. अगर मैं टाइम पे नहीं उठ पाया 9:30 बजे तो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम नहीं आएगा. 12 बजे के आसपास मेंबर्स ओनली स्ट्रीम होएगा और फिर एनए होएगा. अगर मैं 9:30 उठ गया तो फिर नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम होएगा, ठीक है. चलो, बाय 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 बाय. आदियोस, चटनी पादियोस, टेक केयर. See ya, bye bye, love you, good night. Finally, and sleep a little. Bye.